Chapter 251 Fraud. Find the latest chapter in Tang's first negative son. Besides, Li Minutes took many officials, packed dozens of carts of traditional Chinese medicine and some daily necessities, and headed for Anlifang. According to the points he marked, he could strike precisely and screen out all the people who might get sick. In the end, concentrated treatment, said to be treatment, is just to relieve their pain and reduce sequelae. The real improvement depends on the individual's immunity. In the meantime, be careful of the spread of the virus, otherwise the gains will outweigh the losses. Therefore, he chose some officials who had survived smallpox. Such a group of people waited to enter Anlifang, but they did not see too many people. Li Minutes thought to himself that everyone should stay at home and not go out, which is a good thing. But as they moved forward, they discovered something incredible. On a stage in Anlifang, he even saw a sharp-mouthed monkey with a Taoist-like appearance holding a beechwood sword in his hand. He was wearing a yellow robe and chanting words in his mouth. He heard him say, "There is an epidemic in Anlifang." The disciple of Lo Jun, Zheng Lianping, asks Chang Lo Jun to show his spirit. He is as hasty as a law. The Taoist sprinkled a handful of salt and took another sip of wine. With a bang, it was like performing a trick. The fire dissipated. The wine this person used turned out to be Wei-free wine. Unexpectedly, Wei-Ujiu turned out to be a trick used by Taoists to deceive people. Humphrey, liar, Li Minutes sneered. He can see through this person, but some people can't. The stage is full of people. They cheered and filled with hope. He probably counted, and there were about 1,000 people. And there are more people rushing here. They were not well dressed, and they were all people who were not rich. The expressions of these people were reverent. Some even knelt down directly. Really stupid people. Sun Simio's expression was also embarrassed. How is this? Don't seek medical attention, and here to see people pretending to be ghosts. Will the smallpox be okay? Will the disease be cured? But no matter what, he has nothing to do with this man. At this time, persuasion is definitely not persuasive. At this time, the Taoist continued, "I am here under the order of the Chang Lo Jun to drive away the god of plague. I pray for the safety of the world." Then there was a flurry of dancing. He said this, which directly attracted everyone's applause. The Taoist saw that everyone was very enthusiastic, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Then he signaled everyone to be quiet. Everyone be quiet. These people listened to his words and became quiet. But this blessing alone is not enough to drive away the god of plague. If you want to be safe, you also need to ask for the fairy water. Only then can you get rid of it, and you will be safe. Those who get sick will be healed immediately. To live 100 years. It's all about what people want. And the crowd cheered again. Zheng Daoren knew the time had come. Then he said, "But to get the immortal water is going to cut my lifespan, and it also costs me a lot of divine power. It's also impossible to ask for it. So, we are willing to spend money to buy fairy water." "How much for a bowl?" "I'll buy it. I want a bowl too." Li Minutes understood that this Zheng Taoist was a liar, taking the opportunity to make a fortune in the country. This kind of person is scum, and even the poor will be defrauded of their money. Not really human. You know, even if some people work for a year, they can turn a little of silver. That bowl of water costs a little of silver, which is really more ruthless than a robber. This kind of person, he sees one fight one, but in front of people, they can't be directly destroyed. After all, these people have been brainwashed by him. He will definitely protect this guy. The only thing he can do is to let him show his feet. Then expose him and let the people know that this product is fake. Sun Simio's face was full of depression, and he couldn't help sighing. There is no magic water in this world, and there is no special medicine. It's too ridiculous. Don't be deceived. But no matter what he said, people ignored him. He shouted loudly, "Everyone, don't be fooled." But someone responded, "Old man, don't make trouble here. Get out." Sun Simio was a little autistic. What is the world like? Li Minutes, however, motioned him not to say any more, just look at it. In desperation, Sun Simio stopped talking. On the contrary, Zheng Daoren knew the time was right. He said, I feel your sincerity. For your sake, I'm not afraid of losing your life. Come on, I'll take some money as a token. His sanctimonious appearance made people more convinced of him. How much is that bowl? Yeah, how much is that? He smiled, and the people hooked. 1 sip or 2, drinking too much won't help. 1 sip of silver, he is really greedy. But in the crowd, someone took out the money. Compared to being able to cure a disease, what is 1 or 2? As long as you can survive, even if you pay all your wealth, so what? People scrambled to shout, I'll buy it. I'll buy it too. I received your sincerity. I'm going to ask for it. Zheng Daoren was overjoyed. Stack the yellow paper and burn it on the incense stick. After a while, the paper ignited, and he put it in a large vat beside him. There are also thousands of bowls in this tank, and a bowl is definitely not enough for 10 mouthfuls. If you sell this tank short, 10,000 tals of silver will not escape. There is no limit to making money. At the same time, there was a boy next to him, who immediately took out the bowl and scooped it up. The people below stared straight ahead. They took out the money from their bosoms. Going to buy. He shouted loudly. But where did the fanatics listen to him? Sun Simio's face flushed with anger. How can the burnt paper cure disease? If you are sick, you need to take medicine. Don't delay the best time. Not only these people, but even the officials behind Lee Minutes were a little tempted. After all, in the midst of the plague, many people lost their beliefs that they could rely on. At this time, Zheng Daoren came out. Undoubtedly give people faith. He borrowed the name of Chang Lojun again and made so many deceitful things. People are believing. Sun Simiao saw that people were unmoved. Anxious. Mr. Zilli. He turned to Lee Minutes for help. Don't worry, leave it to me. Let's see how I punish him. Lee Minutes walked up. Then Xrengai also followed. Then Qin Kaiang saw that the situation was not good. When he came to power, Zheng Daoren frowned. Then he shouted, go down. You are reading www.uukanzu.com lined up. Come one by one. The appearance of Lee Minutes also made everyone feel dissatisfied. They thought that he was going to grab the fairy water. They came out to accuse. Young man, don't make trouble. Go down. Don't stay on it. You can't afford it if you offend the old gentleman unhappy. Some people still wanted to rush up to knock Lee Minutes down. What a bunch of stupid people. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time chapter 251 Humphrey. Liars. 5th update reading records. You can see them next time you open the bookshelf. Chapter 252 Blasphemy Chang Lojun, there will be retribution. Find the latest chapter in Da Tang's first negative son. Go down. Don't stay here. Lee Minutes went up, causing public anger. People were shouting and shouting, he must be let down. He shook his head helplessly. These people are really pedantic. Is the so-called fairy water useful? It's just self-deception. At this time, Xrengai seemed to realize the danger, and he directly showed the Tang knife. Who dares to step forward and kill? His expression was fierce. The officials at the rear couldn't help sighing. Force cannot solve the problem. Xrengai is so fierce and frightening. But conflict with these people is very bad for them. Facing such a situation, Qin Kaiang felt a little overwhelmed. But in the end she helped guard Lee Minutes, for fear that these people would do stupid things. But he was wrong. The people below didn't dare to move at all. They are just yelling, but they can't really do anything. Zheng Daoist sees that those who come here are not good. He said, this young man, do you also want the fairy water? I can sell it to you first. Don't use a knife or a gun. You lose your demeanor. His tone improved. Probably because he was afraid of what Lee Minutes really did. Lee Minutes was sneering. You thief, don't want to deceive innocent people here. If you are sensible, get out of Anlafang. Otherwise, I'm welcome. As soon as these words came out, Zheng Daoren was shocked. You know, he hid it well. People believe it, so why don't they believe it? Also in a hurry. But in reality, he is very cunning. Naughty, you mortal. This is blaspheming the Lojun Chang, you will get retribution. His words were echoed by the people in the audience. Yes, you will be struck by lightning. You are so young, you don't even do good deeds, and deliberately prevent Chang Lo-jun from doing good deeds. Are you a devil? People expressed great confusion about what he did. No one was on his side. On the contrary, everyone supports Zheng Daoren. This can't be. Isn't this breaking the path of life? This behavior is shameful. Interesting. Then, I'll be here waiting to comprehend. You ignorant people were sold and counted the money for them. Lee Minutes said. He had nothing to do with such people. People don't eat him. A teenager who is under 20 thinks he is superior to others. Besides, what you are wearing is better than ours. What else do you have to show off? People were angry. I feel that Lee Minutes is making trouble without reason. Zheng Daoren laughed. Instruct everyone to be quiet. He also said, you don't have to worry. Some people do evil, and naturally they will come back someday. Let's let him go. This remark even roused people's anger. Look at Zheng Daoren. He is so kind. He didn't do it directly, otherwise you are afraid that you will die here. I hope he will do it directly. It's better to hit me with divine power. I'm afraid he won't dare. Lee Minutes suddenly shouted. A voice. This can make some people feel embarrassed. But there are other people who advocate. Zheng Daoren. Why don't you just accept him? Use your divine power to save him directly. There will always be mistakes, but I believe that one day, he will definitely understand. Taoist Zheng is afraid that he has been in the rivers and lakes for a long time, otherwise he would not say such words. Then he glanced at Xrengai. That Xrengai should be directly a Tang knife. The knife flashed, and the big vat was directly chopped. This move shocked everyone. At the same time, Sun Simiao looked at everything above. He felt that Lee Minutes was reckless this time. Doing so will not solve the problem. It is also possible to intensify the contradictions of the problem. You will also put yourself in an embarrassing situation. If Lee Minutes is in danger, what will happen to the next epidemic? In a hurry, he had to talk to some officials. Let them go out to find Cheng Yo-jin, and let him lead troops to solve it. To prevent these people from doing some incredible things. Otherwise, it's over. As for Zheng Daoren above, he was suddenly angry. The tools to make your own money are broken. That is a water tank that can be exchanged for more than 10,000 tals of silver, and the fortune is directly cut off. It made him angry, very upset. He said loudly, bold, choosy, how dare you ruin my good deeds? Chang Lo-jun will not let you go, folks. He is cutting your life. This kind of person should die. You and I kill this person on the spot together. Then he urged again. This time it really sparked public anger. People were besieged and everyone was very vicious. Among these people, they hold everything they can, trying to rush up to kill Lee Minutes. Sun Simiao kept persuading from below. Let people listen to him. But how can angry people hear this? Angry people simply lost their minds. No one even recognized Sun Simiao himself. Even some other officials failed to attract people's attention. Some people think that these officials are also here to ask for medicine. Are together. Be quiet. Whoever dares to come up, die. Lee Minutes suddenly burst out. His voice was so loud that it stunned everyone. There was Xrengai in front of him, and Qin Kaiang in the back, so he had no fear at all. In addition, his force is not bad, but until that time, he will not use force to beat the people. Idiot people. Do you really think that you have met the disciples and grandsons of Chang Lo-jun? It's a joke. This product is fake. If you don't believe me, I'll try it for you. Someone shouted. Okay, the so-called real gold is not afraid of fire. Whether it is true or false, we should not believe it. If it is true, what should you do? If it is true, I will let you deal with it. At this time, the people did not move forward. Instead, he looked at Zheng Daoren, hoping that he could stand up and say that he was real. Zheng, do you dare to prove that you are real? Zheng Daoren said hesitantly. Why? Why don't you dare? I'm a direct disciple of Chang Lo-jun. His words gradually faded away. Well, I'll just ask you 3 questions. If you can answer it, it's true. How is this method of distinguishing true from false so simple and rude? What is the question? Just ask if you dare. Don't talk nonsense. Zheng Daoren hesitated. This kind of proof is a bit strange. You are reading www.youcanzu.com. What if Lee Minutes asked an embarrassing question and he couldn't respond? People directly persuaded Zheng Daoren. Promise him, you are true. Yes, Zheng Daoren let him know how powerful this ignorant young man, let him know what the sky is high and earth. People encouraged Zheng Daoren, and at the same time believe him too. Zheng Daoren's heart is full of mixed flavors. It seems that an extremely important decision is being made. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click the favorites below to record this time chapter 252 Blasphemy Chang Lo Jun, you will get retribution. 6th The reading record, you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Chapter 253 Lee Minutes is in danger. The first trouble of the Tang dynasty. Find the latest chapter. For people's reactions, Lee Minutes said it was very normal. Because now that smallpox is discovered, people are panicking. Their ignorance is also because people's education levels have not kept up. That's why I believe this ghost. What? Zheng Daoren. Do you dare? Where is the confidence that your real gold is not afraid of fire? Let me see. Don't be like a tortoise with a shrunken head. Don't dare to face it. It depends on what question you ask. If the question you ask is outside of Taoism, how am I going to answer you? It's not fair. Lee Minutes smiled. What kind of person do you think I am? I will naturally ask you questions about Taoism. Tell me what scriptures you cultivate, and I will ask you questions about the scriptures. Zheng Daoren added, the poor Taoist has cultivated since he was a child. It's the Tao Ching. He entered the Tao at the age of 8 and saved countless people in his life. Are you afraid that you won't pass the test? Just ask. This is interesting. Then ask him about the Tao Ching. This guy will definitely refresh his cognition. If that's the case, then listen carefully. If you are familiar with the Tao Ching, then you know. Lee Minutes hadn't finished speaking. Zheng Daoren said directly, the Tao can be the Tao, and it is very Tao. The name can be named, but it is very famous. It is not known as the beginning of heaven and earth, and it is known as the mother of all things. Therefore, there is always no desire to see its wonderfulness, there is always desire to see it. These two the same origin but different names. The same name is Xuan, Xuanzian Xuan, the door of all wonders. This guy directly recited. Others were stunned. It made Lee Minutes feel ashamed for a while. Sun Simiao was even more puzzled. This is Zheng Daoren. So awesome. You know how awesome it is? People shouted. What Zheng Daoren said is really the right way. No one can achieve such an accomplishment. Such flattering words kept pouring out. Lee Minutes gave Zheng Daoren a blank look. I haven't asked the question yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't you memorize it? You asked. Who said it was memorized? I didn't even ask. What is that? You should hurry up. This man couldn't wait. Listen, the first question. Since you have been cultivating Tao since you were young, then I will not ask a difficult question. I will ask a very simple question. How many words for Tao are there in this Tao Ching? This as soon as the problem came out, it directly stumped Zheng Daoren. Who will count these? What kind of problem are you? Lee Minutes smiled. What? Can't you respond? Where did your confidence go? There. People didn't follow. Zheng Daoren must know. Unexpectedly, people were directly slapped in the face. Because the Taoist asked. No one asks a question like you. Who can answer it? 89. How many people are there in the scriptures? Lee Minutes responded directly. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that Lee Minutes also understood this. Impossible, impossible. You can't know. I'm familiar with the content of the scriptures. It can't be 89 words. Do you have the scriptures with you? You can count directly. I'm here waiting for you to count! Exclamation mark. The Taoist Zheng really carried the scriptures along with him. He directly took it out and counted. The more I counted back, the more shocked I became. The expression on his face hardened. Mouth chanting. 87, 88, 89 really is 89 words. Looking at Lee Minutes, he felt a little kicked on the board. For such a young man, he could count them word by word. If there is no meticulous study of the scriptures, it is absolutely impossible to be so precise. Is he also a monk? Sun Simiao was even more shocked. Unexpectedly, Li Minutes not only knew literature, but also medicine and Taoism. What kind of person is he? If I started learning these things from a young age, I would have to teach them. Are they all self-taught? When Sun Simiao thought of this, Li Minutes had a second question. Zheng Daoren patted his head. Why didn't he count other words when he counted just now? But this time is too late. The Tao Ching has 5,000 characters. The Tao Ching has long appeared in Li Minutes browser, and the font can be highlighted with a direct search, and the number of Ren characters can be counted. 86. The third question. How many words are there for world? Zheng Daoren was sweating profusely, fearing that he would be planted this time. Li Minutes looked at him with a smile. What? If you can't answer the last question, then you still dare to say that you have entered the Tao? You are clearly a liar. Zheng Daoren said nothing. He has been wiping his sweat. The boy beside him also seemed to sense something was wrong, so he immediately retreated and started to get off the stage. This move made the people aware of it, and blocked the boy directly to prevent him from running away. This time, people believed Li Minutes' words a little bit. If it's true, how could it possibly be thinking of running away? These two must be accomplices. Zheng Daoren, the last question. Aren't you ready to answer? Li Minutes pressed step by step. If Zheng Daoren kept retreating, he said, thinking, you pervert, how come you have encountered such an existence? Folks, Chang Lojun and Pin Dao said just now that he is a big sinner and must be punished. He tried to borrow the power of the people. But today's people are not so stupid, because he couldn't respond. And he shot himself in the foot. Since you communicated with Chang Lojun just now, then ask again. How many underworld are there in his Tozenjing? Zheng Daoren really shot himself in the foot. What? Can't you come back? Then let me tell you the answer. There are 60 worlds. Zheng Daoren couldn't care less about flipping through the book. Young man, you will be punished. He pointed at Li Minutes with the beechwood sword. And start talking no matter what. Unexpectedly, Li Minutes directly grabbed the beechwood sword, and when it was folded, the wooden sword broke in two. As soon as Zheng Daoren was ruthless, he rushed towards Li Minutes. Death. His face was grim, as if he was going to swallow Li Minutes alive. People were shocked. Sun Simiao exclaimed, no. Li Minutes has 3 long and 2 short points. I am afraid that this epidemic will not be so easily suppressed. Mr. Zilli, incoming. Xrengai even shouted, but it was still a little late because he was a little far away from the two of them. Qin Kaiang also shouted, be careful. The people were stunned. Did they hear the word Zilli? Is it the boy on stage? What? Mr. Zilli? Isn't that Mr. Zilli from the prosperous Tang group? Why is he here? According to legend, Mr. Zilli was a teenager. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. However, because Anlifang is located in a remote area, and they are all poor, no one goes to Shengtang group to consume, so no one recognizes Zilli. By the time people know, it's too late. Because the Taoist Zheng had already rushed towards Li Minutes. Li Minutes was in danger. Many people exclaimed, be careful. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 253. Li Minutes is in danger. 7th more, and the next time you open the bookshelf, it will be visible. Chapter 254. Murder can be pardoned. The first trouble of the Tang dynasty. Find the latest chapter. Be careful. There. Crowd shouted wildly. At that time, Zheng Daoren laughed grimly. He pounced on Li Minzai. I thought that the person in front of him was a young man who couldn't help himself. But he was wrong. He is alone. Li Gan and Sun Chong, and there are many guards. Zheng Daoren's center of gravity was unstable and he fell forward. But it didn't fall. After all, this thing still has a bit of force. In addition to Zheng Daoren's thinness, Li Minutes was not under any pressure at all. I saw him move swiftly to the left. Unexpectedly, a foot kicked down his back. He jumped so hard that he threw a dog and ate shit. Then, Lee Minutes stepped heavily on Zheng Daoren's head. His face was on the ground and he couldn't get up. The crowd was in an uproar. Sun Simiao breathed a sigh of relief, wondering in his heart that Lee Minutes had good martial arts, such a decathlon existence. Throughout the ages, there has been only such a person, right? The officials on the side said it was very unusual. At that time, many people saw Lee Minutes severely beat the prince and the concubine. The two were seriously injured, but he was fine. Even if they were, they probably wouldn't be able to do it. The people were even more shocked. The young man in front of him is very powerful. Is this still Mr. Zilly from other people's mouths? If it's true, it's really both civil and military. He is so powerful. He even knocked down an adult and let him have no resistance at all. Let go of me, or Chang Lo-jun won't let you go, Zheng Daoren shouted. Renzeng, I'm stepping on you now, but you want to let the old master punish me? I'm waiting for the thunder to come down. Zheng Daoren stopped talking. Papa. And then he slapped Zheng Daoren a few times. It made his face flush. The people below don't know what to do. I said, Taoist Zheng, did you go out to see the yellow calendar today? Didn't it count as a disaster for you? Lee Minutes asked with a smile, that was really mad at Taoist. But he couldn't move an inch. Lee Minutes saw that the time was ripe. Zheng Daoren, now Lao Tzu gives you two choices. What choice? First, admit your mistake and tell your true identity. Second, die. Do you still have to choose? Seeing that Lee Minutes was so powerful, he might actually commit murder. At the same time, Lee Minutes' words were also recognized by the officials on the side. I'm the Minister of Punishment. If you kill Zheng Daoren, we will report to your majesty to pardon Mr. Zilly. There. People then reacted. It turned out that Lee Minutes brought a lot of people here, and the people here are not low-ranking officials. In this way, if Daoren Zheng was really killed, with their support, Li Shimin would have spared the young man. Only then did Zheng Daoren realize that he really kicked the iron plate. The young man in front of him had this identity. If you don't make a promise, your life will be at risk. So he said, I said. There. Crowd fell silent. I originally swept the floor of a nearby Taoist temple, but then I got the idea and stole a copy of the Tao Ching, thinking that I would take advantage of the smallpox to make a good fortune, so that I would not worry about it for the rest of my life. In fact, I am not what a Taoist. I'm a fake. I lie to everyone. I was wrong. It was at this time that people realized that everyone was blaming Mr. Zilly by mistake. When he said this, everyone was very angry. People are angry. Zheng Daoren is lying to himself. Some impulsive people rushed to the stage regardless of the 3721 and directly pulled up Zheng Daoren, which was a severe beating. However, Lee Minutes let go of his feet and let people beat and kick Zheng Daoren. He acted as if he was nothing. Stand directly on the stage and sit. Look at everything below. This is his own fault, and if he doesn't lie to others, he should be fine. It's also right that this person cheated in front of Lee Minutes. That's simply asking for trouble. Zheng Daoren, you scumbag, why are you lying to us? Folks, let's fight together. Don't fight. Don't fight. I was wrong. I was wrong. Then came the wailing of Zheng Daoren. Finally, his voice gradually decreased. He didn't have the strength to talk too much. After an unknown time, Zheng Daoren was dying. For such a wicked person, 100 deaths are not enough. Everyone is not rich, and they really spend money, but they fail to receive treatment. That will be the last straw that crushes them. There is no doubt that someone will go directly to seek death. Okay, everyone listen to me. If it wasn't for him, everyone spent money, was cheated of money, and there was nothing left. Others looked at Sun Simiao. At this time, Lee Minutes signaled everyone to be quiet. Everyone was very obedient. After all, he stopped this scam. He continued, some people don't care about the safety of people's lives at all for their own interests, and they pretend to be ghosts. If this continues, they will only delay the disease. Such people are really shameful. There is no such thing as fairy water in the world. Ask God to ask Buddha, How can you cure your sickness? You must believe what the doctor says. Don't believe what these people say. They can only give you peace of mind, but your body cannot be cured. Mr. Zilly said it well. That's right. If you are sick, you need to take medicine. This kind of liar is not to be trusted. Yes, such a person should die. Zheng Daoren was still lying on the ground and wailing. Someone stepped up again. He is afraid that his life is about to end, and he has been beaten all over. Seeing people's reactions, Sun Simiao and others were relieved. Finally, it's all right. It was too dangerous just now. At this time, people began to realize that something was wrong. Since the officials around him didn't come to ask for immortal water, they must have come with Mr. Zilly. What are they doing here? Only then did people pay attention to these people. Some people even recognized Sun Simiao, and then shouted wildly, "Isn't that Sun Zhenren? It's Zhongnanchan's Sun Zhenren." After someone mentioned Sun Simiao's name, everyone else went crazy, because his arrival indicates that he pays attention to the smallpox of Anlafang. In other words, people are saved. It turned out that these people were the key to saving them. Zheng Daoren on the ground tried his best to open his swollen eyes. When he looked at Sun Simiao not far away, it turned out that the master was here. He is really playing a big sword in front of Guangong, and he is beyond his capacity. Yukanzu www.yukanzu.com. Sun Zhenren, please save us. Yeah, Sun Zhenren, please. Some people fell to their knees directly, with pious expressions. Everyone started to put down Li Minutes and went to where Sun Simiao was. Li Minutes didn't feel anything special either. If this is the case, then there is hope for everyone. It is very beneficial for his next steps. Sun Simiao looked at Li Minutes. This young man is really not an ordinary person. At this time, he also stepped onto the stage. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 254 Amnesty for Murderers 8th update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time, chapter 255 Can't Let Li Shine in Empty Gloves White Wolf. Sun Simiao said in a very loud voice, "Folks, the old man has received His Majesty's will. Please Mr. to defeat smallpox." His volume didn't sound like an old man in his 70s or 80s. More like adults in their 20s and 30s. People thought they had heard it wrong. What? Your Majesty's will? Let Sun Simiao invite Mr. Zilly to come? Shouldn't Sun Simiao come by himself? Mr. Zilly is still a teenager. Why do you need to invite him? Could it be that Mr. Zilly's medical skills are more powerful than Sun Simiao? People are puzzled. Sun Simiao continued. Everyone may be a little curious. Why is this so? That's because Mr. Zilly's medical skills are still higher than that of the old man. Therefore, he was invited by the civil and military officials to go deep into the Anlafang together, determined to reduce smallpox from Anl. Destroyed in the square, destroyed from Chainan City, and even made it invisible in the Tang dynasty. All this will be resolved in only 1 month. His words undoubtedly gave people hope. But people still don't want to believe that Li Minutes can really save the people in Anlafang. Even if Sun Simiao had the bottom line, everyone still had doubts. Is Mr. Zilly really okay? Someone asked. Yes, he once gave a recipe for Wuji bathing pill. After my wife ate it, her complexion became very good. Yes, my wife does too. At this time, someone responded. I know that recipe. It's the imperial recipe. It's very useful. I didn't expect that it was given by Mr. Zilly. It's shocking. Someone opened his mouth, and someone followed. Because that side is really good. Some people even said another formula. That is Luai Dai Wang Wan, and this recipe has also spread to the people. After Liu An ate it before, he gradually recovered. Unexpectedly, that formula has also spread. This makes Li Minutes feel a little strange. But as long as it can benefit the people, it will be spread. These civil and military officials also memorized books for Li Minutes. Everyone chatted about his story. It made people believe Li Minutes even more. In this regard, Li Minutes did not dare to take the credit alone, and said directly, I can come today because of Sun Zenran's sincere heart. At the same time, as a Tang dynasty person, I should shoulder this responsibility. Therefore, I hear he didn't mention Li Shimin at all, because there was no need to mention him. That being said, it is very admirable. So, people are moved. In addition, Li Minut's performance was very dazzling just now, and people also recognized him in their hearts. Sun Simiao said so. He will be the absolute leader. The Taoist Zheng stared blankly. I didn't expect that Sun Simiao was already very powerful. This young man is even more fierce, and his medical skills are still higher than Sun Simiao. The people began to fall to one side. We obeying Mr. Zili's arrangement. With Mr. Zili here, we are not afraid of anything. If you ask Mr. Zili to instruct us, we will do whatever you ask us to do. Li Minutes was very satisfied with everyone's performance. The people here probably account for 20 to 30% of the Anlifang. With the circulation of these people, he believes that his orders will be executed quickly. At this time, Sun Simiao came over and asked, Mr. Zili, what should we do next? Sun Simiao also followed Li Minutes' lead. Someone pointed at Zheng Daoren and asked, then what about this thief Taoist? Someone said, it's good to kill him. Li Minutes also thought about this. You criminals, take him away. Judge by the law. After all, murder pays for life, and there is no reason for these people to be charged with murder. The reason why it was dealt with by the Ministry of Punishment is because Zheng Daoren's crime is not light, and the second is that there is no county magistrate to take care of it, so let them take it away. Okay, the next step is very important. You must listen carefully. Everyone fell silent. Now there has been one case of smallpox in the entire Anlifang, but in fact it may have exceeded 100, because the disease does not feel special when it is infected, and it will not be discovered until the outbreak. Every place the patient has visited, it is possible to be infected everywhere. At the same time, the possibility of death from this disease is extremely high. His words made everyone feel panic. That being said, it is already urgent. If it goes on like this, maybe everyone will be infected, and by then, only more people will die. Watching people start to panic, Li Minutes also said, so, now I ask everyone to do the following. People quieted down, and the next thing is very important to everyone, which involves their life safety. First, stay at home for 10 days, and don't go out unless it is necessary. What if we have to go out? Someone asked. On this point, someone will send a mask in the afternoon. As long as you wear a mask, you can go out. But this mask can only be used for 1 day. The transmission route of smallpox is relatively simple. One important thing is that it is transmitted from person to person, and it is spread by droplets. As long as there is a mask, everything is easy to handle. But some people don't know what a mask is, so he asked, what is the mask like? What is it? Like this. Li Minutes took out a mask, which he had prepared in advance. Then I brought it up. So the appearance has risen a little bit. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Sun Simiao puzzled. What does this mean? Mr. Zili, why is this mask used? Li Minutes said, the mode of transmission of smallpox includes the droplets sprayed from speech. As long as they are touched by the droplets, some people with poor health will get sick directly. Therefore, there must be something is blocking it. Sun Simiao suddenly realized that it was so. However, there were not many masks in the early stage, only about 10,000 masks. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I will have people make tens of thousands more and distribute 10 masks to each household. Again, there is no need to go out. You must wear a mask when you go out. Do you understand? People were ignorant, but they followed his advice. Then what about our livelihood? Someone asked. Going to lose your life, but you still have to manage your livelihood, as long as you don't starve to death. Someone responded. But about this, Li Minutes had already thought about it. About the issue of livelihood, I've also thought about it. Where is the minister of the ministry? At this time, a middle-aged man stood up. I'm here. What is Mr. Zili's order? He asked. To find him, of course. To get money, Li Minutes contributed. There is no reason to let Li Shimin empty his gloves and White Wolf. So Li Minutes wanted to cheat Li Shimin and ask him to spend more money to fight against the smallpox epidemic. And what I get is the recognition of the people, in order to facilitate the development of my business in the future. So, he spoke up. P.S. That's it for today, and the violence will happen next week. Thank you all for your support. The error-free chapters of the first trouble of the Tang dynasty will continue to be updated on the new novel network. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend new ones. If you like Tang's #1 Rebel, please collect it. The new update of Tang's #1 Rebel is the fastest. Chapter 256 Smallpox spreads to the East Palace. Tang's first iniquitous son. Find the latest chapter. P.S. Thank you book friends for the shameless reward. House Minister, I want you to transfer 500,000 tals of silver from the household department. Their housekeeper was shocked when he heard this. This opening is 500,000 tals. This ... I'm afraid it's too much. We won't be able to take it out for a while. Not much. Don't wait until the smallpox is serious and then think about spending money. At that time, 5 million tals are not enough, and many people will die. If we can't get it out now, how can we resist the plague? If you list titans of the millions of people in Cheng'an, that's not a little bit. The minister of the ministry hesitated. The function of this money is to send it to people who are quarantined at home to supplement their households. 1 or 2 per household. Second, it is the production and transportation of masks, as well as many materials, such as herbal medicine, manpower, grain, cattle, etc. All of them are needed. Naturally, these expenditures are also managed by the Ministry of Households. We will not manage them, so the money should be paid. Li comparing with the court. Of course, you can rest assured that everything I paid before the prosperous Tang Group did not need to be supplied by your court. What the Shengtang Group should do: live and die with the people. Li Minutes' words once again gained a wave of goodwill. But when the minister Topper heard the word ox, he was puzzled. What is the cow going to do? Li Minutes wouldn't tell him that he wanted to grow cowpox, because he didn't understand either. Therefore, when the minister of the household asked about it, he ignored it. Anyway, I need all the things I need, and I'll write them down for you. I'll let you transfer the money. The minister of their ministry said, I have to ask your majesty for this. Then I don't care so much. I just need to see just the money. Hurry up. Li Minutes said. Yes. Then he wrote many names. In particular, there is a special note that the mask must be made by Jiuxiu, because only she can make it. No one else can achieve the best results. The Minister of Household Affairs nodded repeatedly in affirmation. At this time, Sun Simiao had been practicing medicine for so many years, but he could not guess what the role of the cow was. Truck transport, kill food, or take bizarre. He is puzzled. Okay, the next second, let all the patients infected with smallpox be sent here. Unified treatment. At this time, people asked, how can we know whether it is smallpox? Everyone has chills, high fever, fatigue, headache, limbs. Those with symptoms such as low back pain, etc. Bring it all. Before the diagnosis, you must isolate and don't get together. At this time, someone said, aren't we allowed to contact them? Let me tell you here, if you have had smallpox before, it doesn't matter. They can contact them directly, but after contact, they must be disinfected. I will tell you when the time comes. The method of disinfection. You will publicize it on your behalf, or if you find someone sick, report it directly, and they will send it to the hospital for unified treatment. Those who have not had smallpox should stay at home. The things, such as clothes, were directly burned. Li Minutes pointed at the civil and military officials, and they needed to be used at this time. He arranged it very well. The people also obeyed his arrangements. Go home and isolate. As for the people in the entire Cheng'an city, the same is true. Everyone tries not to go out, but they don't use masks. But if a smallpox is found in one place, it will be blocked directly and disinfection will begin. A series of epidemic prevention measures have been issued. A large number of patients were sent. They were handled uniformly by Sun Simiao, who placed them in a unified manner. Everything was more serious than he expected. At this time, more than 200 people had been infected. Now is the time to race against the clock. Sun Simiao and the civil and military officials were very busy. During the period, Li Minutes also gave a few recipes for clearing heat and issued unified management of patients. They were given the same drug to mitigate smallpox. However, although he did this, there were still people who died before they could be treated. This made Li Minutes very sad. But he had to cremate those people to prevent the bodies from infecting others. A group of people waited until the afternoon, and then calmed down a little. At this time, Li Minutes finally got idle. He asked Sun Simiao, Sun Zenran, how many people are sick? There are always 265 people, and there are about 100 people who are just ordinary colds, and they have been treated properly. Let them go back and take medicines. Then Anlifang, are there still new cases? Only a few sporadic cases. That's almost it. But we can't slack off. Keep accepting them until there are no more. It's out of control. Li Minutes turned around and said to the officials behind him, where have these patients been, and are they all recorded? An official responded, yes, they are all recorded. Let me see. Li Minutes took the records down. Information. Okay, focus on disinfecting these places. He seemed to have found something wrong. Wait, what is written on this? Someone here was invited to the East Palace for repairs in the morning. Later, because of illness, he couldn't persist, so he came back. Li Minutes realized that it was not good. If you say so, then Donggong may be caught. In the case of East Palace No. 1 Middle School, Li Chengqian may also get sick. Whether he is sick or not has little to do with himself. He is afraid that concubine Yang and others will be infected. So he spoke faster. You immediately let people enter the palace, and tell His Majesty, block the East Palace. Don't let the people from the East Palace come out. Then let someone bring some lime into it for disinfection. After 7 days, if no one in the East Palace is sick, it will be fine. The official heard this, startled. That's amazing. If you don't do that, the palace might fall too. At that time, the entire palace is afraid that nearly 1,000 people will die, right? As the official left to let people outside spread the news, the reason why he couldn't leave was because he was not disinfected, and he might be carrying the smallpox virus. Li Minutes then went down to check on those patients and gave them confidence. At this time, Sun Simiao seemed to have something to say. He hesitated. Mr. Zilli, what should we do next to eliminate smallpox? This question was always in his mind, and he couldn't get rid of it for a long time. Li Minutes also knew that he really wanted to know. After all, he boasted about haiku. Well, wait until these patients get better, and talk about it tomorrow. As for why he waited for tomorrow, Li Minutes had his own considerations. Some people haven't gotten sick yet, and tomorrow they will be able to take in some more people and save some more people. At the same time, the cowpox he wants will not be implemented until tomorrow. At that time, in the Taikai Palace, Li Shimin frowned. What did you say? Does he really want 500,000 tals? For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 256. Smallpox is passed to the East Palace, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 257 is like a bird in a cage. Tang's first iniquity. You find the latest chapter. Li Shimin was quite shocked that Li Minutes wanted 500,000 tals. 500,000 tals is not a small amount. What does that kid want to do? Your Majesty, I heard from him that the first is to send it to people who are quarantined at home to supplement their households. 1 or 2 per household. The second is the production and transportation of masks. There are many materials, such as herbs, manpower, grain, cattle, etc. are needed. Another household servant repeated Li Minutes' words. This made Li Shimin even more puzzled. What's the reason for that cow? I don't know. I heard that Sun Zenran asked, but he didn't say anything. At this time, Empress Zhangsan on the side said, "Your Majesty, it is not bad for Li Minkan to come forward," and he also produced 100,000 stone of lime for disinfection, which cost a lot of money. Regarding this smallpox, he eats better than some businessmen. What reason does our court have for not making money? She saw that Li Shimin didn't speak. Then he said, "If the people know that the court does not pay a penny, then it will not be a good thing for the court. Therefore, if the imperial court has to pay this money, it will pay more, and give him an extra 300,000 tals for him to deal with." Empress Zhangsan was still very far-sighted. On that alone, she was right. Failure to do so will inevitably lead to public outrage. If it is in other workshops, then it is better to say that the people of Anlifang are too poor. If you don't let them out, if you don't have money by then, you will have to wait to die of starvation. However, that 500,000 is too much. If you let him control it, I can't control it at all. Do you still want to give him 800,000? This, what Li Shimin meant was not because of too much money, but because of afraid that Li Minutes stole his money. It is really with the heart of a villain and the behavior of a gentleman. Really let him see Li Minutes. He still despised the 500,000 tals of silver, but he didn't deduct some money from Li Shimin, and he felt unhappy. "You will have to pay later." "Your Majesty, this minister has something to say," he said. "What do you want to say?" Li Shimin asked. "As far as I know, the sixth prince said that the money is handled by the Ministry of Household and not in his hands." "Please rest assured, Your Majesty." Li Shimin's face was directly hit by the words of the Minister of the Household. What a little man. I was also afraid that Li Minutes would be greedy for his words. It's his business to run the country. People are in trouble. Shouldn't he pay as an emperor? Exchange money for stability. How? This. Li Shimin was speechless. "Your Majesty, he's not that kind of person, but my concubine thinks that we can get merchants from aristocratic families to donate some money to relieve the pressure on our court, and then erect a monument for them." Li Shimin never thought about this. Empress Chengsun's move is really cruel. But they can't let the family just watch. They have to pay something. The queen is right. I think it's feasible. Come here, pass on my will. The chambers of commerce in Chang'an City, pay the tax based on how much they pay. Pay as much as 10,000 tals. The upper limit is 100,000 tals. To show your determination, and lay down inscriptions for them. "Your Majesty, the prosperous Tang group pays a lot of taxes. If you do this, it will only chill Li Yan's heart and make the people dissatisfied. Let Shengtang group get involved." Li Shimin didn't expect this. "Then what should I do?" The concubine thought that not only could she not receive the money from the prosperous Tang group, but she would also put the credit of the prosperous Tang group first. Empress Zhangsan said. Li Shimin agreed directly. "Okay, let's do it." In this way, the people will probably not say anything. "Your Majesty is wise," Empress Zhangsan said. "It's not because of you, the virtuous queen. Without you, I might have made mistakes," Li Shimin said happily. Then, "Your Majesty, the 800,000 tals of the subjects?" "There." Minister of the Household asked weakly on the side. "Direct payment. 800,000 yuan will be obtained from the treasury immediately." "Thank you, Your Majesty." He turned back. "Your Majesty, there is one more thing I have to tell you." "What's the matter?" There. Minister of the Household explained everything about how Li Minutes dealt with Zheng Da Oren. "This kid knows everything. I haven't taught him." Li Shimin was curious. Where did Li Minutes learn from? He knew mathematics, literature, medicine, and now he came to Taoism, and he even saw through the fake Taoists. Is there anything in this world that he can't do? Li Minutes was born smart. Maybe he was instructed by an expert. Queen Chengsun said. "Maybe that's it." "Okay, let's go down and deal with it. That matter is important." Li Shimin was in a good mood. After all, it was a matter of settlement. At this moment, there is bad news. A eunuch entered the palace to report. "Your Majesty, the sixth prince said that a seriously ill patient appeared from Anlifang. He had been to the East Palace to repair the house." "What? There is such a thing? Li Shiman was shocked. At the same time began to panic. He didn't know what to do. He did not expect the smallpox to be so close. That Gainer is still in the East Palace, so what should I do? Empress Zhangsun was also flustered. Li Shiman asked, Li Chenqian is still in the East Palace. It's not that they can't get out. What else did he say? The East Palace is blocked, and people in the East Palace are not allowed to enter or leave. He also asked Xiaoyan to bring lime, saying that the East Palace is to be disinfected. It will not be solved until 10 days later, if no one is sick. Feng, if there is a sick person, you need to treat it as soon as possible. Isn't that Gainer also staying in there for 10 days? Empress Zhangsun said a little reluctantly. Empress, if you let the disease come out of the East Palace, it will be called a disaster. This kid is quite thoughtful. Li Shiman is still sensible in this kind of matter. No matter what, there is nothing wrong with what Li Minutes has done. If you don't do this, then for the palace, it will be a disaster. Yes, he did it right. Empress Zhangsun also said. Although she was very worried about Li Chenqian, there was nothing she could do. Come here, block the East Palace. No one can wait to approach. Li Shiman immediately gave an order. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Poor Li Chenqian was just trapped in it. Because of this incident, the entire palace also put everyone in danger and kept a distance from the East Palace. Li Chenqian was driven crazy in the East Palace. All of this was quickly learned by Li Minutes. He laughed in the Anlifang. How about being a prince? Isn't it a caged bird? I will make you completely trapped in one sentence. The minister of the household looked at Li Minutes and asked, Mr. Zilli, the money is in place. What do you want to do next? For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 257 is like a caged bird, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time, 250 chapters, you can do it. What the Minister of the Ministry of Housing asked was also what the civil and military officials wanted to ask. They looked at Li Minutes like that. I want to get an answer from him. Take this money and buy 1,000 cows back. What? Everyone was surprised. What do you want to buy a cow for? Is Li Minutes crazy? The Minister of the Household asked directly. What do you want to do to buy cows? Is it helpful for smallpox? Their officials also asked. Yes. Is this useful? What are the cows used for? Are you crazy? No, 1,000 heads, but 6,000 tals of silver. At this time, a sturdy cow could be sold for 6,000 tals, which is equivalent to 6 tals. And it's not easy to buy. 1,000 heads, 6,000 tals. That's not how the money was spent. This is only the early stage. Buy it back first, and then buy 10,000 heads later. Li Minutes' words almost made everyone choked to death. 10,000 cows. If you buy the whole chain, you probably won't be able to buy it all in a short time, right? Many officials look at me, I look at yours. No one knows what he wants to do. At the same time, one of them directly laughed. Mr. Zilli really has no money to spend. It's better to give this money directly to the people in Anlifang. People can still thank you. The cattle you bought will cost a lot of fodder every day, and you have to let people come take care of me. I'm sick. Li Minutes saw that it was the eldest grandson Shund, the founding general of the Tang dynasty, a foreign relative, the great-grandson of Zhang Sunzi, King Wenxian of the Shangdong dynasty in the northern Wei dynasty, the son of Sun Kai, the leader of the government of the Sui dynasty, and the church of the Queen of Wend, uncle. One of the 24 heroes of Linian Pavilion. This guy seems to have a good relationship with Chengsun Wuji. And after he beat Chengsun Chong, he probably made people miss him. In the entire Chengsun family, I am afraid that only Empress Chengsun is the best person. Others surnamed Zhangsun don't have a good thing. So Li Minutes was not polite to them at all. Chengsun shunned. Come here. Li Minutes called his name directly. What? Am I right? Their eldest grandson Shund hit him directly. Come here. Li Minutes shouted. Chengsun Shund felt a trace of fear. After all, he was facing Li Minutes, not anyone else. He even dared to beat the prince. What was he like, a relative? At this time, he regretted that he had made such a head. Do you need me to invite you over? Lee Minutes said again when he saw that he was not moving. Xrengai walked over at this time. As long as he didn't leave, someone would naturally bring him over. The eldest grandson Shund walked over. Ching-sun shunned. You can do it. Don't just talk nonsense here. Don't let people talk about it. Ching-sun shunned was full of confidence. With a snap, there was a crisp slap on his face. He was shocked because this slap was from Lee Minutes. He slapped Ching-sun shunned directly without any sign. You dare to hit me? The Queen's uncle. Pow was slapped, again, and this slap was even more painful. The faces on both sides of Ching-sun shunned blushed directly. Don't rely on your majesty to let you. Slap, followed by another slap. At this time, he dared not speak anymore, for fear that he would be beaten if he continued. Sun Semiao also stared blankly on the side. Such means are simply stronger than Li Shimin. If he beats someone at every turn, he, Lee Minutes, is no longer there. Everyone seems to be used to it. A year ago, Lee Minutes treated everyone like this. If he didn't like it at all, he punched and kicked. But this time is different. It was the eldest grandson Shund who did it himself. No one is to blame. At the same time, he has no fear. Now, in the face of resistance to smallpox, I do not allow you to question everything I have done. You only have to obey. If you don't obey, just get out. But you are now in an epidemic area with smallpox poison on your body. If you don't want to in order to harm the family, it's best to stay here until I wipe out the smallpox. Also, even if you want to leave here, I will let people catch you back. Lee Minutes had already prepared ready to fight here. When he said that, everyone was shocked. No one expected this to be the case. It's also because Lee Minutes didn't tell everyone the method of disinfection, and they didn't have anything to disinfect. Therefore, the people who were originally skeptical all quieted down. They dared not question Lee Minutes' decision anymore. The poor eldest grandson Shund was only on one side, very angry. At the same time, Lee Minutes walked towards him. Ching-sun shunned. You'd better be quiet. Don't try to tell the story of your being beaten, because in front of the people, your slap is nothing. Even he won't be on your side. I beat you to wake you up, understand? Lee Minutes said bluntly. The eldest grandson Shund was silent. Ask you. Are you dumb? Got it. There. Eldest grandson Shund replied. At this time, he walked silently into the crowd. Regarding Lee Minutes' performance, some people saw it, and they were shocked by his courage. Also support what he does. Mr. Zilli, what are you doing with this ball? Sun Semiao also asked curiously. Not just him, but everyone. What is the cow going to do? It doesn't help at all for smallpox. Shenzhenren, when the cows come, you will naturally know. Sun Semiao didn't say anything. Then Lee Minutes added, by the way, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. I haven't said anything yet. That cow needs to have cowpox. It's better this kind of cow. The more the better. This made people even more puzzled. Now, I thought, he must be crazy. Don't want good cows, spend money on sick cows. Too much money to spend. But if they knew this was the key to eradicating smallpox, they probably wouldn't question it. Lee Minutes saw that the minister of the household did not speak. He asked, housekeeper, did I not understand enough? Is there anything you don't understand? I don't seem to have the slightest reaction when I see you. No, I understand. I wrote it down, I'll go straight to it later. He was frightened, for fear that if it is not as good as Lee Minutes' intention, he will be slapped. Civil and military officials did not dare to say anything. Then the next money is to buy a lot of masks. For these things, you can send someone to go directly to Jiuxiu in the Shangtan group, and she will handle it. Understood. Write it down, for fear of missing something. After that, part of the money was returned, which was distributed by the minister of the household, and a large amount of grain was purchased, and each household was divided into 1 of silver. This arrangement is very appropriate. Just wait for the count to return, and then we can start. After he explained, Cheng Yojin sent someone to inform, said that Jiuxiu was here and asked him to go out to meet. He replied that it was clear, then thoroughly disinfected himself, put on a mask, and walked out of Anlefang. The error-free chapters of the first trouble of the Tang dynasty will continue to be updated on the new novel network. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend new ones. The 259th chapter directly cut. Tang's first inverse son knew to find the latest chapter. Li Minutes walked towards Anlefang, and the entire Anlefang was surrounded. The army has taken control here. No one can come and go at will except them. No one can get out from here, and no one dares to come in. As he walked, he saw a shadow appear in front of him, taking too much risk. Why don't you let others try it first? It was Jiuxiu. She was wearing a mask at this time. Although she couldn't see her face clearly, her temperament was enhanced by the mask. As soon as she saw Li Minutes appear, just ran over. The soldiers on the side stared blankly. After all, what is in front of you is the famous beauties in the entire Chainan city. Everyone is envious of Li Minutes' good fortune. When Jiuxiu arrives, he said, Mr. Zili. Well, now His Majesty has released 800,000 tals. I want you to urge you to make 100,000 masks. Within 2 days. 100,000 masks in 2 days. For the group it wasn't difficult at first. But now the situation is different. All the people are dispatched to other places, and not many people are dispatched to Jiuxiu. But our manpower is insufficient. Li Minutes also knew about this. He thought of the Kui family, and now is the time for them to behave. You can let the people of the Kui family join in and let them do it together. Understood? In that case, that's fine. Also, I want you to vaccinate everyone in my laboratory. Li Minutes said. But the one you vaccinated before? That's right. After my test, the method is feasible. I will only do what I am sure of. So don't worry about that. You must vaccinate everyone. But if you have to, people who have experienced smallpox can avoid vaccination. It may be a little uncomfortable at first, but it will recover after a few days. Small reactions can be overcome. If not, I have medicines made by me in my laboratory. Get the medicine. Li Minutes thought a lot and thought about all the possibilities. Understood. Okay, you can go back. Then you must be careful. Go. Li Minutes turned his head and plunged into the fight against the epidemic. Jiuxiu left Anlefang reluctantly. Under the leadership of Li Minutes, the condition in Anlefang gradually turned to safety. But other parts of Chainan City are not good. From time to time there is a case, and one case is blocked. The army began to be short of manpower, but thanks to the people who volunteered to join in and fight together, it eased a little. At this time in the Taikai Palace, Li Shimin was listening to a report on the smallpox epidemic. He was shocked at first, then relieved, and then was puzzled. Emotions are very strange. What did you say? Smallpox also appeared in 5 other workshops in Chainan? Yes, Your Majesty, but fortunately, the 6th prince made preparations in advance and blocked the place where the smallpox was found. He also distributed something called a mask, saying that it can prevent the invasion of smallpox. There are fewer and fewer people. A mask? What is it? It's so magical, Li Shimin said in confusion. Then someone took out one, and signaled, and said that as long as you protect your mouth and nose, you will not get sick. Li Shimin felt novel. Why is Li Minutes' head so useful? He is thinking. The eldest grandson on the side said, the concubine said that he can do it. What he has done is really surprising. It is really a blessing for the Tang dynasty to have him. Maybe it was sent by God to help His Majesty govern the world. Li Shimin was speechless, maybe thinking about Empress Chengsun's words. There are 2 more things. There. Eunuch said half of what he said, but didn't say it. What's the matter? Tell me, do you want to die in a hurry? The 6th prince spent tens of thousands of tals to buy a batch of sick cows, and the eldest grandson shunned questioned it and was slapped 3 times by him. This kid, why did you buy this sick cow? He even beat the eldest grandson of shunned. Why? Empress Zhangsun said, perhaps it was also because of the treatment of smallpox. What does the sick cow have to do with smallpox? Li Shimin asked back. Next, his focus was not on the eldest grandson shunned being beaten, but on the sick cow. After all, That's where the money goes. How could Empress Chengsun know this? I don't know about my concubine, but he would do this. There must be a reason for him. Forget it. 3 days have passed in the past 10 days, and he still has 7 days left. Although there are fewer smallpox cases, but he hasn't completely eliminated smallpox, so I'm still a little worried. After all, there was no cure for this disease before. It would be a lie to say that he is not worried. Regarding smallpox, Li Shimin is very cautious. If it wasn't for Sun Simio's insistence, he might not reuse Li minutes. Now it is equivalent to betting everything on Li minutes. If you want to succeed, you are afraid of failing too badly. Li Shimin felt very contradictory. Your Majesty, everything is going well. Even if it is not completely eliminated, a month and a half is fine. As long as the disease can be controlled, the people will survive. Isn't that a fortunate thing? Yes, Li Shimin sighed. Then another thought occurred to me. You said there was another thing? He asked. At this time, the eunuch said, the Ministry of Household said that the production of masks will be increased recently, and for the supply of some raw materials, the aristocratic families have raised the price uniformly, which has made our cost extremely high. I am afraid it will be consumed soon. And they have raised the price of food. Regarding this matter, it is because the family is profitable, and a little is a little. This made Li Shimin very angry. Some time ago, the inscription was erected to let the family know that there was an epidemic, and they also contributed money. In general, the treasury earned hundreds of thousands of tals. But the money doesn't mean they can do whatever they want. It doesn't mean that Li Shimin won't use them, especially when this epidemic is serious. They dare to do this, it is simply courting death. These businessmen are evil, which makes me very sad. Now is the time when everyone is united. They must be severely punished for this kind of behavior. Li Shimin expressed his anger. Then he ordered, check to the end. You reading www.uukanzu.com will punish those who drive up prices. If it is particularly serious, they will be cut directly. Why don't you learn from the prosperous Tang group? Together with the Kui family, they made a large number of masks. It supplies the people of the entire Tang dynasty for free. On the other side are these greedy businessmen, who have done some of these things for their own sake. Li Shimin's order was directly issued, and soon someone was punished. Until the time of the Anlafang. After Li Minutes heard this, he laughed. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 259 was cut directly, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time. Chapter 260 Sun Simi-a made 1 against 3. Li Minutes heard Li Shimin's order. Laughed. These aristocratic families are really interesting. If you don't make good money, you have to increase the price of food and the price of raw materials for masks. There are really too many people who dislike it. They don't know that they will do this at this time. Death. Regarding the price increase, these aristocratic families are simply asking for trouble. As soon as this move came out, the people of the aristocratic family immediately quieted down. How dare they do such a thing again? Sure enough, the entire chain was shaken directly. Because there are people from aristocratic families who have been cut off by nearly 100 people for driving up prices. Especially at this time, it was literally hitting the muzzle of the gun. The genius remembers www.com. These people are also stupid. They dare to make a fortune in the country. If they don't kill you, who will they kill? In this way, it saves Li Minutes from taking another shot. At this moment, the Minister of the Household trotted over. Mr. Zilli, it's not good. We locked all the cows together according to your wishes. Now all the cows are infected with cowpox, which is very serious. As a result, we have suffered heavy losses. Cried. These are all money. If all these cows die of illness, then I am afraid that my responsibility will not be small. Although some sick cows can be bought at 50% off, in general, it is a lot of money. Unexpectedly, Li Minutes said, great. This made everyone wonder. Is this too good? Is Li Minutes crazy? Or did it on purpose? Then, wait for everyone to ask questions. He stood up. Shiro Tobu, you lead the way. Everyone bring the glass container. let's collect the cowpox liquid. Next is to collect the cowpox for vaccination, then inactivate it into powder, and then inoculate it. This series of work cannot be ambiguous. At the same time, his equipment has also been built, just waiting to collect the cowpox liquid. But when his words came out, everyone refused. After all, everyone is an official, how could they do such a thing? And it was so disgusting. Lee Minutes saw that everyone was unmoved. What? Are you all unwilling to go? His face became ugly. Whoever dared to say no, he would go into a rage, and then he would catch one and teach him a lesson, killing the chickens and setting an example. No, 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 let's go. Let's go. When he asked this, everyone was scared. Then what are you waiting for? Even Sun Simiao felt incredible. There are many things that he thinks can cure diseases, but he has never seen cowpox that can be used as medicine. So curious, he still asked questions. Mr. Zilli, can you tell me, what is the purpose of doing this? During this period of time, Lee Minutes had never told them about the fact that cowpox could cure smallpox. After this period of leadership, everyone knew some basic knowledge. So, now the time is ripe. Looking at everyone with suspicious expressions, waiting for his response, he decided to tell them all the reasons. Let them know why. So Quain said, the reason why people get smallpox is that it is a virus. What is a virus? Sun Simiao asked. It is a mysterious thing to hear, and for the ancients, it is simply a very difficult thing to understand. The fastest tem. They have difficulty understanding what this so-called virus is. You can understand that they are a group of killers, and our body is a city. When they break through the city, it is when we are uncomfortable. If the soldiers in the city can't remove them in time, then there is only one way to die. This analogy, everyone seems to understand, but not very understanding. What about cowpox? This one is easier. Cowpox is like a less powerful killer. When we put them in people's bodies, they will be quickly removed, and the body will recognize their appearance. When a smallpox-like killer arrives in the city, they will be discovered before they enter the city, and they will be removed directly. Don't give them a chance to enter the city. That's why I do cowpox. Sun Simiao seems to understand a little bit. Someone asked, is that really useful? If it doesn't work, what if someone dies? Regarding this, Lee Minutes stretched out his hand, revealing the scar on his arm. This is the cowpox that I vaccinated myself some time ago, and finally it healed. And I am no longer afraid of smallpox. I have been in contact with patients these days. Do you think I am sick? If this method is popularized, will smallpox still have a place to survive? It turned out to be so. People suddenly realized. It turned out that Lee Minutes had done such a thing long ago. Someone said, it turned out to be like this. No wonder Mr. Zilli is the smallest existence in our group. Yes, Lee Minutes is the youngest, compared to others. Everyone is still wondering, if Lee Minutes had smallpox a few years ago, then there must have been a pandemic, but think about it, there has been no such thing in recent years. The situation. People were puzzled before, but now they know. Then how to vaccinate? Someone asked. Cut the wound with a sharp tool, then touch the wound with cowpox. Uukanzu www.uukanzu.com for vaccination. But before that, you have to go through some craftsmanship. It turns out that this is the case. The old man seems to have learned something. Cowpox is not a disease shared by humans and animals. Although it affects people, it is relatively small. If this is the case, then we can draw inferences from other animals and find some animal diseases with the same source of infectious diseases, which may relieve people's pain. Sun Simiao is worthy of being the king of medicine, and he has no problem thinking about it. In the future, it would be better for him to preside over medical research regarding medical equipment, whether it is steel or glass, or some other supplies. Shengteng Group can make them. It also provides a lot of foundation for the development of medicine in the future. Sun Zhenren is right, that's it. So, we must hurry. Today is the third day, and there are still 7 days left, and strive to inoculate the entire Tang dynasty with cowpox. Everyone suddenly realized, but in their hearts still have doubts. Okay, You all know that now. Let's go to collect cowpox, Lee Minutes said. Sun Simiao naturally stepped forward. Although the civil and military officials were somewhat reluctant, they still followed. At this time, someone deliberately walked at the end. He said bitterly, HMPH, no matter what, we are also court officials. But I don't want to make a quilt as a monkey messenger. I don't accept it. Eldest grandson shunned. A hero doesn't suffer immediate losses, so you can just follow it. It's up to your majesty. There, once you have to do it, and without his disinfection equipment, you can't get out at all, and even if you do, you will be quarantined by other workshops, and now the whole chain is very strict. An official advised. Someone else said, let's go quickly, don't be late, let him get angry. We are going to vigil to take care of the sick again. Chapter 261. Big thorn there. Group waited for an open-air cowshed. It stinks here. Don't want to get close. But Lee Minutes didn't feel anything. Going to collect. But Sun Simiao took the lead. Mr. Zilly, let this old man do it first. This time, the mood of the civil and military officials was a little more uplifted. Sun Simiao is a doctor, and he is very skilled in this kind of small operation. It's work, Lee Minutes said. Then he said to everyone, you are optimistic about what Sun Zenran did. You must collect all the cowpox here today, and then summarize them, and I will process them. I will try to vaccinate tomorrow. Many officials should be, but still listless. Lee Minutes knew that these people were somewhat conflicted in their hearts, especially the eldest grandson shunned. This is a big thorn. Sure enough, just thinking about this product is about to come out again. I think back then, when I was fighting with His Majesty, I never did such a thing. What we did was the big thing of killing the enemy. I never imagined that we would have to do this kind of trivial thing. Lee Minutes rolled his eldest grandson shunned. He didn't name it either. He said directly, there is no trivial matter in the face of the plague. As long as the people can be safe, Chainan can be kept safe, and the Tang dynasty can be kept forever, no matter how small it is. It can be regarded as a big event. Some people do not realize this in their ideological awareness. It's a very dangerous thing. Even though he said so, everyone still had a lump in their hearts. Then Lee Minutes said again, this is an opportunity for you to express, and I also let people record all your hard work during this period of time. The people will be proud of you. Sun Simiao also said at this time, yes, everyone. You all have relatives. If you see your relatives get sick, but you cannot get treatment, what kind of sadness will it be? What you do now will also be done for future generations, as well as for your relatives. Mr. Zilly once said that within 10 days, smallpox will be eliminated, and what happened these days has convinced me. With the king of medicine in the background, how can it be fake? But even the eldest grandson shunned is still the same, and it feels like he is sabotaging. This performance is speechless. In this case, Lee Minutes said, Chingsun shunned, you have to collect 100 cows. If you haven't collected them, you can't go back. Why? We have about 100 people, and the cows are only a little over 10,000. It's only a few dozen heads. Why do I want 100? When Chingsun shunned heard this, he was immediately displeased. There's no reason. Whether you do it or not, it's all up to you. You know the consequences of not doing it. Lee Minutes said a word and walked away, and let people start collecting. Wait a minute. He has to go back and sort out some equipment, and the inactivation equipment is ready for a while, just waiting to collect. Although his equipment is not yet advanced, it will always be able to produce a vaccine. That's it. Leaving the eldest grandson shunned depressed there. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't go out. But it's already like this, what can he do? But someone vaguely heard the eldest grandson shunned muttering, Lee Minutes, you will regret it. Lee Minutes didn't care about him at all. Lee Minutes knew that it was going to be very late today, but it didn't matter, as long as he got off work at night, he could start the vaccination tomorrow. Just as people were collecting, suddenly someone came here. Most of these people are elderly people with simple expressions and very tattered clothes. These old people are poor people, as soon as they came, they asked, "Is Mr. Zilli here?" Lee Minutes was curious, put down the bottle in his hand and walked out. "I'm here." "Why are you here?" There were about 200 people in front of him. Judging from this incident, people are completely indifferent to the fact that Lee Shimin contributed money, and they feel distressed about Lee Minutes' busy work for the people. You are reading www.uukansu.com. One of them, an old man in his 70s, stepped forward. He saluted Lee Minutes. "We heard that Mr. Zilli was here, so we thought about coming over to see if we could help." Their old man's words were touching. It's a spontaneous behavior of people. "You are all too young. Why would I be so embarrassed to let you do things again? I also asked Mr. Zilli to do things for us. You have made such a huge contribution to Anlifang and saved people in danger. In the middle of the day, we should do a little thing." After the old man finished speaking, the others also answered in a fuss. Sun Simiao said, "Mr. Zilli, I think if these people don't let them do something, I'm afraid they won't leave. Why don't we let them collect with us?" When these people heard what Sun Simiao said, they said directly, "We also asked Sun Zenran to teach us how to do it, and we completed it together." They even bypassed Lee Minutes directly, for fear that Lee Minutes would say that he would not agree. This made Lee Minutes realize a sentence: "Whoever wins the hearts and minds of the people wins the world." People's hearts are twisted into a rope, and you are afraid that you will not be able to overcome difficulties. Don't wait for Lee Minutes to say something. People have flocked in. All of these actions were directly seen as sluggish civil and military officials. Even Lee Shimin doesn't have such people. People want to do something for Lee Minutes from the heart. Sun Simiao persuaded again, "Mr. Zilli, there are many people and great strength. Now time waits for no one. It's better to deal with it sooner rather than later!" Everyone is full of fighting spirit. Although some of them are also in their 70s and 80s, their actions are not much worse than these officials. Naturally, the officials couldn't make a fool of themselves. They were said to be inferior to the old man, so they had to speed up. Everything was much faster than Lee Minutes had imagined. It only took nearly 3 hours to collect the cowpox from nearly 10,000 cows. All the cowpox has been transported to a unified point and will be processed by Lee Minutes and his workers together. Lee Minutes looked at the piles of bottles filled with cowpox liquid. They all had a uniform number. Then, they would all be powdered, and then handed over to Sun Simiao and the civil and military officials to inoculate them uniformly. People in Anlifang and other high-risk areas can feel at ease. As for all the people in Chainan City, he also needs to get more cattle and collect more vaccines. Are not afraid of too many things. He directed the workers to deal with these things, and suddenly Sun Simiao came to look for them. "Mr. Zilli, this old man has encountered a difficult and miscellaneous disease. The patient is very strange. Could you please take a look?" Sun Simiao asked. Now there are some illnesses, and if Sun Simiao has no bottom, he will come to see Lee Minutes. Wait a minute. After he explained to the workers, he left with Sun Simiao. But as soon as he walked away, someone came in behind him. The error-free chapters of the first trouble of the Tang dynasty will continue to be updated on the new novel network. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend new ones. If you like Datang's #1 Rebel, please collect it. The new update of Datang's #1 Rebel is the fastest. Chapter 262. I refuse to prescribe medicine for the prince. Find the latest chapter in Datang's first negative son. As soon as he walked on the front foot, the eldest grandson Shun walked in behind him. He looked at the bottle in front of him with a greedy look. A worker recognized him. He said, "Work hard. Don't be lazy." Then he flashed in the corner, just picked up a bottle of cowpox liquid, left as if nothing happened. As soon as he left, he quickly left the room. Go south. No one doubted him. The road is hurried. The whole street was completely deserted. His appearance caught the attention of Shiru Tobi, who just passed by. Tobu Shiru also followed. Go all the way to the south of Anlifang, where Anhuman is located. He was looking around there, waiting until someone shows up. He handed the bottle to the man. The man handed him a piece of paper. after which he smiled. After exhorting a few more words, he turned around and returned. All this was seen by the minister of the ministry. He wondered, what is Cheng Sun doing? At the same time, he did not dare to neglect, and went directly to the place where Li Minutes lived. This has to be talked about with Li Minutes. When he arrived, Li Minutes was discussing some matters with Sun Simiao. Mr. Zilli, if the vaccination is to take place tomorrow, how many people will be needed together? If the whole Chainan is to be vaccinated together, how should it be done? My initial thought is that you will bring the civil and military officials together for the entire Anlefang. People are vaccinated. Before that, everyone must be sterilized and carried out door to door until the entire Anlefang is completely received. Then train the people who have suffered from smallpox and let them vaccinate the entire Chainan people together. The whole of Chainan. In the future, every newborn will be vaccinated for a certain number of months. So even if there is another smallpox virus, we will not be afraid, because it can't spread at all. Sun Simiao agreed with Li Minutes' decision. If that's the case, then it's great. In one's life, one less sickness, one can live longer, and it will no longer be rare in the next 70 years. As for the future, the sickness will only become less and less. Because of prevention, Li Minyu is making changes to the Tang dynasty, and the medical level in the future will only be higher or lower. Therefore, the information he could find directly increased by 100-fold. This is a good thing, Sun Simiao was overjoyed. This is exactly what he wants to do. That's great. The old man really regrets it. Why didn't he agree to Mr. Zilli before? If he agreed earlier, maybe the smallpox virus wouldn't develop so quickly. Sun Simiao felt a little guilty. It's not your fault. Maybe this is an opportunity. Without this smallpox, I wouldn't be able to recruit you to work together for the Tang dynasty. Yes, you are right. Sun Simiao believes what Li Minutes says now. Even if it has not been confirmed by a large number of vaccinations, he still believed that Li Minutes' vaccination against cowpox would be successful. What Li Minutes said about virology is also beyond his cognitive scope, and Li Minutes' metaphor is quite appropriate. The conversation between the two shocked the Tobu Shilang who was outside. This is true service to the people. From their conversation, Shiru Tobu did not hear anything related to money. Li Minutes' businessman really doesn't look like a businessman. At this time, Tobu Shiru was discovered. Officer of the ministry, what are you doing standing outside? Li Minutes asked. Mr. Zilli, I have something to look for you, he said. Sun Simiao was about to leave when he saw this. After all, the minister of the household said that he had something important to do, so it was inconvenient for him to stay here. Then the old man will go down here. Li Minutes didn't think there was anything that could prevent Sun Simiao from being here, so he said again, Sun Zenran, wait and leave. I still have some things to say. You are all right while you listen. Sun Simiao had to answer and stay. Tell me, what's the matter there? Minister of the ministry said, just now, I saw the eldest grandson Shun sneaking away to Anhuman and gave a stranger a bottle. The bottle seems to be ours. Collected cowpox. As soon as these words came out, Li Minutes immediately searched. Then the result is known. His Royal Highness, he said directly, this guy. He dared to steal my cowpox liquid. He really dared to do it. Isn't he afraid that there will be a problem with the vaccination? After saying this, the Minister of the Ministry of Housing and Sun Simiao were a little puzzled. The Minister of the Ministry has not given more details. How does Li Minutes know? At the same time, a worker suddenly trotted in to report. Mr. Zilli, it's not good. When we were operating just now, we found that our cowpox liquid was missing a bottle. The serial number is 17. Did the eldest grandson Shund appear just now? The worker should immediately say, yes. Sun Simiao was shocked. He had one more understanding of Li Minutes. The master of foreseeing the future. Mr. Zilli is really clever. Li Minutes said, I don't think this person is a good person. He actually dares to do such a detrimental thing. You have to talk to him about the minister of the ministry. Li Minutes said so, and everyone was tacit. The he in whose mouth is Li Shimin. Tobu Shiru nodded yes. I will send someone to the palace to talk to His Majesty about this. Speaking of the situation in the palace, Li Minutes asked again. How is the situation in the East Palace? Is there any news coming back? What about him? He got smallpox too. Tobu Shiru was halfway through. Li Minutes wanted to search, but he especially wanted to know whether Li Chenqian was still alive in the end. I searched more. Then he said, this guy has a really big life. Mr. Zilli means that His Royal Highness will live. Li Minutes did not respond. But it's already the default. That, Your Majesty. He also said, what did he say? Said he wanted you to prepare a prescription for His Royal Highness. No, that kid won't die. Li Minutes directly refused. Prescribing medicine to Li Chenqian is a waste. Not taking medicine is just a little bit more painful. Sun Simiao was stunned, not expecting that Li Minutes and Li Chenqian could not get along so well. Generally speaking, my elder brother is ill, and as a younger brother, you reading www.uukansu.com should at least be concerned, but he simply refused to give him the drug. Go back and tell him that Li Chenqian won't die. Well, go ahead. I still have something to talk to Sun Zenran. Then Sun Zenran, can you provide some medicine? Sun Zenran is also free. Let's go. Li Minutes didn't want to say too much. Directly blasted the Minister of the Ministry away. The Minister of the Ministry could only sigh and leave the room. He ordered people to go to the Tji Palace. Li Shimin was quite shocked by this. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time chapter 262. I refuse to prescribe medicine to the prince. The reading record. You can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time. Chapter 263 Joking with Life. Find the latest chapter in the first rebellion novel of the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin put down his chopsticks. In the Lising Hall of Tji Palace, how long will this situation last? There are so many fewer types of food in the palace, because Chainan City was closed. Some dishes could not come in at all. There is also fear that the dishes will be contaminated, and there are very few people who can eat them. So Li Shimin eats less. He didn't know how long the situation would continue. Empress Zhangsan and concubine Yang were on the side. Empress Zhangsan said, come on. Li Minutes said, he is speeding up the defense against smallpox. It will be enough in a few days. Now Li Minutes has the final say. Concubine Yang said, my poor child, resisted the responsibilities of adults. Poor. There. Greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. What she said made Li Shimin feel very guilty. But Li Shimin's face is very thick. He didn't care what concubine Yang said. Li Shimin said at this time, is there any news about Li Minutes now, or is it from Unlefang? The eunuch came to report. I have already sent someone to check. I should be back at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, another eunuch came. Your Majesty, there is news from Anlifang. Oh, hurry up, Li Shimin said excitedly. Empress Zhangsan and concubine Yang listened quietly. The eunuch said, there are a few things. What's the matter? Tell me quickly. First, the sixth prince led the civil and military officials to collect cowpox liquid together, said that this is the key point to eliminate smallpox, use it to infect normal people the body. The sixth prince calls it vaccination. This method has to be promoted to the entire Tang dynasty. How to inoculate cowpox? Li Shimin heard a little strange, but his focus was not there. Instead, he said, huh? Why haven't I heard that cowpox can cure diseases? Can it eliminate smallpox? I haven't heard of it because I haven't done it before. Now, the traditional method can't control the epidemic at all. I heard that the sixth prince set an example. He was vaccinated first, and then went to Anlifang. I didn't see him infected, so it proved to be feasible. Concubine Yang heard this. Li Minutes himself became a guinea pig. My poor child. This behavior is comparable to a saint. Li Shimin didn't speak. Queen Chengsun said, Li Minutes' behavior is too risky. Although we do not advocate his behavior, I am shocked by his courage. Royal Tang should take responsibility. That's right. If you try this when your safety is unknown, it would be a joke. Li Shimin said, Then let's wait and see his results. If it can be cured, it must spread to the palace first, and spread to the entire chain and the Tang dynasty. Let people no longer be invaded by smallpox. As long as Li Minutes succeeded, Li Shimin first one wants to try. The people can fall, but the ruler of a country cannot fall, and he's had enough of this life. He's going to get his old life back. Empress Zhangsun asked, what about the second thing? The second thing is, the little one dare not say it, for fear of offending others. Their eunuch was a little afraid to say it. He looked at Empress Chengsun. Li Shimin knew that this matter had something to do with Empress Chengsun, but he still said, what's the matter? Tell me. I'm here. No one dares to make things difficult for you. Zhang Sunshun stole a bottle of cowpox liquid and made a lot of money from trading with others. Li Shimin jumped into a fury as soon as he said this. You bastard. What a bastard. How dare you do such a thing? I'm so pissed off. Li Shimin was very angry. Empress Chengsun on the side was a little embarrassed, but she still said, regarding this matter, no matter who makes a mistake, they should be punished. She was a statement. No matter what, she won't intervene. Then Li Shimin is welcome. Although a bottle of cowpox liquid is not very valuable, but what is used to save lives is priceless. So, Li Shimin directly ordered, come here, send the eldest grandson Shun directly to the prison. Wait for the trial, he said. But the eunuch said, no one in Anlifang is coming out now. I'm afraid this can't be done. Li Shimin thought for a while, then put it directly in the prison of Anlifang. When the smallpox is over, I will personally judge him. Ask him why he did what he did. If you want to punish a person, you are afraid that there is no way? Li Shimin is more than a method. Yes, there. Eunuch took the order, and the eldest grandson Shund knew it was great. Is there a third thing? Concubine Yang asked proactively. She wanted to know a little more about Li Minutes. Back to Concubine Yang. Yes. What is that? About His Royal Highness, he said. Li Shimin was shocked. By the way, Gainer got smallpox, and I also asked the Minister of the Household to ask Li Minutes to get the medicine. But this, Li Shimin was very depressed about Li Chengqian's dying of smallpox, because he is the first child of Empress Chengsun, and he is very fond of him. Therefore, when Li Chengqian fell ill, Empress Chengsun kept coming over and begging him to save him. He is also very upset. It was only then that he sent people to beat Li Minutes to ask for a prescription. The sixth prince refused to provide it, said it was unnecessary, said the eunuch. Li Shimin felt incredible. Anyway, Gainer is also his older brother, so he will die. How can this be done? Li Minutes and Li Chengqian have always had a conflict. Think about it from another perspective. If Li Minutes was ill, Li Chengqian would not rescue him. Regarding the contradiction between the two, both women have something to say. Concubine Yang said, perhaps Yaina has his own considerations. What did he say? Empress Chengsun is also not calm. This child is too impetuous, otherwise, I'll talk to him. She wanted to go out in person, but it was stopped by Li Shimin. There is still smallpox there now. If you go there, what if you get sick? Empress Zhangsun said, I am willing to do this for the sake of the child. Li Shimin was speechless. The eunuch immediately said, the sixth prince said something else. The three asked at the same time, what did you say? Said, that kid can't die. Can't die? Is this a prophecy? After the three of them heard it, they didn't know whether to be happy or depressed. Then the eunuch said, everything that the sixth prince said will be fulfilled. So the little one thought that he must think that His Royal Highness will endure, and he will recover. So he did not prescribe medicine, said the eunuch. This remark made Empress Chengsun soften a little. But she also asked, what if Sun Zhenren is allowed to open? The sixth prince won't let it. He refused to let Sun Semiao open. Li Shimin's actions made Li Shimin and Empress Chengsun angry. But Yang felt very comfortable. Forget it. I'll just trust him once. Li Shimin had no choice but to trust Li Minutes. At this time, he was even more unable to control what Li Yan did. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time. Chapter 263 is a joke. The reading record, you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 264 about Lee Minutes making money. About Lee Minutes' use of cowpox as a method to eliminate smallpox. It quickly spread throughout China, and even people in the entire Tang dynasty heard about it. People have mixed opinions about his treatment. Some even started to slander Lee Minutes. Trying to bring a rhythm makes people misunderstand Lee Minutes and prevent him from executing. They even started to organize a large number of people to protest in the north of Anlifang. All these people were not wearing masks. It's too dangerous to do so. They gathered together. He waved a flag in his hand to protest what Lee Minutes had done. The news reached Lee Minutes' ears. What? There are people gathering in the north of Anlifang. They haven't worn masks yet. How dangerous is this? And now that the smallpox virus has not been eliminated, they dare to come out. What is the ban? Let General Cheng come and drive them back. Lee angry. These people are really too pedantic. The Minister of Hubu said, the people seem to be protesting your use of cowpox liquid. These people. No, I have to persuade them. Lee Minutes heard that. So he got up. Sun Simiao followed and said, the old man is also with me. Maybe it's useful. He wondered why people would do this, and it would not benefit them at all. At this time, you should keep yourself safe, instead of running around and making epidemic prevention difficult. It has to be well educated. Okay, there. To set off with some people. When they arrived, they discovered that Wang Gui was present among the organizers. This guy is really disturbing. With his participation, everything becomes more understandable. Wang Gui stood at the front and shouted loudly. Zili disregarded the safety of the people and forcibly extracted the venom of the sick cows and treated them. Such behaviors that are devoid of conscience are not tolerated by the way of heaven. He used it as an introduction to medicine. So we want to exterminate all the people of the Tang dynasty. We must rise up and resist. We must not let him succeed. This guy is really annoying. The people he led directly listened to his words and began to oppose everything Lee Minutes did. There are even people trying to break through the isolation. They want to enter the Anlifang. All of this was completely unexpected to Lee Minutes. Others said, we want freedom. We don't want to isolate. We want to live. We want to live. Trapped at home, we can't do anything at all. We can't even do business. And we are losing money. Here, Lee Minutes probably understood why Wang Gui would have people come over. Some of these people must be from aristocratic families, and others are businessmen. Because everyone has been self-isolating for the past few days, they have no business. Without business there is no money. If it's one or two people, it's nothing special. But for the family, this is not the case. The money they lose a day is more than half of the entire chain and income. This is an indirect blow to the family. Lee Minutes didn't think about it. It's cool though. But it also made other people rich. That is, vegetable farmers, whose vegetable business suddenly became better. There is also Lee Minutes Shengteng Express, which directly opens the express delivery at this time, which solves the inconvenience for people. It can be said that in the entire Chainan city, only Shengteng Group is making money, and everyone is losing money. Even Li Shimingwen's tax for a day in Chainan city was directly reduced to less than 10% of the original. This percentage is still contributed by Shengteng Group. Li Shimin's heart is really bleeding. But then again, isn't life more important in the face of plague? Without life, what is the use of their money? If someone is causing trouble, it must be calmed down, otherwise it will affect other people. If some unreasonable people join in, there will be a riot. So Lee Minutes stood up. Wang Gui, what are you doing? Lee Minutes shouted. But Wang Gui said, I'm complaining about the people's injustice. What he said, he wanted to put people in deep danger. Lee Minutes said directly to the people, you are being treated as spearmen by Wang Gui. He is killing you and wants you to die. Do you think freedom is really that important? Without life, there is nothing. Wang Gui, but he responded loudly, nonsense. You are just talking nonsense. I am seeking justice for the common people and businessmen. Zili, you must be the story. In the entire Chainan city, Only you Shengtang Group is making money, while everyone is in losing money. Speaking of money, Lee Minutes smiled. The money that Shengtang Group earns is hard-earned money. If you want to earn it too, welcome to join. People are alive, and there are thousands of ways to make money. It depends on whether you know how to earn or not. If you don't encounter difficulties, just come and find them. Trouble. Nonsense. It's just nonsense. Wang Gui couldn't listen. Don't listen to his nonsense. Everyone, we must seek justice today. Otherwise, this matter will never end. I think you are acting selfishly. You know, you have lived through smallpox and will no longer be affected by smallpox. And most of these people behind you don't have it. Have you told them? Lee Minutes' words made some people in the back scared, because they have also heard that people who have had smallpox, you reading www.uukanzu.com, will not have it again. Otherwise Lee Minutes and the others will not live well. There are Lee Minutes plus civil and military officials. So many people stayed there for a few days, but nothing happened. I wanted to put pressure on it, but now it seems that someone has been used as a gun. But people still don't believe it. Sun Simiao also came out and said, the old man can testify. Mr. Zilli is true. Everyone, go back. Don't stay here. The plague in Anlifang has not been lifted. If you stay here, I'm afraid it will affect the whole chain an epidemic. As soon as Sun Simiao's words came out, everyone was blown up. Because of Sun Simiao's words, everyone still believed it, and his identity as the king of medicine was there. So, they defected directly. Wang Shizhong, we believe you so much. Why are you hiding it? Aren't you putting us in danger? Wang Gui said, don't listen to his nonsense. No, you have smallpox. This is a fact. Don't you dare to admit it. Also, I let you go all the way to Anlifang, but you escaped and put people's lives at risk. You are a poor parental official. Lee Minutes said directly. The parade directly divided opinion. They made a fuss and made the people who wanted to join their parade retreat directly. Wang Gui, you scoundrel. Suddenly, someone in the crowd moved his hand directly at Wang Gui. Some who ran slowly were surrounded. The man punched Wang Gui directly. The error-free chapters of the first trouble of the Tang dynasty will continue to be updated on the new novel network. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend new ones. If you like Datang's #1 Rebel, please collect it. The new update of Datang's #1 Rebel is the fastest. Chapter 265 Arrest for Lao Tzu. Find the latest chapter in the first rebellion novel of the Tang dynasty. With a bang, Wang Gui was punched. Facing such an angry person, Wang Gui was unable to fight back for a while. He is so old, and he still can't handle it. Suddenly, several young adults around him rushed out. Pinning the man to the ground was a slap in the face. Someone shouted, they are from the Wang family. We were really fooled. Hit them, hit them! Exclamation mark. Don't let them run away. For a moment, the scene was in chaos. Lee Minutes just watched without any intention of stopping him. Suddenly, an army appeared from a distance. Stop it for Lao Tzu. Now that the quarantine is implemented, you come out to fight, and Lao Tzu will arrest you. Some shrewd people listened and looked at it. Immediately blast away. When Lee Minutes saw the visitor, it was Cheng Yojin. He appeared on a horse. This guy came at the right time. Come here later. Wang Gui may be beaten into a pig's head. However, due to the contradiction between the two, Cheng Yojin must be very funny when he sees Wang Gui. As predicted, Cheng Yojin took a closer look and saw Lee Minutes first. Then, looking at Wang Gui again, he was standing there with a bruised face. Mr. Zilli, what's going on here? These people gather in a crowd to make trouble. They don't obey the control. Lee Minutes said briefly. Cheng Yojin understands. In front of me, you dare to gather a crowd to make trouble. Needless to say, you must be the one taking the lead. Cheng Yojin's horse had already arrived in front of Wang Gui, and the horse's breath sprayed directly into Wang Gui's face. Wang Gui was silent. Cheng Yojin smiled. Are you afraid you won't speak? Don't admit it. I'm not making trouble. I'm just asking for justice. What happened to that face? Could it be that you beat yourself up? Cheng Yojin must have thought that Wang Gui's face was beaten by Li Minutes in this way. He was very relieved. But unfortunately not. No comments. Interesting. Someone. Yes. Then arrest all these troublemakers and send them to the prison. If you don't believe me, I can't handle you, Cheng Yojin ordered. Cheng Zaiji. Do you dare? Wang Gui shouted. Why don't you dare? The emperor made a mistake and shared the same crime with the common people. Not to mention you. Take it away. After that, someone detained Wang Gui and others directly, and waited for Cheng Yojin to go back together. A fuss just stopped. Li Minutes went on to say, Uncle Cheng, you must talk to him about this. Otherwise some people will be out of control. You have to take good care of them. These things can't be counted as such. Don't worry, he was sent to the heavenly prison. Do you think he would come out so easily? Cheng Yojinxi smiled. It seems that he went here this time to torture Wang Gui. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of Li Minutes? Worry about yourself? Then this has nothing to do with Li Minutes. As long as you borrow the hands of others and teach these unsightly guys a good lesson, that's fine. He doesn't want to care. That's great. He'll go back first. Come back and tell me the result. Now that the vaccination was about to start, Li Minutes wasted some time in order to deal with it. Wait. What's the matter? Your mother asked me to tell you to be careful. Don't worry, I'm fine. You go back to her. Cheng Yojin got the order and was about to go back. Suddenly, a carriage appeared, and many people were coming here. Such a battle was even more vicious than before. This made Cheng Yojin order directly, stay ready. When people approached, everyone was wearing masks. It is very different from Wang Gui and others before. At this time, Wang Gui laughed. It seems that it is not only us who are dissatisfied, but even the people in the city. You are finished. Li Minutes frowned. I'm afraid this is not going well. Seeing so many people coming together, if there is a conflict, things may not be good. It wasn't until he saw what was on the carriage that he breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that they didn't come here to make trouble, he said, Mr. Zilli, Zener and son, the old man is polite. He bowed to the two of them. At this time, Wang Gui was puzzled. Look at this situation. Not to make trouble. Otherwise it won't be very polite. Cheng Yojin also let everyone relax their vigilance. Sun Semiao looked at it for a long time, but never saw why. The old man doesn't need to be too polite. What are you doing there? Old man should be the most respected person in this group of people. He said, that's right. Recently, Mr. Zilli has done a lot for the people in order to resist the plague. In addition, the people in the whole Anlifang have been unable to. When we came out, we thought about delivering food and vegetables, so as to do our best to get through this epidemic. I hope you don't dislike it. It turned out to be people with a heart. In Chainan City, there are still people who are devoted to kindness. Unlike Wang Gui and others, who were thinking about killing Li Minutes, Wang Gui is now depressed. It turns out that these people are here to deliver things. I'm not here to make trouble. Compared to them, what I've done is really not on the table. While he was thinking about it, Cheng Yojin did not forget to say, look at people, how grateful they are. And what are you people doing? Every day you think about living for your own interests. Think more about others. He just at training. The person who caused the trouble just now stopped talking. They bowed their heads in shame. After Cheng Yojin finished speaking, he kept looking at Wang Gui. The guy didn't even react at all. Sun Semiao was shocked. But it makes sense. Then I will thank you for the people of Anlifang, Li Minutes said. Then he said, in the future, if your children and relatives can't find something to do, they can go directly to the Shengton group. I can guarantee that you will not be bad. The old man bowed to him again. Good intentions are rewarded. Thank you, Mr. Zilli. If the group needs it, we will go too. People should be grateful for what these people have done. Is a manifestation of kindness. A kind person is exactly the person Li Minutes wants to reuse. In fact, the purpose of their visit was not for the Shengton group, But Lee Minutes said so, and they accepted it. It is their dream to be able to do things in his group. The old man is welcome there. Old man saluted again. Afterwards, he shouted, "You put things into it. Write down the names of these kind people." Yes. Then the group entered the Anlifang. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Uncle Cheng, I'll leave everything to you. I still have something to do. Go ahead. Go. Someone, take all these people away and send them to the prison. Cheng Yojin also left. Lee Minutes returned to the Anlifang. On that day, a huge vaccination started immediately. This vaccination continued until the next day. The next day, just before dawn, Sun Simiao hurried to look for him again. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time. Chapter 265 is Court for Lao Tzu. The reading record, you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time, Chapter 266. It is your honor to follow me. The first trouble of the Tang dynasty. Find the latest chapter. Sun Simiao hurried over. As soon as he came, he said, "Mr. Zilli, the big thing is bad. The big thing is bad." He was very nervous. Lee Minutes motioned for him to relax. "What's the matter? Take it slow. Take it slow. Don't worry." He then said, "Someone had side effects after being vaccinated with cowpox yesterday." Originally, Sun Simiao could cure these side effects, but he didn't understand vaccines, so he come here for help. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so nervous. What are the side effects? Many people have allergy symptoms such as rash, urticaria, erythema, itching, and others have dizziness, lightheadedness, headache, and a heavy head. There are so many side effects all at once. Of course, that is because the population base of vaccination is large. Otherwise there may only be a few sporadic cases. But Lee Minutes said, "This is a normal reaction. Don't panic." Their human immune system has played a role, forming a barrier in the body, so it is quite normal to have these side effects. Is that so? If you want to relieve the medication, what's special about it? About this, you can just use your usual medication. Don't worry. Even some people will not adapt to this vaccine and die, which is normal. There is no drug that is absolutely safe, and there may be some side effects due to personal constitution. There is no vaccine in the world that can protect everyone, and some people's constitution will also cause discomfort, and some serious ones may even lead to death. Sun Simiao expressed understanding. This is normal? The old man has seen many such things. Lee Minutes had said this beforehand. The mortality rate is about 1%. 1 in every 100 people died, and it's normal for hundreds of people to die all over the place. But all this is controllable, at least much better than 20 or 30%. Everyone in Anlifang has been vaccinated, and they just wait for a while, and antibodies will be produced in their bodies. So the next time they encounter the smallpox virus, people will be able to establish immunity. Do you have anything else to do? Lee Minutes asked. Speaking of this, Sun Simiao suddenly thought of something. Yes, many of those patients have recovered after our care, but there are still some people who have suffered misfortune. There is no way to do this, but fortunately, smallpox has been controlled and it has not become popular. Yes, that's it. People are waiting outside, and they want to see you. It's not necessary, and I don't have time. Let them go back, but they must be disinfected when they go home, and all their clothes are burned. Replace them with new ones! Exclamation mark. That's hard work for you. It won't be hard work. It's an honor for this old man to follow Mr. Zilli. You open up the old man's new understanding of medical care. If it's not yours, the old man is still here. You can't make progress behind closed doors. You can't do such a thing with just one person's strength. How could there be so many useful operating standards in ancient times? Sun Zenran, let's work together. Govern the world. Lee Minutes said. Yes, work hard together for the world. Sun Simiao was a little excited. He didn't expect that he would become friends with a young man, still working under him. Learned a lot from him. He didn't think of it at all. Zenzan Sun, did someone send some cowpox powder to the palace? Yes. It's just right for the officials. I also taught them to get vaccinated. That's great. Regarding the palace, Lee Minutes was even more so. Worrying about concubine Yang, he didn't want anything to happen to her. Therefore, the cowpox was also sent to the palace. Hope she gets vaccinated. But if she has it, everyone else will have it. So he also brings it with him. At the same time, Shirutopu walked to the door. Mr. Zilly, he called. Then the old man is leaving first. Sun Simiao saw that the minister of the ministry was coming, and left. Tobu Shiru walked in. What's the matter? It's early in the morning. Well, the civil and military officials asked me to ask a question. Oh, what question? Ask. Can they leave, now that the illness in the entire Anlifang has been solved? Then, you may not be able to use everyone now. These people also accompanied Lee Minutes to do things for so many days. It's almost time to leave, right? Regarding this point, Lee Minutes said, no, not yet. The vaccination has already been received, but the entire Tang dynasty has to start the vaccination. I still need manpower. 5 days later, after 5 days, everyone can go back individually. The 10-day period has not yet passed completely. They want to leave. That was so naive. Especially at this time, it is even more important not to slack off. If there is another outbreak, it will be time-consuming and laborious to find all these people. But everyone is tired. Who isn't tired? Lee Minutes asked back. The minister of the ministry said nothing. Yes, no one can be more tired than Lee Minutes. Others are physically tired, and he has to control the whole from the beginning. Therefore, compared with him, everyone's tiredness is not tired. But what you have done is a great deed for the descendants of Yin. People in the future will honor you. Go on. If anyone has this idea, they can come to me at any time. Lee Minutes had a way to persuade him crowd. If ordinary people said that, they would not be convinced. But Lee Minutes was different. He used to be a prince, and his way of doing things made people feel pressured. It is basically impossible for these people to come to him. However, as long as you survive for 5 days, everyone will be free, can go back again. In any case, even if they go back, there is nothing to do. Moreover, as long as Lee Minutes didn't disinfect them, they wouldn't dare to go anywhere. Going out will only expose your family members to the possibility of contracting smallpox. In addition to Li Shimin's orders, everyone had to listen to Lee Minutes when it came to smallpox. Therefore, everyone will be so obedient. Tobu Shiru just sighed. If so, then the official will retire. Go. When the epidemic is over, I will give each of you a gift. Yes, there. Secretary of the Household Department went out. Can see people outside. All the civil and military officials were outside, looking at their eagerness to return. Lee Minutes said that he could not accommodate. After Shirutopu went out, his expression directly told everyone that everyone could not go back this time. Everyone was a little disappointed. You were reading www.yuukanzu.com. But so what? Don't wait for the minister of the ministry to go out for a long time. He folded back again. Lee Minutes was puzzled. Why did you come back? I said it. You can go back in 5 days. The minister of their ministry said, it's not that, it's something else. Lee Minutes realized that this didn't seem good. What's up? When the minister of the household said something, it made Lee Minutes laugh out loud. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time. Chapter 266 is your honor to follow me reading record. You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 267 Weakening the Power of the Family. What did you say? Really? Are they really outside the Anlifang? Lee Minutes was overjoyed. Yes, the 4 aristocratic families are waiting outside Anlifang, saying they want to meet you. It's interesting. Lee Minutes already knew. What are the people of these 4 aristocratic families doing here? Because Ching Shun gave the cowpox liquid to the 4 of them, and they got the benefits, but unfortunately they didn't get the benefits. In the end, they were really stupidly vaccinated. How do you know that these things have not been killed? They are poisonous, and the side effects are very large. There are even some bacteria or other germs in it. Symptoms of shock such as abnormal pulse, rapid pulse, inability to detect pulse, chest pain, dyspnea, pale complexion, cyanosis, hypertension, loss of consciousness, asthma attack, wheezing, coughing, sneezing, incontinence, etc. Some of these symptoms can make people directly hang up. Otherwise, Lee Minutes would not be killed because the mortality rate without inactivation is still too high. But these symptoms are not incurable. They can still rely on their own immunity to resist the past. And these people are here to ask for themselves. Since it is to beg yourself, then everything is much easier. Let them stay a little longer, Lee Minutes said. Tobushiro was puzzled. Why do this? But Lee Minutes thought, let them hang out for a while and let them know that stealing things is unforgivable. This is what they asked for. Lee Minutes had reason to believe that the person they vaccinated first must be the key person, so there is no need to rush to treat them. But it's alright, I still have something to deal with. Just let them wait a little longer, they won't die. How important are their own affairs? What I am facing is the entire Anlafang and the vaccination arrangements for the entire Chainan city. Not to be sloppy. And the amount of cowpox has been used up to 7 or 8, and people have to be organized to collect it. That's it. When Lee Minutes left them dry all morning, until noon, the minister of the ministry finally couldn't bear it anymore, and he rushed over in a hurry. If he doesn't come again, he will be driven crazy. They even thought about bribing the household servant. If Lee Minutes hadn't said it, he might have accepted it. He trotted over. Mr. Zilli, you must meet them. They have been pestering me. Lee Minutes looked at the sky. Okay. It's almost time to meet them. Then he walked out with Xrengai. When they reached the border, only 100 people were waiting in front of them anxiously. A lot of people had some reactions. It's called self-inflicted. Isn't it good to wait for the vaccination? It's not that they don't get vaccinated. More haste, less speed. These people choose to eat hot tofu. The arrival of Lee Minutes lifted everyone's spirits. It's Mr. Zilli. He's here. Wang Yang ran ahead. He was very excited. At the same time, there were many pockmarks on his face. Behind him are Lu Chun, Li Erhu, and Zheng Guan, who are also in bad shape. Then the people in the back also gathered around. But now there are many officers and soldiers in front of them. These people can only wait outside, but can't go in. Mr. Zilli, please save us, Wang Yang said first. This old guy, who is usually so arrogant, now has to beg himself. Naturally, Lu Chun and the other three were also indispensable for begging themselves. Face them so begging. Lee Minutes deliberately pretended not to know. What about you? Did you have smallpox? Come on, isolate them all. Don't let them go, he said. But it shocked everyone. No, that's not the case when we've been vaccinated with cowpox. No smallpox. No, Wang Yang said quickly. Cowpox liquid. Where did it come from? Wang Yang said directly, we heard that Mr. Zilli got it from cows, and then we also learned. He dared not say that it was stolen by the eldest grandson shunned, because so said that Lee Minutes would definitely not help them. Don't lie, tell the truth. Otherwise, the gods won't be able to save you, Lee Minutes said. Wang Yang and others could not hide it. Suddenly, Wang Yang said directly, it was Lu Chun who did it, and he asked Chen Sun Shund to steal it. It's none of our business, he said later, the lower his voice. Lu Chun was not happy. Well, you Wang Yang, I didn't want you to get vaccinated as soon as possible, but you confessed me, it's none of your business. I am kind to you, but you are treating you like a donkey's liver and lungs. We won't do this either. We're all fine, it's all because of the vaccination. Do you still have a conscience? My Lu family wants to quit the Chainan Chamber of Commerce. Lu Chun was angry. Especially in this case, Wang Yang sold Lu Chun directly. This time, there will be a gap between the two. Li Erhu and Zheng Guan were silent. Just watch the two arguing. Now they don't know who to help, not anyone. Finally, they had to come forward to adjust. Don't be arguing, it's important to heal. It's important to heal. Li Erhu said. Zheng Guan also said, yeah, Today's plan is to seek the right way from Mr. Zilly. It's pointless for you to keep arguing like this. www.uukanzu.com. It's all because of Lu-chan. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be like this. Would we? HMPH. Why didn't you talk about it when you were vaccinated at the time? You only talk about it now when there is a problem, and I don't know. Okay. Many people in our Lu family also won the bid! Exclamation mark there. Two were arguing. In the end there was no reason to argue. They finally realized that there was no way to quarrel anymore. All shut up. Lee Minutes watched from the side. Unexpectedly, because of the smallpox incident, the power of the aristocratic family was weakened. Also let Chain and Chamber of Commerce have one less home. In this way, there are only 3. He just watched silently. Wait until they finish. Wang Yang and Lu-chan also realized that arguing could not solve the problem. Therefore, the two did not quarrel. He turned to Li Yan. Mr. Zilly, do you think we can cure our disease, no matter how much money it takes? Wang Yang said in a sullen voice. At this time, in order to survive, he can do anything, as long as Lee Minutes is willing to cure him. Well, it's a little troublesome. Lee Minutes was halfway through speaking, making everyone panic. How is that? Don't speak half of it. The crowd was almost panicked. It's not impossible. Li Yan's words gave them hope. Anyway, hope for the best. So everyone rejoiced. But then Lee Minutes wouldn't give them too much ease. He had to trick them. The error-free chapters of the first trouble of the Tang dynasty will continue to be updated on the new novel network. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend new ones. If you like Tang's #1 Rebel, please collect it. The new update of Tang's #1 Rebel is the fastest. Chapter 268 Shibbolai. The first rebellion novel of the Tang dynasty. Find the latest chapter. P.S. Today is the 5th update. Please order all. Ask for a monthly pass. Thank you all for your support. I can promise to treat you. However, it depends on your sincerity. In fact, the so-called treatment is just to give them some relief of heat clearing and anti-fire medicine, and it really depends on their own resistance. Lee Minutes would not tell them about this. Even if they don't treat it, they will be fine. At most, some people have bad skin. It's normal to have a reaction. Not to die but to live, and not many to die. There may be 1 or 2. And he looks at these people like this, and they will not die. It is they who scare themselves. But since they want to beg themselves, he has no reason not to help. But this help also needs some benefits. Wang Yang said first, if Mr. Zilly is willing to help us, I am willing to pay 100,000 tals of silver. Their reason why they are so eager is because the vaccine is from Lee Minutes, so it is right to find him for the side effects. They have also seen other Langs Hong. When those people saw them like this, they were immediately scared away. Where can I help them? Watch. I dare not, for fear of being infected. Therefore, all they can find is Lee Minutes. Even if Lee Minutes took so long to come out, they didn't have any complaints. More like seeing a savior. My Lu family can also give out 100,000 tals. 100,000 tals. The Li family can do it too. The Zheng family can do it too. In order to cure disease, they can do whatever they want. A mere 100,000 is nothing. That was simply too good. Kneel down. Lee Minutes said only 2 words. People thought they had heard it wrong. But until he grimaced. Do you want me to say it a second time? Everyone realized that he was really here. These 4 families, you look at me, I look at yours. I don't know why. It seems that you have no sincerity at all. After Lee Minutes finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. That's what he meant by sincerity. What is a request? That is to lower your body and ask for it, instead of being high above, thinking that having money is great. Wang Yang screamed in fright. We kneel. We kneel. Wang Yang knelt down first, then 100 people fell to their knees directly. Ha ha ha. Lee Minutes laughed. This smile made the 100 people very embarrassed. They are so grown up, and they rarely kneel with others, let alone kneel to a teenager. Everyone felt very embarrassed, because he has medicine can cure them. Some people want to slap themselves a few times because they are so impulsive. Why should they be vaccinated? And then, is there any other sincerity? Lee Minutes then asked. He saw the sincerity. So the next thing to talk about is the interest. My Wang family is willing to pay 100,000 tals of silver and ask Mr. Zilli to give him a son. Wang Yang said, keeping his attitude very low. Lee Minutes laughed. As for the three families of Lu, Li, and Zheng, it is even more so. Fortunately, the Kui family quit, otherwise the Kui family would also be among them. Not enough, 200,000 tals per family, promise. I'll write down. The medicine will cure disease. Since they dared to steal their own results, don't blame themselves for being rude. His lion opened his mouth, causing the four families to be very angry. But they were at fault first. Who told them not to wait for the vaccine to come out? Who is to blame for being eager for success? What are the difficulties? If there are difficulties, then forget it. I have nothing to lose. Lee Minutes laughed. At this time, Wang Yang agreed directly. Okay, 200,000 tals. That's 200,000 tals. I'm out. As for the other three, they could only keep up a total of 800,000 tals. Just fill in the money that Shengteng Group has paid in recent times. In other words, Lee Minutes didn't spend a penny in the treatment of smallpox this time, and even made a little money. Of course, this profit was obtained from the family. Very good. I see your sincerity. Now each family has written an IOU, and when the money is in place, the IOU will be returned. It is not realistic to ask them to prepare so much money now, and I have no time to play with them. And I was afraid that they would not be able to speak, so I said so. Write down the IOU. Next, let's talk about Fang Tsai. The four were helpless and could only write an IOU. Then it was given to Lee Minutes. Some people say whether to take advantage of the loopholes, but in front of the first talent, they dare not play word games and can only write down honestly. Lee Minutes laughed while holding the IOU. Afterwards, he wrote more than a dozen recipes. A few things are noted above: headache, chest pain, difficulty breathing, coughing, sneezing, incontinence, etc. Each of these recipes is different, but the main medicine is the same. It is nothing more than a heat-clearing and detoxifying drug. It is also a very common drug. He also did it because he wanted them to feel that the money was worth it, because there are so many recipes. Finally, Lee Minutes finished writing the recipe. Then Wang Yang raised his hand to take it. Wait, Mr. Zilli. Is there only one prescription for this? Lu Chun asked suddenly. That's right, one prescription can cure your illness. Do you want to write 2 copies? Lee Minutes saw Lu Chun's embarrassment. If this recipe is taken by Wang Yang, how can he get it back? If it is in Lu Chun's hands, Wang Yang can't get it either. But all this seems to have nothing to do with themselves. However, in order to turn against Lu Chun, the contradiction between the two parties was intensified. He threw the recipe directly to Lu Chun. This made Wang Yang very depressed, while Lu Chun was overjoyed and cast a grateful look at Lee Minutes. If it was really in Lu Chun's hands, then Wang Yang would have to ask him to give it. Otherwise, it will be obtained through Li Erhu and Zheng Guan. But if it is in Wang Yang's hands, Lu Chun is afraid that he will be controlled by others again. Regarding this matter, Wang Yang was very dissatisfied. Mr. Zilli, you can't do this. Are you teaching me to do things? Li Yan's face darkened. Don't dare. Then it's okay. The recipe is also given. You can make the medicine yourself. If you don't understand, ask me again. The money must be in place as soon as possible. I'm not afraid that you won't give it, because some people may need to be treated after taking these medicines. Besides, I only recognize the recipes I wrote, not the ones I copied. Lee Minutes was not afraid that they would be fooled, but they were even more afraid. After all, the court is very tough in handling it, especially the treatment of the family is more strict. After finishing, he went to Anlifang. Leaving the crowd to wait, they directly grabbed the recipe there. This time, it can be regarded as intensifying the contradiction between the 4 families, especially the 2 Wangla families. The more so, Lee Minutes said, the better. He just needs to sit and watch the tiger fight. Although the last of them copied a copy letter, everyone wanted the original manuscript. for fear that someone copied a word wrong. This is a prescription, no joke. Let them fight in the future. It is best to fight to the death and die, and then radiate to other parts of the Tang dynasty, so that the major families are at odds. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 268 is incompatible first update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time, find the latest chapter in the first rebellion novel of the Tang dynasty. A large number of imperial physicians came in and out of the Taikai palace. They are vaccinating the concubines. The concubines were also talking and laughing. Among them are concubine Yin, concubine Y, concubine Yanda, concubine Yang, etc. Of course, Empress Changsun is also indispensable. Yin first said, "Thanks to Yana this time. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been able to defeat smallpox. We can get this vaccine." Not so relaxed anymore. Concubine Y said, "No, it's all because concubine Yang has such a good son. She can really give birth." Concubine Yang felt a little embarrassed. "This is what he should do. You are all his elders," she said. But concubine Yanda said, "There is no right or wrong in this matter. He is willing to stand up, and he is already very courageous. The whole Tang dynasty is afraid that there will be no other young man like him, even an adult. There are not many." After she finished speaking, she went to Queen Chengsun again and said, "Empress, do you think so?" Queen Chengsun was on the side, just smiling gracefully, until all the concubines are vaccinated. Yang took out a few pieces of paper and said, "Okay, here are the precautions, you all take a copy back, saying that there will be some side effects. If there are side effects, there are prescriptions for the right medicine. Remember, stay, you need a lot of rest." A few people happily held the paper and said, "Thank you, concubine Yang." Unexpectedly, what Li Minutes thought was really thoughtful, and everyone was overjoyed. "Then let's leave first." Then the three of them left. After they left, Empress Zhangsun suddenly asked, "Concubine Yang, have other concubines also been vaccinated?" Concubine Yang said, "I have been vaccinated, and as soon as the vaccine comes, I will let the eunuchs in the palace issue it, and all the concubines will also get it at this time." After receiving the news, the vaccinations have also started. There are also large and small ones in the palace, which will also be vaccinated in batches. By the way, there are also officials. They will also be vaccinated in the afternoon. In the morning, they received the vaccine. Li Shimin was the first to be directly vaccinated, followed by Empress Changsun and concubine Yang. After all, the three of them are the most important. One is concubine Yang, Li Minutes' biological mother. These vaccines were specially given to her by Li Minutes. If it weren't for her, they would still count on them. Li Shimin realized that the people he reused were from the aristocratic family, which was very bad. Li Shimin didn't say much about this. After they've been vaccinated, it's everyone else. Well, that's great. At this moment, Li Shimin walked in from outside. I'm so pissed off. He was very angry, and he kept saying angry words. At this time, the two immediately greeted them. "Your Majesty, how are you?" they asked. Then Wang Gui really disappointed me. I haven't asked him to settle the account last time, and this time I took someone to Anlifang to make trouble. I really don't know. What was he thinking? What? Nothing serious. Yesterday, Wang Gui was repaired by Cheng Yojin, and it was not until today that he talked to Li Shimin about what happened yesterday. After beating Wang Gui, Cheng Yojin felt much more refreshed. But it's strange to say that this guy's life is very hard, and it's not a big deal. Seeing Li Shimin so angry, the two felt distressed. "Your Majesty, rest your anger. Wang Gui is a member of the Wang family, maybe there is a relationship." Concubine Yang said, "Looks like it's time to reuse some people who are not from aristocratic families." Yang said again, "Now they talk the most. I am afraid only Lee Minutes. Your Majesty is wise. Minor has talked about the reform of the imperial examinations before. Perhaps more scholars can enter the palace in the coming year. Contribute to the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin didn't want to say more on this issue. Empress Chengsun said, yes, there is a lot of corruption in the palace. It's time to clean up more people. About Chengsun shunned. Once the epidemic is over, I have to try him carefully and ask him why he did this. It's me. The salary given to him is not enough, or does he think he is a relative? But it was. Not only the eldest grandson shunned. When the eldest grandson Wu Ji returned, the whole palace was afraid that it would be turned upside down again. The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, and Chengsun Wuji is also coming back. Li Shimin was very troubled by recent events. The only thing that made him happy was that the smallpox might be under control. But the economy of Datang has also stagnated these days. Another half of the officials were in the Anlifang. His hair was a little whiter. By the way, how is Gainer now? He asked. You can't be optimistic. The high fever will not go away. And your face is full of pockmarks. If this goes on, it will definitely ruin your face. Li Shimin sighed. This child, what do you need to repair? Isn't it because he earned money from the Wang family? Otherwise, there is no money in the treasury to repair him. Concubine Yang said directly. What she said was reasonable. This is the truth. It's all my fault for being too greedy. Otherwise this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. Li Shimin had to say. Then, he said, by the way, regarding the vaccine, I want to directly promote it. Within 2 days, everyone in Chainan City will be vaccinated. Do you have any good suggestions? Chainan City can't go on like this anymore. It is to resume production. Therefore, the vaccine must be received. Otherwise, in a few days, it will be a difficult few days. Empress Chengsun said, on this point, I have to ask Li Mingkai. What will he do? I heard that he once said that the smallpox in Chainan will be eliminated within 10 days, and the smallpox in Datang will be eliminated within 1 month. Halfway through, there are still a few days left, and he may have an idea. Li Shimin thought for a while. By the way, concubine Yang, has he told you? Li Shimin still asked. After all, Li Minutes would talk to concubine Yang about some things. Your Majesty, there is no news about the concubine. Concubine Yang said weakly. Li Shimin laughed dryly. That's right, he is now in Anlifang, and I couldn't get in touch with him. I was abrupt. By the way, the imperial court has spent a lot of money on vaccinations. What do you think about the implementation of free for ordinary people? Li Shimin's smallpox incident. You reading www.uukanzu.com reduced the amount of money in the national treasury again. At the same time, Chainan's tax revenue fell to the bottom. He thought that he could not pay blindly, so he wanted to recover some money, Empress Zhangsun said, I think it is feasible, but the price can't be set too high. Concubine Yang also said that this is feasible. I know this. Then, he said again, let's do it. Fang Xuanling has full authority to deal with it, no matter what the cost. We must resolve the Chainan Danhu issue within a few days. The smallpox. Queen Chengsun said, I can see it. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click favorites below to record this time. Chapter 269 Li Chengqian is about to be disfigured. Second update reading record. Next time open the bookshelf to see it. Chapter 270 Let Li to pay some more money to find the latest chapter. This is the 6th day in Anlifang, and Li Minutes still has 4 days to inoculate the entire Chainan with cowpox. Therefore, he was very busy at this time. Standing beside him were the Minister of the Ministry of Housing and Sun Simiao. The more than 10,000 cows before are not enough. We have to buy some more, otherwise the whole Chainan may not be able to be vaccinated in a short time. This must be done quickly, and strive to outperform smallpox. Li Minutes said. Smallpox in the Anlifang has been brought under control. However, there are sporadic cases elsewhere. If the entire population is immune, the virus has nowhere to hide. There is no need to isolate people. Smallpox will eventually be eliminated. After the completion of Chainan, it will be promoted to the entire Tang dynasty. That's why Lee Minutes was so anxious. Every extra day brings more unforeseen uncertainties, and he wants to eliminate all possible adverse effects. How much more? At least 30,000. If there are 50,000, that would be the best. After the previous cow got cowpox, some of them were too weak and were treated by Lee Minutes. They also healed, and the effect of these cows was equivalent to nothing. Had to sell them. So, he had to add some cows in. Otherwise, the vaccine will not be enough. But the minister of the household had an embarrassed look on his face. Mr. Zilly, you can buy it, but the 800,000 tals have all been spent, so I have to ask your majesty for more money, and it will take several days for the money to come down. Now the epidemic situation in other places is still there. Yes, I'm afraid it won't be possible to get vaccinated in a short period of time. Why don't the Shengtang group pay for it first? There. Minister of the ministry thought so beautifully, but it also showed his sadness. At this time, Li Shimin still hasn't let go of power. Is this guy really afraid that he will spend more of his money? I really don't believe in myself. Speaking of advance payment, it is not impossible. Just need to write an IOU from the Minister of Household. After all, these were originally Li Shimin's affairs. Shengtang Group can't pay. He pays for emergency. Jiangshan is not his own. There is no reason for him to pay again and again to make Li Shimin respected. Therefore, he said, let's do it. Your household department has written the IOU, and I can pay the money. But I have to pay it back in 7 days. There. Minister of Household Department also understood that Lee Minutes was right. After all, once the money is spent, it is equivalent to a waste of water, and the country is not his. He is not a prince. Why? His ability to make a move is also the greatest favor to Tang. What else would you ask for? But such a matter of IOUs is not something that the minister of the ministry can decide alone. He said, I'll go ask the Shangxiu. I'll look for it now. Soon. I'll be back soon. Lee Minutes understood why it wasn't the minister of the household who came to hand over to him, in order to stay there his room. However, Lee Minutes said, he's also true. How could you let someone who can't make decisions around you come here? Lee Minutes was referring to Leah. The more he listened to, the more embarrassed he became. Lee Minutes criticized his emperor in front of him, but he couldn't refute it. In Lee Minutes' opinion, the sooner the better, but they have to delay more and more. This is the blow to the organization. If it is simplified, there is no need to go up level by level. Ask for instructions to go up, and then come down. After a day is gone, go to prepare money, find cattle, and transport the cattle to Chainan City. Vaccinia liquid is also collected, and then inactivated, etc. It takes a lot of time before and after. He simply didn't have time to wait so long. He wants to very quickly solve this problem. So I was very anxious. Mr. Zilly, the lower officials can't help themselves, said the minister of the household. Sun Simiao said, then you can go quickly, there is not much time. Yes, there. Minister of the household said goodbye and left. Watching Mr. Toby go out the door, Lee Minutes went on to say, Sun Zenran, there are millions of people in Chainan City, and we only have 100 or so people who can be vaccinated. Each of them has to receive 10,000 people in a short period of time. I'm afraid it will be very hard. You have a way, get more people involved. The next question is vaccination, which is still serious. Lee Minutes' position is not easy to do. But he didn't flinch. For the Tang dynasty, but also for their own future. The civil and military officials in Anlifang took a day to inoculate the people of Anlifang. The population of the entire Chainan City is probably dozens of times the population of Anlifang. If you are still in the same class, you will be vaccinated. How many people can one person take in a day? There are still 4 days, which is simply not enough. Now it's a race against the smallpox virus. Sun Simiao's face was embarrassed. Sun Simiao said, on this point, I have organized 100 imperial doctors in the palace, plus 300 Langzhong and apprentices in Anlifang, and asked them to join together. A total of more than 500 people should be able to be vaccinated in a few days. The whole people of Chainan City. 500 people. It's still not enough. 1,000 people. Can you, after all, these hundreds of people took him a lot of time. Let this old man think of a way. If necessary, some people can be selected from the Anlifang and they will be vaccinated. Of course, they are paid, and I will give the money according to the standards of the employed workers of Shenton Group. Then, I will calculate with the Minister of the Household. You know better than me about this selection, Lee Minutes said. Sun Simio's selection is definitely no problem. If this is the case, then it is feasible. Compared with paid work is definitely more attractive. It's work. This is what I should do. It's also for the people. The old man will prepare first. Sun Simio was about to go out, but he bumped into the Minister of the Household. He almost fell. If Lee Minutes hadn't stepped forward to support him, Sun Simio might have collapsed. Shenzhenren, I'm sorry. Didn't I hurt you? Why are you so reckless? Lee Minutes blamed. Shirutobu felt embarrassed. Nothing. This old man go first. Sun Simio said. Mr. Zilli, there's something. Tell me. What's the matter? Why Guogong and General Cheng are here, just north of Anlifang. Fang Xuanling and Cheng Yojin came to look for him. Why did they come? What do you want to do? Let them in. Now Anlifang is a pure land. In fact, the restrictions can also be lifted. But in order to prevent population movement, it will cause huge troubles for full vaccination, so he does not want to do it for the time being. On the outside, it is still in an unpredictable state. Yes. After the Minister of the Household went out, he explained one or two things and went to the palace. After a while, Fang Xuanling, Cheng Yojin and Wei Zheng walked in. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record. Chapter 270. Let Lear pay more money. The third update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 271. One knife behind Li 2. Tang's first iniquitous son. Find the latest chapter. As soon as Fang Xuanling came in, he said, Mr. Zilli, long time no see. Wei Zheng also bowed to Lee Minutes. Cheng Yojin walked over and sat down directly. Why are you here this time? Lee Minutes asked directly. These people won't come here to find him without any problems. After all, they are not in the group, and there is nothing to eat and drink to entertain them. Cheng Yojin said first, it's a good thing. Let you quite tell it. Huh? Good thing? Why did Cheng Yojin say it himself? Fang Xuanling had to tell what was going on. That's it. Your Majesty asked me to cooperate with Mr. Zilli to inoculate the entire Chainan and even the people of the Tang dynasty with smallpox. Is this Li Shimin's desire to intervene in the vaccination? Among the things? What kind of good thing is this? Lee Minutes said. This made the three of them a little embarrassed. Wei Zheng said, why isn't this a good thing? It's much better than some people making trouble from it, right? He was referring to the eldest grandson Shund and Wang Gui. They are indeed thorns, but Lee Minutes can handle it. No, this time your Majesty heard that you have brought the smallpox under control here. Longyin is delighted. Cheng Yojin said, whether Li Shimin is happy or not, what does it have to do with himself? It's his business that he's happy, so what has it got to do with me? These words made everyone even more depressed. If he is really interested, he doesn't have to send someone who can't be the master to me. I want to get money and go through his review. Lee Minutes expressed his dissatisfaction. Even if you make an IOU, you have to go down one level at a time. It really didn't do that well. Fang Xuanling asked, what's the matter? Lee Minutes then explained the matter with the Minister of the Household. Talk about what you need. Fang Xuanling patted his chest and said, not this time. Now I am solely responsible for this matter. How much do you want? Just say it directly, and I will guarantee it. 1 million? Or that much money? Huh? Unexpectedly, Fang Xuanling's spirit is still good. Wei Zheng also said, I'm not happy about this process. I'll go back and read a book. Please, Your Majesty, simplify the organization. Wei Zheng's words were very direct, and Li Shimin had to listen. After all, he is also for the Tang dynasty, and what he said is very reasonable. Wai Zheng is also one of the few who dare to confront Li Shimin's existence. What Li Shimin does has nothing to do with him. What he cares about is, can the money really come down? Okay, then I want 1 million tals. I want it now. 1 million tals. This number is not small. Fang Xuanling wanted to take back what he just said. Cheng Yojin suddenly asked, the 800,000 tals have been spent. Where does the money go? 800,000 tals are a lot in the eyes of others, but they are over in just a few days. But in Li Minutes' view, it is very little. But when Cheng Yojin said this, Li Minutes was very upset. Did I even swallow your money? What are you talking about? My prosperous Tang group has spent 300,000 tals, and the imperial court only spent 800,000 tals. He won't be in pain, right? How could a huge imperial court actually be in pain for so little money? Li Minutes said he was very puzzled. The words made the three of them embarrassed, and also received the envy of everyone's talent. Unexpectedly, in less than half a year, a sixth prince went from penniless to now worth millions of tals. That is simply not a human being. Xrengai, Yuan Dangang, Sun Semiao and others were all subdued by him. More than that, they also heard that the world's heroes and people with lofty ideals are coming to Chainan. Even all the talented women wanted to come to Chainan to see Li Minutes. His popularity is probably second only to Li Shimin. I don't mean that, I mean the money is too wasteful. Cheng Yojin immediately corrected his words, because it made Li Minutes angry. Why didn't he think about it? The people he was facing were in units of 10,000, not a few hundred people. If a few hundred people are really only 800,000 tals. If there is doubt, there is more to say. Uncle Cheng, why do I think you're saying I'm corrupt? No, I don't mean that. How is it possible? Both Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling have financial relationships with them. Forgive me, he didn't dare to say so. Mr. Zilli, General Cheng's temper is so straight. You don't mind. I don't mind. But this money is also managed by the Ministry of Household. They understand better. Besides, I don't need to be greedy for this money. If I really want to be greedy, why should I risk my life to come here? Yes, I was wrong. I apologize. It's my mouth. Cheng Yojin said. He is too difficult. Everything is because of his own mouth. Be careful in the future. Li Minutes' attitude shocked the three of them. Fang Xuanling asked weakly at this time, 1 million tals. What are you going to do with this money? He thought that Li Minutes would be mad, but he didn't want to, but he looked embarrassed. This million, if it is not in place today, then it is impossible for the people of Chainan to get vaccinated in a short period of time. The longer this smallpox is delayed, the worse it will be. I'll go to recruit. Fang Xuanage said immediately, and just as he was about to go out, he turned back. I don't know, which aspect is more urgent. I can put the money first. Buy 30,000 cows first. It's better to be 50,000. Li Minutes said. Cow? Fang Xuanling looked a little puzzled. This made Li Minutes feel a little strange. What's wrong with the cows? I remembered. 50,000 cows were brought in from the Turks a few days ago, and now they are in the West Cowshed. Why did the Turks send the cows? Li Minutes asked curiously. Wai Zheng said instead of Fang Xuanling at this time, Mr. Zilli, you don't know that your majesty ordered the production of colored glaze some time ago, and these colored glazes were used for trade with the Turks. Li Minutes heard this. Li Shimin can do this really well. He had only done business with the Turks before. Unexpectedly, he secretly stepped in and traded with the Turks himself. This guy has a really bad heart. He just said, why didn't he hear any news from the Turks? Oh, I don't know about this matter. Fang Xuanling saw Li Minutes' displeasure. He hurriedly said, this is not our responsibility. I only found out a few days ago. Otherwise, you would have known it. He seemed to be afraid of Li Minutes' anger. Explained immediately. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Forget it. He can do whatever he wants. Li Shimin stabbed in the back, making people despise. The three were a little embarrassed. Stop talking about this. You gather all the cows together. Li Minutes had no choice but to order. He wanted to infect other cows quickly. and then get vaccinia liquid from the cows, and before that, the previous cows could get some more. Okay, he'll deal with it and transfer the money. After Fang Xuanling finished speaking, he withdrew, but not long after, he came back, his face full of shock. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 271 A Knife Behind Li 4th update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 272 Being blocked and unable to go out. After Fang Xuanling went out, Cheng Yojin and Wei Zheng were unmoved. They did not mean to leave. Are you two okay? Then Cheng Yojin said, yes, Your Majesty asked me to take the eldest grandson Shund back to the palace and hand it over to Zongxing Temple for disposal. Zongxing Temple is in charge of royal affairs, manage the genealogy of the royal family, clan, and relatives, and guard the royal mausoleum and temple. It is up to them to deal with this matter, and the eldest grandson Shund is afraid that it will not end well. After all, this institution is an existence that the 6 relatives do not recognize. Once in, it's hard to get out. This guy was so irritating that he stole a bottle of vaccine from himself. However, if it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be making a fortune from the 4 major families. It's a blessing in disguise. Even if he did his own good, he still had to be punished properly. He's in the dungeon. You just go and catch him, Li Minutes said. Then suddenly remembered someone. How is Wang Gui now? Cheng Yojin laughed when he heard it. That old guy was very obedient to my lesson. Now he's honest. This time I'm really relieved. Yes, because Wang Gui made a mistake. He has also been demoted to the position of the servant. Now he is working at home. He has no real power at all. He can be considered a big loss. Wei Zheng said at this moment. Oh, that's a bit light. In my opinion, he should be imprisoned for a few years. Then he will be punished. Li Minutes said. Cheng Yojin said, I also mentioned it to your Majesty, but His Majesty thinks that Wang Gui has a lot of credit, but he refuses. What's the use of keeping such a person? I am very puzzled. Cheng Yojin was eager for Wang Gui immediately punished, but in Li Shimin's view, this seems unlikely. His punishment is also an established fact. That's all there is to it. I don't care about him, anyway. Without him, the Wang family may calm down a bit, Li Minutes said, but he still thought that there was still a royal concubine in the palace. By the way, about the Wang family, there were dozens of people who were sick before. I heard that they were cured by Mr. Zilli. Why do you want to treat them? Cheng Yojin was very puzzled. Li Minutes smiled. Why don't you cure them? Aren't they enemies? Wouldn't it be better to let them fend for themselves? I think it's better to let them all die. Wei Zheng didn't feel anything about this. After all, there was no special relationship between him and the Wang family. Contradiction. On the contrary, the contradiction between Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling and the Wang family is even bigger. Ha ha ha. Li Minutes laughed. The two were puzzled. Helping the enemy and opponent, and still reacting like this. Is Li Minutes afraid that he is crazy? What are you laughing at? Even if I don't prescribe medicine, they will all be cured. The medicine prescribed is only a heat-clearing and detoxifying medicine. Anyone can prescribe it. It is only for relief, and it depends on the individual whether it can be cured or not, he said. Cheng Yojin suddenly realized. I heard that they still paid for it. That's not. That was 800,000 tals of silver for them. That was the money allocated by the imperial court during this period of time. He was shocked, then gave a thumbs up and said, Mr. Zilli, it really is tall. I admire it very much. Wei Zheng on the side was puzzled. Cheng Yojin said the reason again. This made Wei Zheng understand. Then he looked at Li Minutes with a look of admiration. This made Li Minutes a little uncomfortable. Isn't this normal? As for, okay, you can deal with it if you have something to do. I still have something to do, so I won't accompany you. Seeing the two of them didn't seem to want to leave, he was a little depressed. But at this time, Fang Xuanling came in a hurry. Gagong, why? Who are you? Li Minutes was puzzled. Why is he back? There are many people outside who said they want to see you. I was just about to go out, but they rushed back. They told me to come over and let me know. otherwise they won't let me go out. This is embarrassing. Blocked outside the door. Can't get out. That is how the matter? Oh, then he'll go out and have a look. Lee Minutes wondered what they were doing, so he took his ring eye out the door. Outside the door at this time, there are probably dozens of officials maintaining order. The people standing in front of them are full of people. The place is very lively. When they saw Lee Minutes' appearance, it quieted down. It's Mr. Zilly. He came out. Lee Minutes saw from the eyes of the people here that they were worshipping him. He eats both men and women, young and old. There are also some young and beautiful women. These women are like fans, looking at him with admiration. Water is coming out of the eyes. After his rough calculation, there are about 5,000 people here. There are so many people behind that you can't see what's ahead at all. These people had already surrounded their residences at this time. No wonder Fang Xuanling couldn't get out. Behind them, Cheng Yojin, Wei Zheng, and Fang Xuanling watched everything on the field. They had never seen such a scene before. Even if Li Shimin went on a tour, he could only see 2,000 people. If there are more, it will not work. One is safety, and the other is that there are not so many idle people, and it is not a situation of expedition. Otherwise, it is possible to surpass these people. Seeing the beautiful women like clouds, the three of them started guessing. Cheng Yojin said first, "The women in front are so handsome, could it be possible that Mr. Zilly has something to do with them? In just a few days, I can't imagine. Then they will send people over to attack." Cheng Yojin's imagination is really rich. Looking elsewhere, you are reading www.youcanzu.com. Lee Minutes himself has to compress even the sleeping time. How can he have time to care for them? Even if someone knocked on the door occasionally, he ignored it. Why don't they think about the good, but think about the bad points? Wei Zheng denied it. I don't think so. You see, there is also a young woman with a child who is so attractive. How old is Mr. Zilly? Is that impossible? That's because of his charm. Others can't be like him. I don't think so. You see, the people are still holding those huge umbrellas. It's not an ordinary umbrella. When they too saw it, as expected, in the crowd, some large umbrellas were erected, which seemed to say word. That's not one min umbrella. Wei Zheng first recognized the umbrella name at a glance, exclaimed. Cheng Yojin is puzzled. One min umbrella? What the hell? What is the one min umbrella? This made Wei Zheng give Cheng Yojin a blank look. One min umbrella does not know. It's a shame he was an official. Having said that, Cheng Yojin is a military attaché and has little contact with the people. It is normal to not know the one min umbrella. Fang Xuanling said, "This one min umbrella has not appeared for a long time. Is it because Mr. Zilly has reappeared?" They were shocked. "You tell me, what is the one min umbrella?" Cheng Yojin wondered. "Why don't you talk about what the one min umbrella is? Let him have a good guess. Makes him want to hit people so much. P.S. The violent update is here first, and tomorrow will be the 5th update. The error-free chapters of the first trouble of the Tang dynasty will continue to be updated on the new novel network. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend new ones. If you like Tang's #1 Rebel, please collect it. The new update of Tang's #1 Rebel is the fastest. Chapter 273. Lee Minutes couldn't stand it anymore. The first trouble of the Tang dynasty. Find the latest chapter. P.S. 6 more updates today. Lai is working hard to code words, and strive to be more violent tomorrow. Thank you all for your support. Wei Zheng said, "This one min umbrella has an extraordinary meaning. It is usually initiated by a prestigious person and given to an official. The umbrella is made to express gratitude. Because there are many small silk strips on it, the names of the people are written, so it's called Man Min Umbrella." That. When he said this, he immediately stopped. Do the people know Lee Minutes' true identity? Otherwise, why would you give one min an umbrella? Fang Xuanling also realized this. He didn't speak either. Are the people wrong? But Mr. Zilly is not an official. Cheng Yojin said, if being an official is the foundation, Lee Minutes has never been an official, and the prince is not an official. So, Why are these people giving umbrellas to the people? Do you think Lee Minutes was sent by Lee Shimin? Still what? Where are the respected people? Looking at Lee Minutes again, it seems that there is no special feeling. Just politely said to people, everyone is quiet. Everyone is quiet. Everyone was very obedient and quieted down. Lee Minutes added, folks, what are you doing? Do you have any demands? If you have a demand, say it directly, and if it is equivalent to smallpox, I will definitely answer it for you. If there are other reasons, I will also fight for you! Exclamation mark. Lee Minutes' words made the girls in front of him cry with emotion. When it comes to marrying someone, you must marry someone like Mr. Zilli, even if you have only 10th or 1% of him. Among them, there is no shortage of beautiful girls. A few people were even more beautiful than Jiruxiu. There were also a few mothers with tears in their eyes. Several other men also wiped away their tears. Lee Minutes was puzzled. Women are really made of water. Why are they crying? But so do men. Question mark. They left him a little overwhelmed. He didn't even know it, let alone Fang Xuanling, Cheng Yojin, Wei Zheng, and other officials behind him. They are even more puzzled. What are these people doing here? Until an old man walked out on crutches. People directly moved out of the way, and everyone's eyes were focused on the old man. This old man is about 80, but his body is very tough. The sound is also very grand. Mr. Zilli, we are here to thank you. What you have done has moved us very much. There, 80-year-old man was called Mr. Except for Sun Simiao, this old man was the second person. As soon as these words came out, everyone knew that it was to thank Lee Minutes. But why did they send 1 min umbrellas, which made them even more puzzled? Old man, this is not necessary. This is what I should do, Lee Minutes said. The old man directly said excitedly, why is there no need? If it wasn't for your presence, the people in Anlifang would have died. Thousands of people. Anlifang would no longer be happy, and the workshop would be turned into a tomb. In that case, here it may be a corpse lying there. There. Old man's words made everyone nod and say yes. Folks, these are what I should do, because I'm from the Tang dynasty. Lee Minutes said, respectable. In fact, he did this for several reasons. Personal reasons. That is to make Sun Simiao belong to him, and his own prosperous Tang group has to be bigger, to win the hearts of the people, and to make Sun Simiao completely convince himself. He has to do this. If Anlifang is not good, the whole day Tang is not good, and the business environment will be worse. How long can his Shentang group last? The country will not be a country. Can he be alone? Obviously not. The other reason is that I want to show it to Li to prove that I am stronger than Li He, Li Shimin, was nothing, and he had no immediate response to the plague. His set of anti-epidemic measures will be passed down to the world. At the same time, as a descendant of China, he must do this. He also made a lot of money in this plague, but the money is clean, and only he can earn it. Honestly, he didn't want people's thanks, especially that. The old man was unrepentant. After all, 5,000 people have come, so there is no reason to just count it. Even if he doesn't say it, others will come to thank him. Mr. Zilli, we have prepared the 1 min umbrella today. The names of all the people in Anlifang are signed. This is people's gratitude to you. It's people's heart. There. Old man ignored Lee Minutes and said directly, whether he listens or not. Next, 10 1 min umbrellas were brought up. Very shocking. It was filled with the names of the people of Anlifang. Some names are written crookedly, but no one thinks it is ugly. On the contrary, they think that these words are the most beautiful words in the world. Lee Minutes said, okay, then I'll listen to you. As for Wei Zheng, Fang Xuanling, and Cheng Yojin, who were standing there, they also wanted to know what was the purpose of the 1 min umbrella. Old man, I can't bear this umbrella for the people. Besides, I'm not an official. It's better to pass it on to other people, like the officials behind me. They have paid a lot during this time, and they deserve more. This 1 min umbrella. The officials behind him said that Lee Minutes was very good at life. When the old man heard Lee Minutes' words, he was wiping away his tears. He also shed tears. Lee Minutes was confused. What happened to everyone? Why is everyone crying? You are this? He was very puzzled. I have always heard someone say, Mr. Zilly is really generous, he thinks for the sake of the people, but he doesn't mean to be greedy at all, which is admirable. The old man's turbid old eyes revealed a ray of light. Then he said, whether this umbrella is for officials or not, it is for you. Everything you do is hundreds of times better than some officials. Without you, our people in Anlifang would be better off. I don't know what to do. This was embarrassing. Lee Minutes did a better job than the official, and it was understandable that he slapped all the officials present in the face. Most of them are elderly. At this time, their old faces were aching. It's not being beaten by others, it's being beaten by yourself. Some people began to ask themselves, what are they doing as officials? Not for the people, then for what? They also requested to leave here that day. You reading www.uukanzu.com should really slap their face at this time. Although it's a bit of an exaggeration, but Lee Minutes sounds cool. This compliment doesn't even believe it. Their pattern is really not as good as Lee Minutes. Not as good as this young man in front of him. God knows what this young man has experienced. Why does he know so much? They were embarrassed together with Fang Xuanling, Cheng Yojin, Wai Zheng and others. At this time, Wai Zheng must have a lot of words in his heart to talk to Li Shimin. The old man wiped away his tears and started talking. Next, he will lead to more powerful content. It made Lee Minutes a little overwhelmed. Don't do this. I'm so embarrassed. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time. Chapter 273 Lee Minutes can't resist first update reading record. You can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time. Chapter 274 Li Shimin also does not have this kind of treatment. Datang's first iniquity. You find the latest chapter. The old man's words made everyone agree. That's right, that's it. Although Mr. Zilly is not in the official position, he does a better job than the official. Yes, without Mr. Zilly's existence, our sky will be covered with dark clouds. If there was no Mr. Zilly, I would have died on the street. Thanks to his care, and the medicine he gave us, we were healed. Also, let us never have to fear smallpox again. People said eloquently. Everyone's voice instantly drowned out the old man's voice. To tell the truth, Lee Minutes felt very relieved when he heard the praise from these people. But the expression still has to pretend to be nothing. Even Li Shimin can't do this. Right? His entries have been updated again and again, with new interpretations. The word count about him has again increased by more than 10,000. Finally, the old man waved his cane. Everyone was quiet. The old man continued, so, Mr. Zilly, will you accept the one-min umbrella? Now Lee Minutes finally realized what it means to be kind and difficult. If I don't accept this one-min umbrella, I'm afraid that today will be endless. So he said, okay, I will get this one-man umbrella. Thank you for your love from my father and my fellow villagers. He motioned the officials to take these one-man umbrellas down, put it in a prominent location. Then he said, okay, I have also received this one-man umbrella, you can go back, stay at home, wait for me to vaccinate everyone in Chainan, and then everyone can resume production. Live from now on. Normal life, he said. But everyone was unmoved. Like him, there are Fang Xuanling and others. They realized that what happened next might not be easy. The old man has no intention of leaving. This made Lee Minutes wonder. Is there anything else? Or is your meaning not obvious enough? I can't stand it. After all, he came up with such a thing of one-man umbrella. It's not something that ordinary people can imagine. Maybe that's what they can think of. Let them take the money and send it to Lee Minutes. It depends on whether they accept it or not. Cheng Yojin murmured, what else is this old man doing? He's in a panic. Just look at it, I guess it must be something more powerful than the one-min umbrella. Wai Zheng guessed. Fang Xuanling was so anxious that he was going to do other things. But these people surrounded him and he couldn't get out at all. Just have to wait until things are over. Otherwise, when the time comes, if something goes wrong, that's not good. Old man, what else is there? Lee Minutes asked. The old man said, after the opinions of all of us in Anlafang, we are going to build a shrine for Mr. Zilli. Lee Minutes was almost scared to death when he said this. An ancestral hall is erected for the dead, and an ancestral hall is erected for the living. Are you going to eat incense in the future? Worship him like a god? It feels weird, and it sounds very unlucky. Even Li Shimin doesn't have this kind of treatment, right? Lee Minutes' heart refused. This kind of enthusiasm is very difficult to accept. But how to refuse? He asked. What are you doing? How far has the Shengsai temple been built? It's demolished, he said as soon as he arrived. This makes everyone a little disappointed. After all, it was made for him, so how can you tear it down? The old man said, we have just selected the site. You should go to the first one and inscribe it, and then we will start construction. All the people present here can contribute. I refuse. I don't accept it. Li Yan refused outright. Not yet built. That is the best. Otherwise, really make that thing for yourself. Isn't that very scary? Still stand your own statue in it and accept people's incense. If you carve an evil image, it's okay to say, if it's nondescript, it's embarrassing. Cheng Yojin, who was on the side, said, these people are really ignorant, and I have contributed a lot. Why don't you put me in the shrine? Everyone was dazed. This Cheng Yojin is really shameless. Lee Minutes refused, but he took the initiative to ask for it. If he takes the initiative to ask for it, it depends on whether people are willing or not. People are sincerely convinced of Lee Minutes. To him, is this what he should do? General Cheng, don't be ridiculous. Li Yan said with a stern face. The people were shocked. Still think it's not big enough? Make trouble. Cheng Yojin stopped talking. I am afraid that only Mr. Zilli would dare to talk to a general like that. And what's even more amazing is that the general is really obedient. Really don't talk anymore. Look at the officials behind Zilli. All of them are very afraid of him. Is there some kind of magic in him? Lee Minutes saw that everyone was unmoved. Then he said, all my early days, it is also to see that you are suffering from illness. As a Tang dynasty person, this is what I should do. I dare not ask for anything, and there is no need. If you force me, then what will future generations think of me? Everything I did before has changed. It's meaningless. I can accept the one-man umbrella, and as for the Shengsai temple, that's fine. Don't waste your money. Everyone take the money and live a good life. Isn't that bad? Lee Minutes said emotionally, causing everyone to nod. The old man was in a dilemma. He was thinking about whether to let Lee Minutes take it. But Lee Minutes had made it clear that he would not accept it. Okay, let's go back. Now I have more important things to do. Although Anlafang has nothing to do with it, other places are still very serious. People in other places also need us to save. My meaning, do you understand? If you stay like this, it will only make things worse. Fang Xuanling came out at this time and said, Mr. Zilli is right, everyone should go away. You are here. It will only affect to Mr. Zilli. If you want to thank you, then support the Shengtang group a lot, and if one day they need it, please be sure to help. That's enough. I have to say Fang Xuanling's words to make everyone realize that the matter is still very urgent. Of course, except for the East Palace, other places have recovered. The old man sighed. Mr. Zilli, we were wrong. We used the wrong method to thank you. Everyone should support Shengtang Group more in the future. As for Shengsai Temple, I will let people return the money raised. Everyone, let's go. This old man is very prestigious. As soon as he said his words, everyone agreed. Then let's go first, Mr. Zilli, goodbye. Then everyone retreated, and everything in front of them became empty. Fang Xuanling breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally done. Mr. Zilli, he'll take the first step. After that, he left. As for Cheng Yojin and Wei Zheng, they also left and went to Ji Palace. Lee Minutes looked at the crowd and sighed. The people were really enthusiastic. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time. Chapter 274. Li Shiman does not have this kind of treatment. Second update reading record. You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 275 Face-to-Face with Li Shimin. The first rebel of the Tang dynasty. Find the latest chapter. Let's say that Cheng Yojin and Wei Zheng entered the palace directly. At this time, the palace also resumed entry and exit. Because everyone is vaccinated. Plus it's also a low-risk area, not blocked. Therefore, the two are also very smooth. After the two entered the palace, they ran into Li Shimin and Empress Chengsun in the imperial study. So they found Li Shimin, and told Li Shimin about what they saw today. 115 said, ? Li Shimin asked in shock. I am also concerned about whether Li Minutes has taken it or not, Your Majesty. The sixth prince didn't want to accept it, but because there were too many people, he directly blocked his exit. No matter what, he had to accept it, and these were the people's wishes, and they didn't involve money. So he took it. Cheng Yojin said, not forgetting to cleanse Li Minutes. Don't let Li Shimin misunderstand him. Li Shimin was puzzled. Are you doing your best too? Why, he didn't get it, but Li Minutes got it. He didn't even think about it. His identity was the emperor. What did people send him for? Is this what he should do? Your Majesty. The concubine thinks that he received it right. This is what he deserves. Not to mention whether he will send it to the official or not, but he is the heart of the people, and there is no one who is more suitable for the people than him. Umbrella. Empress Zhangsun always said something that convinced Li Shimin. After taking Li Minutes' medicine, she became more complex. At the same time, the Qi disease has gradually improved, and the number of attacks is less and less. The words just now are very powerful. What the Queen said is very true. Li Shimin should say. Also, the people have to build a shrine for him. One more question. Cheng Yojin threw out such a shocking thing again. Li Shimin was stunned. The 800,000 tals he allocated. But he was not praised by the people. But he was grateful to Li Minutes. He didn't even think about it. He was the emperor, and it was his job to save the people in the midst of water and fire. But Li Minutes is a citizen. These things are not what he should do, but he took the initiative to stand up and bear all of it. Who else is more suitable for this than him? Empress Chengsun also felt incredible. The word Shengsai is a long time ago, and the common people still use it to praise Li Minutes. Cheng Yojin was afraid that Li Shimin would think too much, so he directly said. The sixth prince did not accept it, and asked the people to use the Shengsai temple. It is demolished. Li Shimin didn't have an attack. This kid, if he is acquainted, he really dares to accept it, and I will never stop with him. Li Shimin was angry. Your Majesty. Sometimes you are always too strict. If Li Minutes accepts it, he deserves it. He has saved so many lives, not only in Anlafang, but also in Chainan and the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin was a little speechless. Why is everyone talking for Li Minutes? In the end, he also didn't want to get too involved in this issue. Fang Xuanling is gone. How is it now? The Duke of Wei is now withdrawing 1 million tals from the treasury. Is it for Li Minutes? There are 50,000 cows. What does he want so much money for? Has the Ministry of Household approved it? What's the use of so many cows? Isn't the cowpox collected in large quantities? Li Shimin always had so many questions. Wei Zheng, who had been silent just now, seemed to be on fire at this moment. He stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I think this million is not a lot. This is related to the future of the Tang dynasty. Even if you give it 10 times more, it will not be much. Li Shimin wondered why Wei Zheng was so aggressive today. What do you want to say, King? I have a copy to play. Wei Zheng then presented a copy. Li Shimin was shocked. This time was when he was resting, and Wei Zheng came again. He knew that every time Wei Zheng was going to play, it must not be a simple matter, maybe even hit him. But he had to listen, because he often praised Wei Zheng's daring to make remarks in front of outsiders. On this point, he also let the civil and military officials learn from Wei Zheng. Now he regrets it. He knew it earlier and didn't say it. But he still listened patiently. Wei Zheng, what do you want to say? Your Majesty, I think that the entire Datang organization is too bloated. and this problem must be solved. Li Shimin was puzzled. Why did he say it here? But he remembered that he had heard concubine Yang and Empress Qingsun say it once before. This time, it was proposed from Wei Zheng's book. Why? Tell me. Then Wei Zheng said, because your majesty made a mistake. Wei Zheng pointed out Li Shimin's fault directly. Li Shimin was even more puzzled. Queen Qingsun was also puzzled. This Wei Zheng is really daring. Dare to accuse him in front of Li Shimin. In the entire Tang dynasty, only Li Minutes dared to do this, and the second person was Wei Zheng. Tell me, what's wrong with me? If I'm really wrong, I will definitely change it. Li Shimin responded. But he could tell that he was not happy. He just wanted to hear what Wei Zheng had to say. Wei Zheng said, on the issue of the second payment. The sixth prince once asked the minister of the household to mention this matter, but he said that he would come back and ask his majesty, because he can't be the master. Since his majesty gave the sixth the power of the prince, why limit the money? Your majesty, you said, is it wrong? This matter is indeed Li Shimin's fault. He all said that he would give Li Minutes power, but he was stuck with money. Fortunately, Fang Xuanling arrived in time, otherwise the consequence would be that the smallpox problem could not be solved in a short time. The future could be dire. I am at fault first. Li Shimin actually agreed with what Wei Zheng said. Find the latest chapter in Da Tang's first negative son. That Wei Zheng thought Li Shimin would quibble, but he didn't expect it. But he didn't. Moreover, Li Shimin also said, as for the problem of the organization, I will start to let them deal with it. This matter can't be solved immediately, at least after the imperial examinations. Half of it is because the officials of the aristocratic family occupy half of the Tang dynasty, and their number is large. If you really want to move, I'm afraid someone will stop it. But what if a large number of scholars from the imperial examinations were injected into it? That's different. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Li Shimin also did not know that after the imperial examination next year, there will be many people in Li Minutes who will control part of the court. Your majesty is wise. Wei Zheng said directly. He thought he would scold Li Shimin, but he didn't expect that Li Shimin would let him go. Okay, you all go to help Li Minutes. I still have business to deal with. In their end, Li Shimin didn't want to tell them, so he sent them away. The two then left and headed for Anlafang again. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 275 Face to Face with Li Shimin third update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time, chapter 276 Who is Zili? When Chainan City was vaccinated against smallpox, it was also nearing the Mid-Autumn Festival. At this time, Li Shimin ordered that the vaccine be expanded again. And Li Minutes also returned to the prosperous Tang group to rest for a while. Sun Simiao temporarily rescued Li Chenqian's face in the palace. From time to time, he also went to the Shengtan group. For the experience of these 10 days, the people in Chainan are still fresh in their memory. No one wants to experience it a second time. In the Taikai Palace, Li Shimin sat on the dragon chair. He looked at the subordinate military officials in awe. Now, with our efforts, smallpox has been defeated. From today, there will be no more smallpox, Li Shimin said very proudly. As everyone knows, all this is the credit of one person. But in his mouth, it was the result of their efforts. He didn't say a word about Li Minutes. But the civil and military officials also knew that they knew all of this was because of Li Minutes. If it wasn't for him, the entire Chainan would have killed countless people. However, when Li Shimin said this, no one dared to say anything. Everyone just said in unison, God bless the Tang dynasty. This is the joy of the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin said even more impassively, in this way, I will announce an amnesty for the world. Your majesty is wise. At this time, Gao Shilian stood up. Gao Shilian is the uncle of Empress Zhangsun and Zhangsun Wuji. When his brother-in-law, Zhangsun Sheng, died of illness, he took his sister Gao back home and treated his nephew, Zhangsun Wuji, and his niece, Zhangsun. Later, When Gao Shilian discovered that Li Yuan's second son Li Shiman was talented, he married his niece, the eldest son, to the later Empress Wend. Some time ago, he has also been in Shandong, and only recently returned to Chainan. When everyone saw him coming out, they were puzzled. What is he going to say next? Li Shimin also looked at him. I don't know what this uncle wants to say. Until Gao Shilian said, Your Majesty, this is a double happiness. Li Shimin wondered. What do you say about double happiness? What else is there to be happy about? Apart from defeating smallpox, what else is there to be happy about? Could it be related to Li minutes? Until Gao Shilian said, the first high is the victory over smallpox for the Tang dynasty, and the second high is the success of Wu Ji's flood control, and he is about to return. Before the flood in Shandong, Henan, Li Shimin sent his eldest grandson Wu Ji and his son to control the water together. He also said that he must be cured before the Mid-Autumn Festival, otherwise he will not come back. Unexpectedly, they managed to cure the flood before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Next, because of winter, the possibility of flooding has become extremely low. At that time, concubine Yang was instructed by Li Minutes to control Chengsun Wuji in Shandong and Henan. Time flies. Half a year has passed, and now they are about to return. Their return made Li Shimin overjoyed. What's the matter? We went out to control the water, and we worked so hard, but we didn't see the people coming out to welcome us. We didn't see officials coming to pick us up. So afraid of being disrespectful. It is not only the return of the elder brother Wuji, but also that the people of the Tang dynasty will no longer be affected by the flood. Good things come in pairs. Everyone is in a good mood. Okay, well, it really is for the double happiness. I am very happy today. I have passed my will, and tonight I will entertain everyone. Treat them with free wine. There. Civil and military officials were overjoyed. After enduring for so long, I can finally drink the free wine. In particular, Cheng Yojin was pleasantly surprised. It has been more than 10 days since the last time I drank with Li Shimin, and he was already greedy by this time. Finally able to drink free wine again. Thank you, Your Majesty. Retire the DPRK first. Li Shimin announced his retirement from the DPRK. At this time, at the East Gate, a team of people appeared. This team was led by Chengsun Wuji and Chengsun Chong. The two of them were full of air, like generals who had returned from victory. But when they arrived outside the East Gate, they were very puzzled. Zhang Sun Wuji looked at everything in front of him, but no one came to welcome their father and son. At this time, he couldn't help but get angry. They were supposed to arrive the next day, but they came back early because they were on their way. At this moment, his son Chengsun Chong said, Father, we came back early. Maybe everyone didn't know about it. I don't know. Then you have to prepare in advance. There are many things in the court, so I can't talk about it. But what about the people? At least someone has to come out to greet us, right? Zhang Sun Wuji is used to the feeling of being sought after. This time, he cured the water, but he couldn't let people come out to thank him, which made him feel very unbalanced. So he will be so angry. Father, let's go and find out why. After that, he went down to find out one or two. After a while, an old man appeared at the same time. Meet Duke Chi. There. Old man said, You know, I'm coming back today. There. Old man said, I heard news. There. Old man wondered, why do you want to greet you when you come back? Then why didn't anyone come to greet us? There. Old man said, King Guogong, the smallpox has just passed, and people are now going to the Shengton group to thank Mr. Zilli. The Shengton group? Mr. Zilli? Their eldest grandson Wuji does not know Mr. Zilli, but he must know Li Minutes. It's just that they've been gone for too long. Chengsun Chong said, Who is more important than our Duke Chi? What does his son stand for? Who is he? At this time, the old man said immediately, He is the first genius in Chainan, the first genius in music theory in Chainan, the first doctor in Chainan, and the first in Chainan. 1. Large number of titles were spoken in his mouth. Countless number 1. What a genius. The old man tried to say all the titles, but it's too long, and I can't finish it in a while. Enough. Who is he? Just tell me, don't be the first. Zhang Sun Wuji didn't know who Zili was, and the old man didn't even know that Zili was the sixth prince. He had to say, he is Chainan. This angered Cheng Sun Wuji. Who is it? It is not easy to let the old man speak. Make him angry. Blow away this old guy. Come on, come and see, who is that Zili? Zhang Sun Wuji said loudly. The old man was blasted away. But Cheng Sun Wuji felt that something was wrong. After he walked several dozen meters, www.uukanzu.com brought him back. Question: where is the Shengton group? There. Old man pointed to the front and said, there is a row of buildings in the south of Dongxi. A row of buildings? How big must that be? It's none of your business. Get out. There. Old man was helpless and could only leave sadly. Come on, let's go and see. I want to see. Who is this Zili? Zhang Sun Wuji shouted. The army behind him immediately followed, heading for the Shengton group. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time chapter 276. Who is Zili? Fourth, the reading record. You can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time, Tang's first in verse. Sun knew to find the latest chapter. Let's say that Zhang Sun Wuji took his subordinates to the south of Dongxi. Along the way, the closer you get to Dongxi, the more and more people you see. The feeling is completely different from when you first entered the city. It turns out that people are coming here. He watched a great number of people walk with them. Don't even pay attention to him. At this point he was puzzled. A middle-aged man was directly caught and asked, where are you going? When the middle-aged man saw them, he bowed to them. Official man, we are going to Shengton Group. Mr. Zili is back today. Everyone is going to see him. Where did he go? Why did he see him? Zhang Sun Wuji asked in confusion. The man glanced at Cheng Sun Wuji and was surprised. Are you a foreigner? Be bold. The Duke of Qi is in front of you, so don't be rude. Cheng Sun shouted. How can you be called a foreigner? After all, they are also Beijing officials. It's embarrassing to be called a foreigner. It turned out to be Duke Qi. I didn't know it was you. It's really rude. What's going on here? I just came back from Shandong, and I don't know what happened. Cheng Sun Wuji said so. The man sighed. Cheng Sun Wuji was even more puzzled. It seemed that he had only been away for a long time, and the place had changed. The man said, in this period of time, smallpox broke out in Chainan. Nearly 200 people died. Cheng Sun Wuji and Cheng Sun Chong were stunned when they heard this. Smallpox. It was a terrible plague. Then what happened later? What about the smallpox? Zhang Sun Wuji was a little scared. Coming back this time feels wrong. In Chainan City, if there is really smallpox, no one can survive, especially Cheng Sun Chong, who is still young. If you get sick, then you probably don't need to be the concubine. The men saw their fear. Immediately said, don't be afraid of Duke Qi, this matter has been suppressed. It was Mr. Zili who organized the civil and military officials in the court to defeat them together, and also let us vaccinate against smallpox together. Let us not be invaded by smallpox. It made Cheng Sun Wuji, Cheng Sun Chong and others completely puzzled. This is how the same thing? What is a vaccine and what is an inoculation? Who is Mr. Zili? Why so great? Why can Zili bring civil and military officials with him? A lot of doubts arose in their hearts. He was still very prescient. They want to know more. Who is Zili? Zhang Sun Chong said at this time, Father, that Zili is afraid that he has some relationship with the people in the court. It should be an immortal, or a Taoist priest or something. In his opinion, Zili must be an expert. Otherwise, how could it be so capable? But a passerby said, he is only a teenager, aged 14 or 5, but he has profound knowledge, and even Sun Zhenren is under his name. He is also a musician, an educator, a calligrapher. Is a series of titles. Hearing that Zhang Sun Wuji was a little depressed. Where do normal people get so many titles? He also didn't believe it was true. Okay, it's none of your business. Let's go. Yes, Duke Qi, that little one can go here. There. Man trotted all the way to the East Market, for fear that he had touched something. Cheng Sun Wuji didn't want to listen to what he was saying. But when he asked two people in a row, Their answers were surprisingly similar. Still plenty of titles. Is this Mr. Zilli a god? Otherwise, how could such a young man be so accomplished? Father, I'm afraid this person is not easy. The matter of recruiting officials from the imperial court must be approved by His Majesty, and the smallpox epidemic has been suppressed. We have to keep a low profile. We have to see it, no matter who it is. We will know at first sight. Zhang Sunwuji said. What to see in advance and then say. If he knew that this Zilli was Li Minutes, he would probably be shocked. Right? Then do we? Zhang Sunchong pointed to the humane behind him. Such a battle really came across the so-called Mr. Zilli's words. I'm afraid it's not easy to explain. People who don't know think they are here to cause trouble. Is that so? Cheng Sunwuji fell into deep thought, and Cheng Sunchong was right. It's like this, if the opponent's power is large, he has recently received a big credit. I am afraid that he will be favored. He is so rash in the past. I am afraid that it will be affected. The order goes on. Leave 10 people to wear casual clothes, and the others go back to the mansion first. Yes, I want to see if this Zilli has 3 heads and 6 arms, and is actually welcomed by the people. At the same time, he was very upset. He is also a man of merit. Why is he not welcomed by the people? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw hundreds of women appear in front of him, all of them very beautiful, and dressed very well. Coming towards them, he was a little smug. It seems that some people still remember us and let so many women come out to welcome them. There, Cheng Sunyuji's face darkened. After all, he is also a prince. Unexpectedly, he just finished his words. The women bypassed them directly and headed for the East City. It was ignored. Still, so many beauties are ignored. At least say hello. This was not the case before. Who dared to ignore him? Wherever he goes, isn't he worshipped by people? Cannot help but feel unhappy. This piqued his curiosity even more. The soldiers on the side have not left yet. Look at him, embarrassed. What are you still doing? Hurry back. Cheng Sunwuji was furious. They just left, and there are about a dozen people left. They immediately changed into casual clothes. Let's go and see. Yes, their group followed the crowd and headed for Dongshi. More than a dozen people kept moving forward, and when they reached the vicinity of Dongshi, it was already crowded with people. It was crowded with people everywhere, and they were moving very slowly. Simply stand farther away. If you look at the plaque in the distance, you can see the big characters from a distance. Shengton Group. Looking at the inscription above, it turned out to be Ouyang Zun. Zhang Sunwuji said in a puzzled tone, this plaque was written by Master Ouyang. Even His Majesty can't ask for his words. How could this person get it? He was even more surprised. Zhang Sun, who is it? Father, how long have we been away? Chainan has become like this. Yeah, what's going on? There were many changes in front of them. Just what they could see was enough to shock them. Father, that's not. Zhang Sunchong called out at this time. Cheng Sunwuji also saw the visitor, and was even more shocked in his heart. Why them? How could they be here? Could it be that Li Shimin didn't come out to stop it after he knew it? For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 277 super titles 5th update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 278 100 beautiful women marry Li Minutes at the same time. That's Cheng Zaiji and Fang Xuanling. Their eldest grandson Wuji was shocked. Why are they here? As soon as I finished speaking, I saw someone coming from behind, and Qin Qian, Hua Zheng, Li Jing, Yuan Dangang, Li Chunfeng. A large number of officials appeared in the rear, all of whom were familiar to Cheng Sunwuji. These people are in high-ranking positions. They were talking and laughing, without the slightest bit of fear. What kind of existence is that Zilli, to allow such a high-ranking official to come over? What shocked him even more was that Sun Simiao was among them. He is the king of medicine. Li Shimin was very polite to him. How could he be here? He was puzzled. very puzzled. What made him even more shocked was yet to come. Bachelor Ouyang is also among them. Does that mean that Ouyang Zun and Lee Minutes have a good relationship? The words on the plaque prove it all. How is this? Together with the people in front of them, the entire prosperous Tang group was crowded. Then the next person who came out directly shocked the father and son. A boy walked out with a smile, because the person in front of him was none other than Lee Minutes. He appeared surrounded by the crowd. Standing beside him were Jiuxiu and the others. It seems that Lee Minutes should be the owner of this group. Someone kept calling, "It's Mr. Zilli. He's here. He's here." People flocked to Lee Min's eye frantically. At this time, Zhang Sunwuji murmured, "Zilli is Lee Minutes? This is impossible." "I have to ask your majesty," he said. "But in fact it is." Qin Sun Chong's expression became extremely angry. If it weren't for Lee Minutes, he would have married Princess Cheng'el and became his concubine, and he had a very good life. But because of that incident, he was in a very embarrassing situation. As soon as he saw Lee Minutes, he trembled with anger. "Child, calm down," Zhang Sunwuji advised. "Father, I will control myself." The movement of the two did not attract everyone's attention, because everyone's attention was on Lee Minutes, only to hear Lee Minutes speak. "Everyone, as I said, you all go back. Do what you should do. Don't stay here. I thank you all for your love. I won't waste everyone's time." Qin Sunwuji and Cheng Sun Chong sat there. They were completely shocked. It turns out that Zilli is really Lee Minutes. It's only been a long time, and Lee Minutes has been mixed up like this. Just a genius. At the same time, the eldest grandson Wuji was also puzzled. Why did Li Shimin give him command of the civil and military officials? Did the conversation between father and son resume? The two abandoned their previous conflict. If that's the case, then his son was beaten for nothing. Father, Qin Sun Chong was very depressed. The beater is right in front of them, and they mix so well, and they're loved by everyone. They just came back from Shandong, but seeing this scene, they will feel unhappy if they say anything. Seeing that the people love Lee Minutes so much, both were sour. When you look at everything on the field, it was simply a surprise. I just heard the people say, "Mr. Zilli, you are finally back. We have nothing special today. We just want to thank you. Without you, Chainan would have become a purgatory on earth. Yes, without you, we don't even know where we are." Better than an official. Qin Sunwuji listened to it, feeling very shocked. Is Lee Minutes disgusting her background still not qualified enough? Did Zilli really make such a big contribution? Then I am afraid that my position will be unstable. After all, it's just water control, nothing special. But Lee Minutes was the one who saved the entire Chainan city. It took him half a year to cure water. At this time, Qin Sun Chong pointed at the beauties beside him and said, "Aren't these people the women who passed by us just now? Are they here too?" Not waiting for Qin Sunwuji to say anything, these beauties signaled everyone to get out of the way. They squeezed to the front. There were also some old people around. The old man headed directly to Lee Minutes. "Mr. Zilli." He also saluted Lee Minutes. "Old man, what are you?" Lee Minutes returned the salute. "You all come here." There. Old man waved his hand. Hundreds of beauties came directly over. They lined up in a row and looked at Lee Minutes shyly. Lee Minutes wondered what he meant. On the side, Jiuxiu whispered to him, "Mr. Zilli, I'm afraid these women are going to marry you." Lee Minutes was shocked. "All? Don't make trouble." "I'm not sure," Jiuxiu said, but her expression was a little weird. After all, she still has Lee Minutes in her heart. Lee Minutes really got married, so she must be unhappy. No matter what, if Lee Minutes agreed, she would be sad. "Is that so?" Lee Minutes murmured. During the conversation between the two, some women were unhappy. At this time, the old man asked the girls to line up. Then he said to Lee Minutes, "I am the head of Anlifang, and here is the unmarried girl selected by our entire Anlifang." There, old man deliberately mentioned being unmarried. And then what? Lee Minutes should have understood. At this time, everyone was quiet. They also wanted to know what the old man was going to say. The old man continued, "We heard that Mr. Zilli is not yet married, and he is my big benefactor of Anlifang, So we recruited 100 women and let Mr. Zilly choose as his wife, no matter how many people can be there. Old man said so. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. All the women blushed. Lee Minutes was puzzled, and so on. He thought to himself, only children make choices, and I want them all. But in front of the common people, he couldn't say that, and he had to put on a pretense. Hey, push and half shove it, then get it all. He couldn't be too obvious. That would be so disgraceful. It is also because he is so handsome that he is addicted. When Jiryuxu heard this, her whole body was not well. It was a guess, but it came true. Cheng Sun Wuji and Cheng Sun Chong were even more shocked. 100 beauties. Li Shimin doesn't have so many harems, right? If they knew, when the prosperous Tang group returned hundreds of equally beautiful women, they might vomit blood and die. And Lee Minutes thought about it, and finally made a decision. Under Jiryuxu's expectant gaze, she was about to speak. But at this moment, another female voice came. I object. At this time, everyone looked at it. I thought to myself, who in the end dared to stand up against it? It was her. Jiryuxu breathed a sigh of relief. With her here, I'm afraid this matter will turn yellow. Lee Minutes was puzzled when he saw it. Cheng Sun Wuji was even more shocked. Why is she here too? Cheng Sun Chong was even more puzzled. She also knew the visitor, and they knew it. Why is Lee Minutes so popular? Women are so good. This is impossible. But it did happen. The error-free chapters of the first trouble of the Tang dynasty will continue to be updated on the new novel network. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend new ones. If you like Tang's #1 Rebel, please collect it. The new update of Tang's #1 Rebel is the fastest. Chapter 279 I'm against. The first treble novel of the Tang dynasty. Find the latest chapter. P.S. Today is a violent change. Start now. Ask for full order. I object. When everyone saw that it was Kong Jingting who came, she directly objected. At this time, Cheng Yojin stepped forward and said, my nephew, why are you here? They didn't speak up just now. After all, this was Lee Minutes' home court. Hell fix it. Kong Jingting saluted many officials. At this time, the hundreds of women were all puzzled and curious. Who is this woman? Why come out to spoil their good deeds? Jiryuxu laughed. With her existence, these women would not be able to marry Lee Minutes anymore. As predicted, Kong Jingting then spoke up. Mr. Zilly is so good, but not everyone is worthy of him. The ones who match him are at least someone above the level of a princess from another country. She said this, and everyone fell silent. That's a really high starting point. There are not many people who can match Lee Minutes, not even anymore. But in Lee Minutes' opinion, as long as it's suitable, who cares about her identity? His thinking was not as feudal as the ancients. From the performance above, it was probably the first time that Jiryuxu looked at Kong Jingting with admiration. On the contrary, Kong Jingting walked over directly. Jiryuxu whispered, where did your previous courage go? I thought you would stop it, but I didn't expect it to make me come out. I'm a little disappointed in you. Their tone was very strange. Yes, Jiryuxu did something wrong this time. She should have come out to stop it for Lee Minutes. But this time, she didn't do it. Why? I'm afraid only she knows. On the side, Cheng Sun Wuji, Cheng Sun Chong and others also saw that Kong Jingting was in love with Lee Minutes. Lee Minutes didn't speak. The 100 beauties suddenly knelt directly on the ground. They said in unison, Mr. Zilly, if we can't be a wife with Mr. Zilly, we are willing to serve you as slaves and maids for the rest of your life. This kind of operation is the same as Jiryuxu. Being able to stay by Lee Minutes' side often means more opportunities. Whether it is a wife or a concubine, Lee Minutes naturally wanted these beauties to come to the Shengteng group together. You must be thinking too well, right? Mr. Zilly has Jiryuxu here. That's enough. I don't need you at all. Kong Jingting continued. What was on her mind? Nobody knows. Lee Minutes understood very well. After all, Jiryuxu has only one enemy. Is it better than having 100 enemies? The old man didn't speak at first, but now he is a little embarrassed. He said, these girls, Some of their parents died in this smallpox epidemic. They are lonely and very pitiful. I wanted them to come here and serve Mr. Zilly. Now it seems that they are not. It is possible. There. Old man covered his face and wept. He played the family card, and the girls won people's sympathy. All the people were moved. Why didn't Lee Minutes know what the old man was thinking? What he was playing? He knew. It is nothing more than to let myself take in these women. In line with the principle that fertilizer and water do not flow to outsiders' fields, he's ready to take it all in. If it was an ugly girl, he might think about it, but this one is not polite. But at this time Kong Jingting said, "That's their family's business. What are you doing with Mr. Zilly? Hurry up. It's none of your business here. Mr. Zilly doesn't need you. Go back." Kong Jingting can be said to be very strong, but that sparked anger among the girls. "You don't have to worry about whether we go or stay. What are you? Don't make decisions for Mr. Zilly. How do you know what Mr. Zilly thinks? As long as Mr. Zilly doesn't chase us, we won't leave." The old man directly bypassed Kong Jingting and Lee Minutes and said, "Mr. Zilly, this." Many people even said, "I hope Mr. Zilly can take them in." Yes, they are too pitiful. If not smallpox, they may be so pitiful. "Mr. Zilly, please accept them." There. People agreed that they should be accepted by Lee Minutes. Kong Jingting said, "You guys are hard to beat." Kong Jingting must not be rude. At this moment, Kong Yingda walked over from the crowd. "Grandpa," Kong Jingting said coquettishly. "Mr. Zilly, I'm sorry, the little girl made you laugh." No, Lee Minutes said. The old man came again. "Mr. Zilly, okay, I will promise you, but instead of accepting them as slaves, I will let them join the Shengten group and let them assist my Shengten group, and I can eat and live in the Shengten group. In the group, at the same time, they are all paid." Lee Minutes said, "This may be the final result. It is absolutely impossible to marry them. He doesn't want to marry either. But it is possible to let them stay. After all, he still lacks female workers. With them, you can relieve some stress for yourself. Plus, isn't it fragrant to look at beautiful women every day and work with them? One day when he is in a good mood, why not take a few concubines or something?" His decision drew the approval of many. At the same time, some people say that he is a gentleman and so on. He gained another wave of goodwill. And as soon as he finished speaking, Kong Jingting was just about to say something. But it was pulled back by Kong Yingda. "Grandpa, why don't you let me talk?" "Okay, don't say it. If you continue, it will only embarrass Mr. Zilly. Don't forget the purpose of our trip." Kong Jingting didn't say anything. At the same time, the old man who brought the beautiful woman over immediately gave the girls a wink. The girls immediately said in unison, "Mr. Xi Zilly, from today onwards, we will be staying in the Shengten group." In this way, it was a matter of fact. "Okay, Yuxiu, you bring them in and teach them well." Yuxiu did not dare to refuse, and directly agreed. "Okay, follow me into the prosperous Tang group." There. Girls then entered the prosperous Tang group. Outside, Lee Minutes cleared his throat and said, "You all go back, as long as you live well, that's what I want." At this moment, many people covered their faces and cried. But the eldest grandson Wu Ji next to him said coldly, "I didn't expect Lee Minutes to become so good at acting. This guy." "Father, we can't make him feel better." "Of course, with me, Lee Minutes, I'm afraid it won't last long." Finally, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. Under Lee Minutes' persuasion, people gradually left the Shengten group. After Cheng Yojin and others stayed for a while, they said that there was going to be a big banquet in the palace and left early. Only a few people were present at the scene. Kong Jingting and Kong Yingda seemed to have something to do and never left. There are also Zhang Sun Wuji and his son standing around, not wanting to leave. Qing Sun Chong saw Ouyang Zun coming towards them, and said, "Father, it's Master Ouyang. Let's go over and ask him what's going on." "Let's go." For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 279. I object to first update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 280 Son Simio's Apprenticeship. The first rebellious son of the Tang dynasty novel. Find the latest chapter. The father and son of the eldest grandson directly caught up with Ouyang's son. Master Ouyang, please stay, said their eldest grandson Wuji. Ouyangzon stopped when he saw that it was the eldest grandson Wuji. I didn't feel particularly surprised. It turned out to be Duke Chi Buck. I heard from His Majesty that you were coming back in the morning, but I didn't expect to come back earlier than expected. By the way, why are you looking for this old man? The news of Zhang Sunyuji's return has been released. It's not a big deal. What happened to Mr. Zilli? And what about the group? Zhang Sunyuji pointed in the direction of the prosperous Tang group. Ouyangzon had also heard about the relationship between Cheng Sunyuji and Li Minutes. Mr. Zilli you are talking about as Li Minutes, the sixth prince. I know this. I mean, what's going on with the group? That is all the property of the sixth prince, and now the entire group plays a pivotal role in chain and city status. It is also a new industry. The product is very real. What? We have only been away for half a year. There is such a group. Yes, not your majesty. They must have thought that Li Shimin secretly helped give Li Minutes a large sum of money. Otherwise how could this be? Ouyangzun interrupted Zhang Sunyuji directly. No, when His Majesty kicked the sixth prince out of the palace, he was penniless. It was built on his own strength. It started from scratch, and it's like this. What? Zhang Sunyuji looked at his son again. The difference between people is still very big. The same age, how to live a different feeling. That Li Minutes was so powerful. He started from scratch, and has been growing up until now. That is not something everyone can achieve. Even the entire Tang dynasty could not find a second person. Cheng Sun-chong was even more puzzled. This grumpy prince seems to be very powerful in business. In just half a year, from scratch to the current scale. He also made all the people worship him, and if he had a daughter, he wanted to marry his daughter to him. And these people are very good looking. Why? But it is impossible to marry a princess, and it will be interrupted. Why is there such a big difference between people? Chi Guogong, what about you? Ouyangzon asked curiously, because the eldest grandson Wuji was lost in thought. It's alright. It's alright. Does that mean all the civil and military officials have to curry favor with him? Zhang Sunyuji asked again. No, they all count on his free wine and all kinds of magical things. Ouyangzon spoke out about Yujiu. Father, we drank Yu wine in Shandong before, so he made it. Their eldest grandson Huang Wuji ignored his son. So that plaque is. He pointed to the plaque of Shengteng Group and asked. When Ouyangzun heard this, his face turned bad. He knew what Zhang Sunyuji wanted to say. It must be about the seal again. So his expression changed and he said, King Guogong, I will not accompany you. Let's go first. He left without giving Zhang Sunyuji any face. Scholar Ouyang, their eldest grandson Wuji didn't understand what he had done, but kept shouting from behind. But people just ignore him. Left directly, he could only sigh. I didn't expect a Lilian to grow into this. This guy is really not to be underestimated. More than that, what Lilian has done, I am afraid that Zhang Sunyuji will be shocked again. Cheng Sun-chong's whole body is not well. Seeing Li Minutes live so well, and he can't even get his wife. It was also labeled as China and Hong Kong, and the shadow area in my heart is huge. Thank you, Father. My son knows. Only then did Cheng Sun-chong feel a little happier. Father, he seems to be doing better in the 6 months since we left. I thought that being banished from the palace would be a huge blow to him, but now it seems that this is not the case. He is surrounded by beauties and Princess Chengel. Cheng Sunyuji comforted Cheng Sun-chong and said, Chonga, when I go back, I will mention Princess Chengel's marriage to your majesty. A Princess Chengel is comparable to Li Minutes' thousands of women. In the future, you must take good care of her. Let her be born a son and a half-daughter. Your status will be higher and more stable. There. Lee Minutes was puzzled. The two stayed at a distance and just looked at the Shengteng group. After a long time, they looked at each other and sighed before leaving the East Market and heading towards the palace. As for Kong Jingting and Kong Yingde just now, they did not intend to leave. They stood there for a long time without speaking. In the end, Lee Minutes was puzzled. Scholar Kong, do you have anything else to do? Lee Minutes felt a little depressed about being asked to marry him last time. This time, will this old man do something again? I have something. But this time I want to find Sun Zhenren, he said. Oh, is it Sun Zhenren? Then he'll go first, let's talk. Since he wasn't looking for him, Lee Minutes was about to turn around and leave. But he was stopped by Kong Yingde. Mr. Zilli, wait a moment. Lee Minutes was puzzled. You are looking for Sun Simiao. What should I wait for? Oh, that's it. For the next thing, although I want to find Sun Zhenren, I still want you to nod. What's the matter? You need to be so careful. At this time, Sun Simiao asked, Scholar Kong, why is this? He was puzzled. Why did he do this? Sun Zhenren, have we known each other for more than 10 years? Kong Yingde didn't say anything serious, and turned directly to friendship. Indeed, Sun Simiao not only knew Fang Xuanling, but also knew Kong Yingde for many years. That's right, some time ago, because of the smallpox outbreak in Chainan, my granddaughter wanted to study medicine together to treat people in the world, so I wanted her to worship you as a teacher. I don't know if you can worship you as a teacher? No wonder Lee Minutes was here. Because Sun Simiao has belonged to himself, all this has to be asked by Lee Minutes. See if he wants to. Lee Minutes has reason to believe that Kong Jingting's good female talent is inappropriate. If she wants to study medicine, does she want to be close to herself, or for the people? Although there is no evidence, but he can guess. On the side, Kong Jingting's eyes were full of anticipation. She looked at Lee Minutes. Sun Simiao also looked at Lee Minutes. Mr. Zilli. Lee Minutes shrugged and said, don't look at me. It depends on Sun Zhenren's meaning. I will not interfere with his freedom of apprenticeship. Sun Simiao turned to Kong Yingde again. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Kong Yingde's eyes are eager. He said a lot of good things, looking at the friendship between the two. Sun Simiao thought for a moment. Okay, I'll accept this apprentice. Kong Jingting said very acquaintedly. Jingting pays respects to the teacher. Ha ha ha, please get up. Get up quickly. Two masters and apprentices were not in harmony. Lee Minutes said a few words of congratulations, and then went to the rear. Let Kong Jingting stomp. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 280 Sun Simiao's apprenticeship second update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 281 A Ball of Paste in Front of Li Tu. The first treble novel of the Tang dynasty. Find the latest chapter. Because the pharmaceutical company was mentioned before, Lee Minutes accelerated the progress and established the pharmaceutical company. He took out a building within the Shengteng Group as a R&D and production base for a pharmaceutical company. He is still at the helm of a pharmaceutical company, and Sun Simiao is responsible for researching some Chinese patent medicines and arrange for a special person to produce. According to Lee Minutes' intention, these drugs were announced as treatment directions. Whenever the common people have some kind of disease, as long as they obtain Chinese patent medicine according to the symptoms, it also saves a lot of time. At the same time, it also relieved a lot of burdens for some Langshong. It also reduces a lot of burdens for people. As for Liu Lai, Lee Minutes also asked everyone to increase the horsepower production. With the supply of distributors, a large amount of money has continuously entered the Shengteng Group, making his wealth rise again. The stronger he is, the more frightened the family will be. As for the vaccine, he did not intervene, because Li Shiman's strong intervention directly let the officials under him get it. There is no need for him to do this anymore. There is no so-called promise to spread throughout Tang within a month. On this day, Sun Simiao, Li Minutes and Kong Jingting were in the hall. This woman is very active and can take care of people very well. She and Jia Yuxiu fought on a par with Jia Yuxiu in order to serve Li Minutes. They were about to give Li Minutes a bed. Of course, as long as Li Minutes needed it, the two would fight to do it. Not only that, but also the 100 newly collected beauties. All of them are extremely enthusiastic. Li Minutes felt nothing and just enjoyed it. Closer to home, Sun Simiao made a lot of medicines during this period of time. Also saw a lot of miscellaneous diseases, like some severe inflammation. Even if Sun Simiao is a genius doctor, he is helpless. For example, there were several patients who were injured by kitchen knives before the wounds were purulent. They came to the Shengteng group to seek Sun Simiao, but he had no good way, and could only treat them through some traditional methods. The patients were already waiting. Died. So, he came to Li Minutes to find a solution. As soon as he came, he asked directly, "Mr. Zilli, the old man has a problem. The wound is festering, can you cure it?" Because of the smallpox incident, everyone was bewildered by Li Minutes. Therefore, when encountering a problem, Sun Simiao will come to Li Minutes immediately to discuss. When Li Minutes heard this, he felt that this was not a big deal. This matter is too simple. Sure enough, the response from Li Minutes was simple. Simple? This is very difficult for this old man. Sun Simiao said it was very difficult, because he tried many methods, but could not achieve the best results, and finally left the patient there to die. This was a huge blow to him. Li Minutes actually said it was simple. How simple is that? That's right. It's very simple. Just one thing can solve this problem. One thing? Instead of several or even dozens of Chinese medicines, Sun Simiao was thinking, could it be the same as cowpox? What is that thing? Penicillin. Li Minutes could immediately think of it was penicillin. Penicillin is the first antibiotic discovered in human history, and it is widely used and can treat many diseases, such as pharyngitis, tonsillitis, scarlet fever, endocarditis, erysipelas, cellulitis and puerperal fever caused by hemolytic streptococcus, pneumonia caused by pneumococcus, otitis media, etc. If it can be purified and used, then it will be an excellent thing for Tang. In this way, when he said this penicillin, the entry about him was updated again. The first person who was the first to antibiotics in ancient times increased the average life expectancy of the Chinese nation. It happened that Sun Simiao mentioned about the suppuration patients. That's why Li Minutes thought of penicillin. If Chinese and Western medicine are combined, it will be a qualitative leap for Tang's medicine. What is penicillin? Why hasn't this old man heard the name of this kind of medicine? Where can I get it? Sun Simiao was puzzled. What kind of medicine is this? Where to get it? It seems that he regarded penicillin as a traditional Chinese medicine, or something that is available everywhere. But he was wrong. As far as I know, after the tailor's hands are cut, in order to avoid infection, they will apply green hairy paste to the wound to help the wound heal, and penicillin is in the green hairy substance here. After hearing what Li Minutes said, Sun Simiao became interested. The old man, go get that thing and come back and try it. After that, Sun Simiao visited the tailor shop of the clothing store and found out that they would cultivate green-haired paste. Then he brought back the green-haired paste. It directly affects the wounds of those few people he can't cure. Sure enough, they were cured. This matter was passed directly to Li Shimin's ears. He was shocked. Unexpectedly, within a few days of letting Sun Simiao follow Li Minutes, Sun Simiao would make such a big deal. You must know that when the army is fighting, if a soldier is injured, it is inevitable that the wounds will fester. If the infection cannot be treated and the infection is serious, the loss of physical combat power will be huge. If this penicillin is used in the army, it will be a great thing. Therefore, Li Shimin directly ordered Cheng Yojin to find a way no matter what. Cheng Yojin expressed embarrassment. Why did he get these things? But I couldn't do it again, and in the end I paid a lot of money to get it. When Cheng Yojin put a ball of green-haired paste in front of Li Shimin, he almost fainted. Zaiji, You just give me this thing? What is this? Li Shimin suppressed his anger. In his opinion, how can this thing save lives? And it's not easy to transport. Feeling a bit tricked. Once known by the enemy, he, Li Shimin, let the soldiers fight with lumps of moldy paste, which might make him laugh to death. This must be Cheng Yojin's mistake. But Cheng Yojin was wronged again. Your Majesty, this is the key to Sun Zenran's treatment. I brought it here. What? That's all? Li Shimin stared at the paste in a daze. You were reading www.uyukansu.com. He couldn't believe it. It was all true. Maybe I can take a look at the Shengton group? Maybe it's a little frowning? Cheng Yojin seemed to sense Li Shimin's displeasure. He didn't want to either. He brought the treatment according to Li Shimin's wishes. But Li Shimin didn't believe it. What could he do? In fact, he didn't even want to believe it. Go and find out. If you can't find it out, don't come back. Yes, Your Majesty. Cheng Yojin said yes, thinking for a long time in his heart, how could I stand up to an emperor like you? For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this reading record. Chapter 281. A ball of paste in front of Li the third update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 282. Penicillin comes out. The first treble novel of the Tang dynasty. Find the latest chapter. Cheng Yojin was very depressed, so he could only go to the Shengton group again. When he first arrived, he met Sun Simiao and Kong Jingting Heads. Sun Simiao was holding a jar of green head paste in his hand. As soon as he saw Cheng Yojin, he said. It turned out to be General Cheng. Hello Uncle Cheng. Kong Jingting called out politely. Cheng Yojin nodded towards Kong Jingting, and then asked Sun Simiao. Sun Zenran, what are you? This old man just came back from outside. What are you? I came to find you for something. Looking for me? Yes. About what you have? Sun Simiao raised the jar. This? Yes. Can this thing really heal stab wounds and fester? Cheng Yojin asked eagerly. Li Shimin said, and he doubted himself a little. Correct. That's true. His Majesty is afraid that I will lie to him. Cheng Yojin said bitterly. He could not wait to take Sun Simiao back to the official and explain it to Li Shimin. But Sun Simiao seemed to have something to do. If General Cheng has nothing else to do, he'll go in first. Jingting, you should wait outside and come for the teacher. Yes, Master. Kong Jingting replied. Sun Simiao looked very anxious. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked in. Wait for me. He'll be with me too. Cheng Yojin followed. Then, the two went to the real laboratory. Li Minutes and Jiu Xiu were busy inside. They both wore masks and looked very professional. The two of them seemed to be doing some kind of experiment. There are a lot of bottles and cans in front of you. Sun Simiao was okay, but Cheng Yojin was stunned by what he saw. A lot of experimental equipment, like microscopes, various glass petri dishes, alcohol lamps. These things are things he has no knowledge of, and he even forgot to salute Li Minutes. Instead, I heard Sun Simiao say, Mr. Zilli, I did what you wanted that day, and it really worked. It's just that there are too few of them, and it's hard to preserve them. If it can be mass-produced, it must be a big thing for the people. When Cheng Yojin heard it, it turned out that Li Minutes did this again. Mr. Zilli, what's the point of this? Even Cheng Yojin asked. Unexpectedly, Li Minutes ignored him. I have also started to study this point. After a period of time, I will also prepare for mass production, but it will take some time. Sun Simiao was shocked at this time. Is there a faster method? What kind of method is that? I see that the growth of this paste is too slow. According to Sun Simiao's knowledge, if it is extracted from the paste, it is too slow. When can a certain amount be mentioned? I need oranges and moldy fruit food. I just need to isolate the bacteria and put them in. And penicillin can't be used after it has grown. It needs to be purified. Li Minutes will find it in the browser. The penicillin culture method that came out said it. The method is very simple. which is to use the juice ground from rice and the juice ground from potato as the medium solution. It is sufficient to transplant penicillium for culture followed by purification. Although all of these methods are not difficult, they require ingenuity. Wait for the old man to write down the process. Sun Simiao was overjoyed. This was beyond his theoretical scope. This is the charm of Western medicine. At this time, he still maintained a strong learning ability. Whether Chinese or Western, he can adapt very quickly. Lee Minutes let him write. Not everyone can use penicillin. Some people have allergies and must be tested first. Yes, I understand. Lee Minutes kept saying. Sun Simiao kept memorizing. Cheng Yojin on the side said in surprise, "Penicillin? Is it really that useful?" "That's not it. The old man used it to cure 2 critically ill patients before." Sun Simiao replied. "Then I have to tell His Majesty about this." Cheng Yojin said impatiently, "Farewell." Then, he left the Shengton group. Because of what? Because he knew the market for penicillin will not be worrying about in the future. Moreover, Li will definitely promote it vigorously. Sure enough, Li was overjoyed after receiving the news. Actively promote it. Because the people of Tang had never used antibiotics before, its effect was outrageous. Since penicillin is a life-saving drug, Lee Minutes never thought of making a lot of money from it. As long as there is profit, he can support his research team and produce more new drugs, then that's fine. Finally, an order was issued for the pharmaceutical company to start producing penicillin directly. The people in charge were Sun Simiao and Jiu Xiu. "Mr. Zilli, what else is needed to cultivate penicillin? Let's talk about it. The old man will write it down." Lee Minutes didn't hide anything, and told everything he knew. It is believed that the two of them together will definitely increase the production of penicillin to a certain extent. In the days that followed, when penicillin came out, more than 90% of its sales were directly taken away by Li Erchuo Cheng Yojin. 10% of the output was digested by the Langzhong in Chainan City. This is a good thing. In particular, the 90% share, in Li Er's words, is to be promoted so that the entire Tang dynasty can use penicillin, especially a drug that is necessary in the army. To this end, Lee Minutes once again increased production, but production requires a large number of workers. Therefore, Shengton Group recruited another 1,000 people. When everything was on the right track, he acted as a slap in the face. But from time to time, Sun Simiao has to be given some new ideas, and some research methods of commonly used medicines have also been developed and mass-produced. As a result, Shengton Pharmaceutical Company is more and more important in Tang. At a certain level, even Li would not dare to move this company, because it is so important. You reading www.uukanzu.com is so important that Li has been given special attention, and some things that are not conducive to their development are directly suppressed. However, the problem came again. Because of the rapid expansion of pharmaceutical companies, the number of people soared to a critical point that the group could accommodate. At present, there are nearly 5,000 employees in the group, and these people are full of his prosperous Tang group. At the moment, there are 2 ideas that dominate. First, let some people move out. Second, take some land and build more buildings. Expand the area of the group. But these 2 ideas were not what Lee Minutes wanted. He will also drive the development of the nearby economy, and the nearby areas will also feed back. He wanted a better solution. So, they were all rejected by him. At this time, Zhu Shan, Jiu Xiu, Yuan Dangang, Sun Simiao, Kong Jingting and others were discussing with Lee Minutes what to do next. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 282 The Advent of Penicillin, the 4th update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time, chapter 283 See Through but Not Say Through. The first treble novel of the Tang dynasty. Find the latest chapter about increasingly scarce space. If there is no way to solve it, then the whole group is afraid that it will become more and more unfavorable for living. The number of 5,000 people is too large. At this time, all the backbones of the Shengtang group came. First Jiruxiu said, Mr. Zilli, I think we can buy another field, or even buy another row of storefronts in the West Market, so that our people can spread out. Li Minutes said, in this way, it can't solve the real problem. If we increase the number of people, do we need to get more land? My plan is to add another 10,000 people. Li Minutes' words shocked everyone present. Another 10,000 people? That's 15,000 people. In the entire Tang dynasty, apart from the 5 great families, I am afraid that no one can be compared with the prosperous Tang group. If a group needs to develop rapidly, then personnel are essential. Let Shengtang group be better. It is not impossible if it is decentralized, but it is very unfavorable for management. Li Minutes needed a centralized group, not a decentralized group. Then what should we do? Everything we could think of was rejected by you. Jiruxiu couldn't think of anything. Not to mention others. Kong Jingting said at this time, that's not easy. Wouldn't it be better to build some more houses within the group? Rebuilding a house can't accommodate too many people. In ancient times, a house had at most 2 or 3 floors. How many people could live on the first floor? In the end, it was not enough. Also wasted money out. As soon as these words came out, Zushan responded directly, Mr. Zilli is disgusting. The environment in the entire prosperous Tang group is getting worse and worse. There used to be a large garden, but now because the number of people has increased, the area of the garden is constantly shrinking. Now, that's very bad for living, and it makes people feel very crowded. He was right, and now everyone fell into contemplation again. However, Li Minutes said, Kong Jingting's thinking is correct. Kong Jingting raised her head proudly. It seems to say, how, am I right? But then, Li Minutes added, it's just that we need to create more space in a limited place. This statement made everyone puzzled. Sun Simiao asked, could it be that Mr. Zilli wants to build 2 floors, or even multiple floors? Li Minutes nodded. That's right, it's just that the number of layers may be 20 or even 30. When this was said, everyone was stunned. If you can't create it, you can say that this idea is indeed possible. 30 floors is equivalent to 30 times the current floor. Even if there are dozens of times more people can hold it. Everyone couldn't help but admire Li Minutes' idea. But the question is, can this building be built? That Zushan said. Even the palace has no buildings with more than 5 floors. In the entire Chainan city, I am afraid that no one can build such a building. Even if there are high-rise buildings, they can only be tall towers. At most 10 come to the floor. The 30th floor up. Then how to make it? People couldn't figure out how to make it. Especially you Aunt Angang. He has different considerations. This is going to build a high level. Let's not say whether it can be built or not. One thing must be determined, that is, will the court let us build it? Someone will definitely stop this process. So what should we do? He said before once an official. Do you know what the relationship is like? If you build a 30-story high-rise building, you have to see if Li Shimin agrees. He agrees to disagree. If you don't agree, it's useless to say more. Why is this happening? Because the emperor is very taboo that other people's buildings are taller than the palace. That would make him feel pinned down. Very shameless. But there is no guarantee that Li Shimin will agree. Jiruxiu said at this time, perhaps, we can build 5 floors, and it's not too high. Yeah. I also agree. Why do you want to build 30 floors? It's more difficult to just climb up. If you, Kong Jingting said. Li Minutes just smiled. Can build such a high building, is there no way to go up? Now he can make steel, and he can make it, as long as he draws the blueprint, and then gives it to the craftsman to deal with it, and then uses the water energy. And a hydraulic elevator will come out directly. It is very easy to go upstairs without climbing stairs. But he won't talk to them for the time being. I told them and they didn't understand. You don't have to worry about these, I have a solution. Li Minutes said confidently. Then, he asked Yuan Tangang. Yuan Tangang, if I want to build a 30-foot tall building, Who would I need to nod? Their first floor is basically about 10 feet, or about 3 meters, so that it won't be depressed. Yuan Tang was silent for a while and said, "This, I'm afraid your majesty needs to nod his head, and then delegate the documents. The guys from the Ministry of Engineering are very timid. It is useless to find them. The head of their Ministry of Engineering is in charge of the construction, handled by them, but they can't approve such tall buildings." To criticize, only Li Shimin came. This time, Li Minutes was silent. Because of what? Because he didn't want to ask Li Shimin. Sun Simiao seemed to see his embarrassment. He said, "This old man may be able to help Mr. Zilli to solve this problem." Based on the relationship between Sun Simiao and Li Shimin, if he goes, he will succeed 90% of the time. Sun Simiao left the Shengteng group. Then Li Shimin didn't dare not to give him face. After all, Empress Chengsun's illness is still under treatment. It really annoyed some people, and it was not good for Li Er. In addition, Sun Simiao is very popular. Li Shimin respected him as a real person, and he should have agreed. Li Minutes was overjoyed. If that's the case, that's great. "Thank you so much, Sun Zenran. Isn't this for the sake of the world?" Sun Simiao said. He was quite excited. Yes, the whole medical environment will be better when Shengteng Group is good. A large number of people have invested in research, and new drugs will be released every day. More than half of the sales of these new drugs were taken away by the Imperial Court, and then the money was collected from the Imperial Court. In this way, they continued to circulate, continue to make money, continue to increase investment, and reproduce, forming a virtuous circle. Okay. I wonder when Sun Zenran will go? Li Minutes couldn't wait. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. Now the old man will go. His Majesty also took some Luai Daiwang pills some time ago, and now let the old man go in to see how his condition is. Just in time to talk to His Majesty. Luai said, "Yellow pill. Does Li Shimin really have the same disease as Li Yuan? That would be embarrassing. It must be that Li Er has also been overindulgent recently." This person can't be seen without saying anything. Li Minutes only said, "It's so hard work." And Li Minutes was waiting for good news in the Shengteng group. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 283, See Through But Not Speak 5th update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time, chapter 284, Li Shimin's embarrassment. Let's say Sun Simiao entered the palace directly. Meet Li Shimin. Li Shimin treated Sun Simiao favorably. After all, in this smallpox epidemic, he, Sun Simiao, also contributed a lot. He also joined the Shengteng group and assisted in the manufacture of penicillin. The soldiers damaged by the Tang army were once again reduced to a certain extent. In addition to his illness, Sun Simiao was here for a follow-up visit this time, so he was extra polite. First, Sun Simiao sat opposite him, and then poured tea for him. At that time, Chengsun Wuji and Empress Chengsun were also present. "Your Majesty is looking good recently. Do you feel uncomfortable after taking that medicine?" "Ha, thanks to Sun Zenran's medicine, I feel much better and my physical strength has recovered." Li Shimin didn't say what medicine it was. He couldn't say the 5 words Luai Daiwang 1, because as soon as he said it, it was exposed. Everyone knows the purpose of this medicine. This kind of thing can't let others know, otherwise it will be embarrassing. Sun Simiao just smiled, just when he wanted to say something. Zhang Sun Wuji asked with concern, "Is your Majesty not feeling well recently?" Li Shimin was a little embarrassed. After all, it would be shame for him to tell him about the male aspect. Empress Zhang Sun was even more embarrassed. But she still spoke for Li Shimin. "Your Majesty has been overworked recently, and let Sun Zenran come to see it." Li Shimin also said, Yes, that's the case. I've been a little tired recently, and am not physically strong." Why didn't he say that he was powerless? Unexpectedly, Li Yuan suddenly came to visit. "Your Majesty, Is that Luai Daiwang pill really useful? These words made Li Shimin want to find a hole to dig into. Sun Simiao was even more embarrassed, and he tried to avoid speaking out. I didn't want to, but I ran into this guy Li Yuan. Luai Daiwang 1? Zhang Sun Wuji wondered what it was. One more question. What does this medicine do? Li Shimin said nothing. Queen Qingsun bowed her head. Sun Simiao was stunned. Li Yuan did not expect these things. This medicine can strengthen the physique, but the power of dictatorship is not enough. It's the man's side. Li Yuan said this. Everyone present was embarrassed. The air seemed to freeze. Qingsun Wuji also realized this. He wanted to find a hole to dig into. Li Yuan also felt bad. Get away immediately. The widow has something to do. Go ahead and go ahead. Right, Sun Zhenren, you can send some Luai Daiwang 1 to the widow. After that, he left. That eldest grandson Wuji stopped for a long time. Queen, did you feel any discomfort after drinking the prescription's medicine? Tell me if you have anything. I had to say, Sun Zhenren, this recipe is so easy to use. Did you make it? Could you give me that recipe too? In this way, Li Shimin felt a little more comfortable. Sun Simiao is a sincere person. He just said, this prescription was prescribed by the 6th prince, and it specializes in the treatment of andrology. It is not the work of the old man, but if Qi Guogong wants it, the old man can prepare it and send it over a dozen. Guarantee that the medicine will cure disease. It's his again. Zhang Sun Wuji was very puzzled. Why is it Li Minutes again? The matter of returning before, because of Li Minutes' relationship, made him unpopular. Li Shimin interrupted the conversation between the two at this time, because he didn't want to say too much on the subject. Okay, on this issue, you said in private that there is also the Queen's condition. Sun Zhenren, please take a look. Let's see how the situation is. Sun Simiao responded immediately. There are 3 things in entering the palace this time: looking at Li Shimin's andrology's illness, and confirming whether Empress Zhangsun's illness is well, and the third is the mention of architecture. Ask the Queen to put her hand on the table. Empress Zhangsun did as she did. Sun Simiao took the pulse directly and observed it for a long time. After a while, Sun Zhenren, how is the Queen? Li Shimin was very concerned. After I finished my pulse, I felt that the Queen's pulse became much more stable, which is a good sign. Li Shimin was overjoyed. Then Sun Simiao asked again. After growing up, the Empress said that she is a little smoother, and the episodes of Qi diseases are less and less. This medicine is really very useful, and it only took a long time to take effect. As long as you keep eating, you will get better. Then you have to keep eating. At most it will be better in half a month. Sun Simiao said with great certainty. Really? That's great. Li Shimin was overjoyed, and he took Empress Chengsun's hand. In this way, Empress Chengsun can live for a few more decades. That's it. Sun Zhenren, is there really a cure for Qi disease? My father also died of Qi disease. My sister has been trapped by this disease for many years, and I didn't expect there will be a better time. Asked suddenly. Yes. The old man thought that this disease could not be cured, and he studied for a long time, but he still couldn't find it. Then, who made this prescription? Zhang Sun Wuji asked curiously. Li Shimin didn't want to mention Li Minutes' name. Seeing this, Sun Simiao didn't know whether to say anything. On the contrary, Empress Chengsun said, it was Li Mingkai's recipe, and he cured my illness. Brother, I hope you will be more tolerant to him in the future. I know that he has done something to Chonga, but I am always convinced that he is not on purpose. You reading www.uukanzu.com is unintentional. Regarding Li Minutes' violent beating of Chengsun Chong, Chengsun Wuji was very concerned. Everyone was severely injured, and it was impossible for him to forgive. That's why Empress Chengsun came forward to speak for Li Minutes. But until then, he will slowly implement it. Zhang Sun Wuji just said, why would you care? He cured his sister's illness. I should thank him. Even though he said so, he had long thought otherwise. In fact, he wanted to kill Li Minutes, and the feeling was very strong. Zhang Sun Wuji said again, by the way, Zhenren's son, Can you give me the medicine in the recipe too? I seem to be in this state in recent years. Sun Simiao was a little surprised when he heard it. Could it be that this disease can be inherited? No wonder Chang Sun Sheng died early, probably from a qi disease. If it was Li Minutes, he might not give the eldest grandson Wuji the recipe. But Sun Simiao is different. If Chang Sun Wuji wanted it, he would definitely give it. Qi Guogong, how about I then send Luai Dai Wang pills to your house? That's great. Many thanks to Sun Zhenren. You must thank the sixth prince for this. His achievements. Sun Simiao said. Chang Sun Wuji smiled awkwardly. What about Li Minutes again? In any case, today is a happy day. And the group chatted for a long time. But Sun Simiao did not necessarily leave. Li Shimin saw that Sun Simiao had something to say. He asked, Sun Zhenren, are you worried? Only then did Sun Simiao let go. P.S. Let's get violent here today. Come again tomorrow. Please remember our website. Novel The First Inverse of the Tang Dynasty has the fastest update speed. Chapter 285. Sun Simiao has a request for the first rebellious son of the Tang Dynasty. Find the latest chapter. Sun Simiao said at this time, actually, the old man came here today to ask for something. Li Shimin was shocked. Usually, they are always asking for Sun Simiao. How is it today? Why was Sun Simiao taking the initiative to beg them? He is a person who has no desires and no desires. This is the first time that he has taken the initiative to ask for each other. Everyone also wanted to know what happened and what he wanted. Li Shimin wants to know more, so he asked, Sun Zhenren, if you have something to say, don't be so polite. As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree to you. Li Shimin is a man of skill. He did not directly agree, but said that he could do it. It's a very shameful thing to say all the words and not finish them. As an emperor, this is the basic way of speaking. Maybe it's been a loss before. Your Majesty, you must be able to do this, and it will be beneficial to the people in the future. Sun Simiao said with great certainty. A major event is also beneficial to the people, and this is probably not an easy matter. A building that benefits all the people is not direct, but indirect. After all, the number of people is concentrated, the management is easy, the efficiency is fast, and the research speed is faster, so that it can better serve the people. So Sun Simiao said that. Li Shimin must be thinking, what the hell is going on? He asked again, what's that? Let's talk. This is indeed beneficial to the people. In this regard, your pharmaceutical company has done a good job. I agree with your approach very much. It has also provided a lot of jobs for the people, and provided a lot of favorable conditions for the economic development of Datang. Sun Simiao then slowly said, recently, the pharmaceutical company where the old man works has recruited a large number of talents, about 1,000 people, to devote themselves to the research of new drugs, to bless Tang. When he said this, the three people present nodded in approval. Li Minutes was so powerful that in half a year, he could recruit 5,000 people and support them. Li Shimin agrees with this point very much, but although he praises him, he doesn't say a word about Li Minutes. The eldest grandson Wuji on the side also seemed to realize this. That is, the relationship between Li Minutes and Li Shimin is still tense. So there is room for action. Your Majesty, you also know that the extra 1,000 people are in the prosperous Tang group, which seems very crowded. After all, the prosperous Tang group is a group with 4,000 workers. An extra 1,000 people is equivalent to the number of 5,000 people. It's too many to live in. Sun Simiao's words came out. Zhang Sun Wuji was shocked. He frowned. Zhen Sun, what did you say? There are 5,000 people in the Shengtan group? 5,000 people. That's not a little bit. At that time, it took less than half a year to go from a dozen people at the beginning to 5,000 people. How did Li Minutes do it? Yes, 5,000 people. Listening to what the sixth prince said, I will recruit another 10,000 people. Otherwise, things won't work. That's 15,000 people. That Li Minutes' prosperous Tang group can be regarded as the sixth largest family in Chainan. Only Chainan, the five great families of the entire Tang dynasty. The size is not comparable to Li Minutes, but given time, it will definitely be possible. That's not just a big business territory, it's simply a business empire. You know, in this day and age, just how hard it is to feed a child. However, it took Lee Minutes half a year to support 5,000 people. In fact, the number is even higher. There are 5,000 people and 5,000 families, plus the development of the surrounding economy. Not to mention too much, there must be some to support 30,000 people. Is that human being? Wuji let Sun Zhenren continue. Li Shimin interrupted, signaling Sun Simiao to continue. Then, the Shengteng Group's land is completely insufficient. Did he ask you to let me approve the land? If so, he can go directly to the Ministry of Engineering, and someone will naturally handle it. I can't control this matter. Li Shimin asked directly. How can there be such an emperor? Obviously what Li Minutes did was for the Tang dynasty, but he behaved like this. No, I'm here this time, not because of the sixth prince's intention, but because I feel that I need to come here. And it's not to get land, but to get a review document from your majesty about building a house. In ancient times, especially in Shainan City, you don't want to build all the houses you want. You need the court's nod and approval, and then you can build them. If the court doesn't agree and you build it again, then sorry, someone will tear down your house, and someone will fine you or even put you in jail. Therefore, this procedure is essential. For building a house, I still need to go to the Ministry of Industry. There is no need to say anything about such a trivial matter. Li Shimin still didn't care. But Sun Simiao said, Your Majesty, this time is no trivial matter. The house that the sixth prince is going to build will be as high as 30 floors. As soon as Sun Simiao said that, the cup in Li Shimin's hand almost fell to the ground. He was shocked. 30 stories? The buildings in the Great Tang are no more than 15 stories, right? Is he crazy? Li Shimin obviously didn't believe it. Furthermore, if such a tall guy is really created, his palace will no longer be imposing. He deserves it as an emperor, and he has to look up at Li Minutes everywhere, so he didn't approve of it. Qingsun Wujie even said, I'm afraid he has hypoxia. How can it be possible to build a 30-story building? Even Yan Lide can't build a 30-story building, right? Born in Chainan, he came from an engineering family and is good at architecture, crafts and painting. In the early years of Yude, he was granted the imperial officer Cao of the King of Qin Li Shimin to join the army, and he was moved to the imperial court. During the Zhengwen period, he had served as the minister of the Ministry of Industry, such as a general as a young craftsman, a general as a master craftsman, etc. And now he rarely goes out when he leaves office. He was instructed to build the mausoleum of Emperor Gozu of the Tang dynasty, supervised the construction of the Qiyi and Yuwa palaces, the construction of the Ziling mausoleum, and presided over the construction of the Go and the city towers outside the Chainan city of the Tang dynasty. As for him, he was a very famous architect in the Tang dynasty at that time. When Qingsun Wujie talked about him, he wanted to compare him to Li Minutes. Empress Qi, this old man thinks that the sixth prince can be created. Your Majesty, Li Minutes does not do anything he is not sure about. My concubine thinks that this matter needs to be carefully considered. Empress Chengsun said. She tends to believe Li Minutes. Since Li Minutes wants to do it, there must be his reasons. Plus Sun Simiao took the initiative to mention it. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Li Shimin has no reason not to think about it. So this matter should be carefully considered. Anyway, if I don't believe it, why not let Yan Lide witness together? Qingsun Wujie said so. I thought this was feasible, and I rashly agreed to everything without verification. I'm afraid it wouldn't be the result I wanted. To put it bluntly, I just didn't want to agree. So, let Yan Lide come and witness together. If Yan Lide said that he couldn't make it, then he wouldn't make it. Everything is pushed to Yan Lide, and he, Li Shimin, is not responsible at all. For the convenience of reading next time, You can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 285 Sun Simiao Yukio first update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time, chapter 286 Cheng Sun Wuji came forward to stop the instruction. The first rebellious son of the Tang dynasty. Find the latest chapter. A group of people waited in the palace for a long time. A middle-aged man hurried to the palace. He is the master architect Yan Lied. At this time, he was very puzzled. What happened? Usually, he is rarely allowed to enter the palace. What happened today? Why was he in such a hurry to enter the palace? When he arrived, he saw that in addition to Li Shimin and Empress Chengsun, there were also Cheng Sun Wuji and Sun Simiao. He did not dare to neglect, and first bowed to Li Shimin and his wife. Then he followed Sun Simiao and said, Yan Lied has seen Sun Zhenren. I admire the name for a long time. There. Yan Lied asked directly, Your Majesty does not know why you have invited ministers to come here? I dare not dare. After the two bowed to each other. Otherwise, when the time comes, a misjudgment will be made, which will not work. He wondered. At this time, he was supervising the construction of the building. Why did he let him come? It's up to Sun Zhenren to talk about this. Li said. Yan Lied is puzzled. How is this related to Sun Simiao? But he still asked, Sun Zhenren, this. Sun Simiao then said, it's like this, the Shengteng group wants to build a house, so please come and use it as a reference. What is a good reference for building a house? Nothing more than a test the work of the craftsman. Zhang Sun Wuji couldn't listen any longer. He said directly, that's right, the Shengteng group said that it would build a 30-story house, and now I'm here to ask your majesty whether it can be built. Your majesty can't figure it out, right? I would like to ask you for reference. A 30-story house, that's not easy. I wonder who the Shengteng group hired to build it? Mr. Zili. Sun Simiao only said. Yan Lied knew who it was. But the sixth prince? It used to be, but not now. Li Shimin responded. Oh, so that's the case? Then does he have a successful house, or something else? Yan Lied didn't dare to neglect. He had to recognize everything clearly. When Yan Lied heard it, he seemed to be recalling. At this time, Empress Zhangsun said, Li Minutes built the gardens in the Shengteng group, and he also transplanted them into the imperial flowers. Then he suddenly realized, so it turns out, it's just the art of gardening. Building a house is not easy. 20 stories is the limit. How can there be a 30-story house? That means he obviously doesn't believe it. Shen Zhenren, Yan Lied said no. I think you should go back and talk to him. Your Majesty. The old man thinks that Mr. Zili can make it. Sun Simiao believes in Li Minutes very much, and this kind of trust can make him. I couldn't listen to Yan Lied's words. Zhen's son, I have never seen this 30-story house. With my ability, I can only build a 20-story tower. No matter how high it may collapse. Yan Lied didn't believe it, and tried to persuade Sun Simiao. Unexpectedly, Sun Simiao said, before. The old man didn't believe that Mr. Zili could practice medicine, but he did some shocking things and saved thousands of people, so the old man believed him. 1 yard, he can practice medicine, that is also in your category. But construction is not playing with mud. Zhang Sun Wuji said at this time. Yeah, Zhenren's son, this house is a miracle if it's built, but if it can't be built, it's a ruin. But Sun Simiao did not back down. Yan Lied, if you don't evaluate it, how do you know that Mr. Zili can't make it? You arbitrarily think that he can't do it before you see his talent. This kind of behavior is disappointing. Sun Simiao is highly respected, and his words carry weight. Therefore, Yan Lied felt very uncomfortable when he heard it. Yes, it seems unreasonable for him to judge their future by his professional ability alone. At least, you should go and see it, right? Empress Chengsun spoke at this time. Your Majesty, my concubine thinks that I can let Yan Lied go to the Tang dynasty group once and let him evaluate whether this plan is feasible. If it is possible, then maybe there are landmark buildings in Chainan City. Zhang Sun Wuji said, Your Majesty, the 30th floor, how high must be? It is not higher than the palace, Even if he has the ability, it is impossible to build it. That would make the royal family lose face. Empress Zhangsun was a little surprised. What about this brother? How to contradict yourself? But what he said seemed reasonable. It was also what Li Shimin thought. Your Majesty, my concubine thinks that Yan Lied is right. It's a miracle to build well, but a ruin if it can't be built. Why don't you let Li Minutes build it? If it doesn't work, it can make him retreat. But it's better than killing him with a stick. Ah, there. Eldest grandson Wuji said, Your Majesty, you can't follow him every day. That would be very unfair to other princes. Sun Simiao was very puzzled. How is this? If it's not just building a house, why follow Li Minutes? He didn't understand. I don't know the conflict between Li Minutes and Chengsun Wuji, but still did not back down. Your Majesty, the old man guarantees his personality, and Mr. Zilli will be able to do it well. Now Li Shimin is in a dilemma. He had never encountered such a situation. I have been thinking about the marriage of Chonga and Princess Chingil for a long time. Why don't we decide on the Mid-Autumn Festival wedding? What can we do then? In particular, the two sides have different opinions. So what should we do? He glanced at Yan Lied. I thought of a way. Yan Lied. Yes, go and evaluate it. If he can make it, he will come to the palace to find me. If not, directly deny it. Yan Lied had to answer. Let's go. Yan Lied, let's evaluate it. Sun Simiao couldn't wait. After all, he asked for it. Yan Lied saluted with Li and Empress Chengsun, and left with Sun Simiao, heading for the Tang dynasty group. At the moment, there are only 3 brothers and sisters, Zhangsun Wuji and Li Shimin. Empress Chengsun asked, Brother, why did you stop it? Chengsun Wuji said, Empress, I'm just making my judgment, and I don't have any subjective opinions. Okay, this is the end of the matter. Li Shimin was afraid that the two would quarrel, so he came forward. At this time, Zhangsun Wuji said, By the way, Your Majesty, I have something to do. Tell me, what's the matter? Chengsun Wuji said this again, which made him not very happy. He just asked Empress Zhangsun, What do you think, Empress, regarding this matter? Li Shimin has not yet come out of the shadows. My concubine thinks that we can't get married at this time. After all, the smallpox epidemic has just passed, and Chainan is not suitable for a big wedding, but the Mid-Autumn Festival can be held as scheduled, so that all people can have fun. Maybe we can celebrate? Zhangsun Wuji tried to persuade. Yuukanzu www.yuukanzu.com. Chonksai. It's not like this. The people are now displaced, and if they marry again, I'm afraid it will make the people complain more about the court. Why are we bothering? Just follow the queen's meaning. Although Chengsun Wuji was unhappy, he could only answer Li Shimin's words. No one dared not to listen to him. If he doesn't do this, maybe Empress Chengsun will help him. But it seemed that Empress Chengsun was still angry with him. Looking at Li Shimin again, he doesn't want to marry his daughter again, right? In desperation, he had no choice but to scold Li Minutes bitterly. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record. Chapter 286. Chengsun Wuji came forward to stop the instructions second update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 287. Reinforced concrete hit Yan Lied in the face. The first treble novel of the Tang dynasty find the latest chapter, and it was said that Yan Lied left the palace with Sun Simiao. They went directly to the Shengtan group. At this time, he happened to meet Li Minutes. Sun Zhenren, back. Li Minutes greeted Sun Simiao. He didn't ask how things were going. But no, it must be successful, because result orientation is just that. And saw Yan Lied, cannot help but wonder, who is this person? He couldn't recognize anyone. After all, he hadn't seen Yan Lied since he was a child. It was Yan Lied who reported himself to the facade. Yan Lied, architect. There are hardly any people who claim to be master architects. Yan Lied actually claimed to be a master architect, which made Li Minutes somewhat despise him. Li Minutes was even more curious. Why is Sun Simiao with him? Mr. Zilli, Yan Lied was appointed by His Majesty to evaluate whether our house can be built. Sun Simiao said, Lee Minutes understood. It turned out to be Lee Shimin. It is inevitable that some people do not want to see Yan lied. What do you want to be assessed? Lee Minutes asked face to face. I heard that Sun Zenran said that your construction ability is very unusual. Now I want to see if it is exaggerated. This is a bit like kicking a gym. Lee Minutes was not afraid of him. Simply say, it's not very unusual. In the Tang dynasty, I am the second, and no one dares to be the first. I didn't expect Mr. Zilli to be young, and his tone is not small, ordinary. I am here to evaluate you on the order of your majesty, and I will ask you a few simple questions. If I can reply, then I will go back and ask your majesty to release the documents. If not, I am very sorry, and I can directly reject it. Is that so? Please tell me. Look, what is the foundation of the house? Reinforced concrete, Li Yan said. Once these words were said, Yan lied was about to vomit blood. What reinforced cement? Zilli, don't pretend to understand. Yan lied obviously did not understand. What is reinforced cement? What the hell is that? But in Lee Minutes' opinion, the future direction of construction is reinforced concrete. Yan lied, you seem to know very little. Lee Minutes laughed. What kind of attitude do you have? Believe it or not, I will directly reject your request now. I will say, the master architect is so petty. What you don't understand, you have to think it is. You know, your ignorance, let me very disappointed. Lee Minutes said directly, in Sun Semio's opinion, the foundation of a house is not these two things. Could it be that Lee Minutes has a new research direction? This puzzled him. Recently, Sun Simiao has also heard that Lee Minutes often mentioned the word cement, but he has never seen what cement is. Hearing what Lee Minutes said to Yan lied again, it was like choking to death. Yan lied was furious, but he still took a deep breath. Try to stabilize yourself. Okay. Since you said what kind of reinforced concrete are, where are these two things? What are they? Take them out and see. You are optimistic. Don't be scared. Lee Minutes said. Yan lied didn't care. He didn't know that during this period of time, what Lee Minutes was building, but cement, and steel bars. He also made some under his own methods. Joke. Is there any building material in this world that I haven't seen before? Sure enough. He was still an arrogant person. Not to mention, Yan lied has never seen many building materials, and these materials are all made by methods from the future, like cement, tiles, light steel keel. There are too many. But today's protagonist is just reinforced concrete. It is also the key to the construction of the 30-story building. Okay, come with me. Lee Minutes walked forward. Yan lied wondered, but still followed. They walked for about a minute, all the way to the depths. While walking, Yan lied looked at the garden designs around him, and couldn't help but sigh. After all, these garden designs are already very accomplished. Could it be that Lee Minutes deliberately let himself see the garden design? But this garden design and building a house are two different things. He didn't understand why he brought himself here. Then Lee Minutes stopped. Yan lied looked in front of him, and there were stone piers everywhere. One more question to ask. Mr. Zilli, what is this for? Where is the steel and concrete? That's it, Lee Minutes said as he walked to a stone pier. Mr. Zilli, these are stones. Halfway through Yan lied's words, he was directly attracted by these special things. Because they are not stones. It's cement, solidified cement. What is this? So he asked. Cement. Lee Minutes said softly. That's what cement is? It's not water, and it's not mud. Conveniently, cement is just water and mud. Yan lied took a closer look and saw that the cement was very hard. He was startled. In this world, there are still such materials? Then he thought of something. Mr. Zilli, the house you are going to build will be made of cement? If that's the case, what's the difference between it and stone? It's still less than 30 stories high. It's just the solidified form of cement. Usually it's like this. Lee Minutes walked to another place, and the above was already mixed. Good cement. On one side was watery brown mud, and on the other was a white stone-like thing. It's clearly two things, Yan lied exclaimed. Look again. Lee Minutes turned the cement pier over and saw that a glass bottle was missing. If it was a stone, it couldn't be inlaid. But now it is in it. Yan lied understood a little, and he tried the hardness of the cement again, and it was very hard. Lee Minutes also put several kinds of cement with different times. According to the introduction, cement is usually powder, and after adding water and sand, it becomes cement. When they are mixed together, they will become hard after a period of time. Will get harder and harder over time. At this time, Yan lied was very shocked, and his attitude changed. At the same time, he was hit in the face by Lee Minutes, which was very painful. It is he who is ignorant. Think of yourself as a master architect. What a joke. What is the steel bar? It's the iron bar. You are reading www.uukanzu.com like this. The iron bar is woven into a net, and if you add cement, it can be formed into various shapes, and the cement will not spread. Lee Minutes introduced in great detail, explaining the benefits of reinforced concrete, especially the lifespan is very long. Until the end, Yan lied exclaimed, if this is the case, then 30 floors can be expected. No, even 100 floors will do. He seemed to have discovered a new continent. Mr. Zilli, excuse my rudeness just now, you are the master architect. I want to ask you one thing here. Yan lied said suddenly at this time. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time. Chapter 287 Reinforced Concrete hit Yan lied in the face. The third update reading record. You can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time. Chapter 288 The Treasure of Tang Architecture. The first treble novel of Tang. Find the latest chapter. Lee Minutes seemed to know what he wanted to say. Yan lied. Say it if you have something to say. Sun Simiao on the side also looked sluggish. At the same time, he wanted to say that when he was in the palace just now, he told Yan lied that Li Yan was stronger than they could imagine. It's better now. Slap in the face, right? Yan lied thought for a while, and seemed embarrassed to say it. Unexpectedly, Lee Minutes said it ahead. You want the formula for this cement? Yan lied was shocked. How do you know? I see it, but I can't give it to you. Yan lied was a little disappointed. After all, as a master architect, his thirst for building materials is stronger than anyone else. With new building materials, his future buildings will be immeasurable. There will be more architectural forms. Can you be accommodating? Yan lied has not asked anyone because of his special status. He has always been begged by others, but no one has begged him yet. Today is his first time. Asking Lee Minutes to come also seems very clumsy. No. Do you know how much time and money I spent studying this cement? A huge amount you can't think of. Lee Minutes said this, and Yan lied stopped talking. After all, this is someone else's research cost, so why tell you? So, he didn't say anything further. On the other hand, Lee Minutes' words changed. But nothing? Yan lied seemed to see hope again. However, I have two conditions at this time. If you promise me, then I will tell you the method of cement. Yan lied was overjoyed. Please tell me. Lee Minutes looked at Yan lied. This guy is also a talent. No one can supervise the construction of his own high-rise building. If he can join, then it must be a very wonderful thing. So he had an idea in his mind. That is to say, first, join the Shengton group. This method of cement will naturally be shared with you. Yan lied was silent. After all, joining the Shengton group depends on whether Li Shimin agrees or not. Sun Simiao said at this time. At that time, I joined the Shengton group under pressure, and later proved that I was not wrong to join it. At that time, he also told Li about this, and finally joined the Shengton group. Yan lied was thinking, then he asked, what about the second? Lee Minutes looked not far away. Second, I will start building this building after getting the documents. Yan lied said, second, I can promise you, after all, cement is very good. But first, he wanted to bargain. How could Lee Minutes get what he wanted? Yan lied was silent. Sun Simiao said on the side. Yan lied, You will not be disappointed when you join the Shengton group. You can go to the palace and ask your majesty for documents, and then ask your majesty to resign. Wouldn't it be better if you came to the Shengton group? I believe, Mr. Zilly, there are still a lot of materials that have not been brought out. Don't you want to take a look? Sun Simiao naturally also helped that Yan Lide would join, and he also saw what Li Yan was thinking, that is to build a house. You have to find someone to come with. If Yan Lide came, it must be the best choice. This Sun Zenran is right. I still have hundreds of building materials here. It depends on whether you want it or not. After Li Minutes finished speaking, he turned and left. Halfway through, turned his head again. Think about it, and wait for your news tonight. Wait. Yan Lide stopped Li Minutes. What? Li Minutes smiled when he saw him. He seemed to have noticed that Yan Lide would definitely agree. I promise. But, can I bring a piece of cement back to the palace? Of course. You can take whatever you want here, because we will be a family. Li Minutes was overjoyed. This master architect is very important to his role. Okay. Please wait for my good news. Yan Lide said. Someone, help Yan Lide to deliver this cement pier to the palace. Li Minutes shouted. Then someone lifted the cement pier with one hand and went to the palace. When Yan Lide left, Sun Simiao came over and asked, Mr. Zilly, how do you know that he will agree? Because he is paranoid about construction. In fact, Li Minutes had already found out that Yan Lide was very important to his future construction industry. Therefore, I thought of recruiting. He also succeeded. I see. Then we should be able to build a house tomorrow. That's it, Zushan. Then Li Minutes began to call Zushan, and began to transport a large amount of cement from outside the city into the Shengton group. At this time, Yan Lide also went to the Taikai Palace. At this time, Li Shimin, Empress Chengsun and Chengsun Wuji were still there. Yan Lide entered the palace with excitement. Shout out as soon as it arrives. Your Majesty, this minister has evaluated the sixth prince's project and thinks it is feasible. Li Shimin was shocked. Why, even Yan Lide said it can be made. Yan Lide was not like this before, but he went to the prosperous Tang group once, and his whole person changed. Does Li Minutes have some kind of magic power? Yan Lide, are you sure? Zhang Sunwuji asked. Yes, Qigyu Ogong, I used to think that it was impossible to build 30 floors, but now I don't think so. Because of this. Then he took out the cement. Everyone was puzzled. What is this? Until Yan Lide introduced this thing. Everyone understands. It turned out to be the case. Then Yan Lide said, this cement will be a treasure in the history of Datang's architecture. If all the buildings in Datang are made of cement, the firmness will be increased dozens of times. If the city defense is made of cement, then the stability will skyrocket. Li Shimin was surprised when he heard this. It turns out that this thing has such a role. That's too awesome, right? He said, yes. You are reading www.uukanzu.com, but you have to hand over the cement. He looked at the cement that Yan Lide brought, and fell into deep thought. So, do you think it's feasible? Yes, it's feasible. Empress Zhangsun said at this time, why don't Li Minutes build it and see how it works? Li Shimin listened to her words. Okay. Let him make it. Li Shimin said. Yan Lide was overjoyed. Then he came out again to resign. Your Majesty, I want to resign. Why? Li Shimin was puzzled. I have promised the sixth prince that I will go to the prosperous Tang group. I want to know more materials and construction techniques. Then Li Shimin was dumbfounded. How is this possible? He is still a child. How is it possible to do these things? Let's discuss this matter. Your Majesty. Unexpectedly, Yan Lide fell to his knees directly. However, Zhang Sunwuji said, Li Minutes must have some magic power to make Yan Lide possessed. Qigyu Gong, this matter really has nothing to do with the sixth prince. I want to go. I want to know how the cement came from. Li Shimin seemed to notice to a chance. Your Majesty, aren't you embarrassing this minister? This made Yan Lide in a dilemma. Yeah, Your Majesty. The concubine thinks this is not good. Why don't you give him a suspension for half a year to check? Then he will be reinstated. Li Shimin laughed when he heard this. Okay, let's do it like this. At that time, Yan Lide was reinstated. Didn't he have to take out the recipe? Li Shimin's abacus is good. Yan Lide didn't care so much. He just left after thanking him. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 288 Treasures of Tang Architecture 4th update, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Chapter 208 9th approved the document among their prosperous Tang group, about the building. Let Sun Simiao be very attentive. After all, it involves his research place. A place where people can benefit more. More than 1,000 people are now crowded in the Shengton group, which is very crowded. If we can really be together, then it is very convenient to study. So, he came to see Li Minutes again. Mr. Zilli, I thought about it after I went back, and I felt a little doubtful. Will Yan Lide really let His Majesty approve the document? If not, what should I do? He also went to Li Shimin, and later Li Shimin asked Yan Lide to come over. But Li Minutes behaved like this in front of Yan Lide and let him join the prosperous Tang group. This kind of thing is unreliable. Yan Lide felt unlikely to agree. He also introduced himself very wisely. At this time, Jiuxiu on the side said, Sun Zenran, when did Mr. Zilli let us down when he did things? Isn't it done very neatly every time? Don't worry, he said yes. Then yes, maybe he did it on purpose. This is absolute confidence in Li Minutes. Li Minutes just smiled. However, Sun Simiao said again, but, I always feel a little strange in my heart. Shen Zenran, it's no wonder that he'll know after a while. 2 hours have passed since Yan Lide left. After such a long time, he should be here too. Sure enough. It didn't take long when Li Minutes finished speaking. Zushan will return. Mr. Zilli, ask Yan Lide to see him. Sun Simiao was shocked at this moment. His presence means he agreed, right? And the formalities are also done. So he got up in a hurry. He wanted to see Yan Lide quickly and ask clearly. Quickly invite him in. Li Minutes also got up. Zushan agreed and went out. And then Yan Lide came in. As soon as he came in, he saluted Li Minutes and Sun Simiao again. When he saw Jiuxiu, he was stunned for a moment. After all, there is still a woman here, which surprised him. And look at this woman is very beautiful. Then he nodded politely. Jiuxiu naturally returned the gift. Little girl, Jiuxiu has seen Master Yan Lide, and he has long admired his name. You presided over the construction of Qiyi Palace, Yue Palace, and Huigang Palace, which is very shocking. He seemed to know him a little bit. One more thing to say. Miss Ji is really knowledgeable, she knows all this. He could hear that Jiuxiu's words were not flattering at all. Ordinary people will only say that you are a master, not so detailed as to what you have cultivated. Jiuxiu was different. This made him feel good. Li Minutes looked at Jiuxiu, but was very satisfied. It's really good to have this woman. He looked at Sun Simiao again, and was in a hurry. So he said, Yan Lide, how about going to the palace? Is everything going well? In fact, he already knew the result, but he just wanted to hear what Yan Lide had to say. Let everyone know how Li Shimin handled it in the end. I am willing to join the Shengton group and supervise the construction of Mr. Zilli's new building, as well as the documents approved here. Please have a look. After finishing, he handed a piece of paper to Li Minutes. Sun Simiao also came over. At first glance, it is indeed a license document. In this way, you can build a building yourself. Sun Simiao couldn't help laughing out loud. In this way, my medical research will have a big place. Yan Lide has a job. Yan Lide returned the salute to Sun Simiao, saying that this is what he should do. That's right, it's not just him. In the future, Li Minutes will also have some of his own industries, and he will also have a place to live. He not only wants medical research, but also science and technology, military, medical and other research institutes will take root here. 30 floors may not be enough. These 30 floors can only accommodate a few large research institutes at most. A good start is half the battle. Lee Minutes was also overjoyed. That's great. I want to welcome Yan lied. Zushan, hold a banquet. We will entertain Yan lied. Zushan should be. Yan lied was very moved, although he also had selfish intentions. In Lee Minutes, he felt the importance. Unlike Li Shimin, who let you build a palace without paying attention to you. It's all up to you. Good words, praise. Bad words, it may make you very sad. So, thank you. Yan lied said gratefully. The banquet was quickly set up. Almost all the major figures related to Shengtang Group came to participate. Sheng Chubai and Fang Yi were also invited. A table full of people. 3 rounds of wine. 5 flavors of food. The crowd was very happy. Lee Minutes opened his mouth and said, the Shengtang Group has always been aiming to improve the lives of the people. First, with the addition of Sun Zhenren, our pharmaceutical company has produced a large number of new drugs, which will benefit the people. And recently, we will welcome a new person. The master architect Yan lied. He will supervise all the buildings of the Shengtang Group in the future, so that I can place more researchers in the Shengtang Group. Let's welcome Yan Lai to join us, he said when it was over. People were excited. Everyone stood up. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. Picked up the glass of wine and said to Yan Lied, we offer a cup to Master Yan Lied. Yan Lied also stood up. Yan will depend on everyone's support in the future. Do it. Go. Everyone toasted the wine. Just put down the glass. Then Lee Minutes said again, now, the Shengtang Group has more than 5,000 people. Next, the Shengtang Group will develop again, and there will be no upper limit on the positions provided in the future. Once these words were said, everyone was excited. Shengtang Group is doing well, and everyone is doing well. The whole welcome banquet became very lively, and a long time passed. Yan Lied asked Lee Minutes, I wonder when Mr. Zilli started to build? He was a little anxious. After all, I can get a lot of things from Lee Minutes. But Lee Minutes said, we will talk about it tomorrow. Don't think about anything now. Some things are urgent. Lee Minutes has just brought a large amount of cement from outside the city. These all take time. He also asked Zushan to recruit cement workers in advance and let them participate in the construction. So we'll just have to wait until tomorrow. Success. Mr. Zilli, I respect you. Please. Everyone was very happy, and the banquet lasted until midnight, until the next day, when the sky just dawned. Yan Lied came and knocked on Lee Minutes' door. Mr. Zilli, Lee Minutes was still sleeping when he was awakened. I thought to myself, this Yan Lied is really impatient. Is it true that all masters are like this? Early in the morning, before he got up, he came again. Helpless, he had to get up. Opened the door. Please remember our website. Novel The First Inverse of the Tang Dynasty has the fastest update speed. Chapter 290 Infrastructure Crazy Demon. The first treble novel of the Tang Dynasty. Find the latest chapter. Mr. Zilli is early, Yan Lied said as soon as he arrived. He looked rushed and full of energy. Yan Lied, why don't you sleep for a while this early in the morning? The scenery here is beautiful. Get up early to appreciate it. Stop by and see if Mr. Zilli is up. Can't you see that Yan Lied is quite subtle? I just wanted to ask when Lee Minutes started building the building. But he has to take care of him. Lee Minutes could see what Yan Lied was thinking at a glance. Yes, the garden here is really good. Are you used to living here? Very good. The air here is so good. It makes you feel comfortable. Yan Lied felt a little anxious when he saw that Lee Minutes didn't mention the building. So, I asked again, well, Mr. Zilli, when can the building start? Wouldn't it be better to ask directly? It is to be. Then you can choose a good location to build a building? Lee Minutes asked. I took a look around in the morning. There is indeed a suitable place. But I don't know how big Mr. Zilli is going to build. I went to see it early in the morning, and it really took my heart. As for whether it can be supported, Yan Lied did not question it again. Tell me first, where do you choose? and whether it is in the same place as mine. Lee Minutes said, in the middle, extending in all directions, no matter where you go. It is very convenient. The surrounding environment can be surrounded by green trees. Ha ha ha, it coincides with my idea, and I also think so. The size? Yan lied asked again Q. They didn't mention such a fine thing yesterday. So, ask yourself today. 30 feet long, 20 feet wide. 30 feet long, 20 feet wide. 30 stories. That's right. Does it need to be so big? For such a big place, it needs to be built to 30 stories. Can it hold up? Yan lied asked very curiously. It is 30 feet long and 20 feet wide. Now, it is equivalent to the standard area of a football field, about 7,000 square meters. One person occupies 1 square meter, and one floor can accommodate 7,000 people. In fact, some research utensils need to be put on. Maybe one person will occupy 10 square meters. Then it can be close to 1,000 people, and it can be used for the pharmaceutical company on the first floor. Otherwise, one more layer is also possible. Yan Lied believes that such a large area, plus 30 floors. That's too scary, isn't it? I still feel small, and I still want to be bigger. As for whether it can hold up, you don't have to worry about all this. With cement, it is absolutely possible. Lee Minutes said. He raised another point of view. But it's so big. Regarding lighting, it's very poor. That's all right, it can create a back shape. When Yan Light heard it, it seemed like that. Let's go inside and say, I drew the blueprints last night. The blueprints, what are they? In ancient times, most of the architectural drawings were in their minds, and they made them how they wanted. And Lee Minutes actually drew the drawings. It made Yan Lied even more curious. What kind of existence is that? It's the graphic of the building. Come and help me refer to it. Okay, please. After that, the two entered Lee Minutes' room. At the same time, Jiuxiu brought breakfast over. It also stayed. Lee Minutes took out a blueprint from the room. Look. After Yan Lied took the drawing, he couldn't put it down, because he saw a miracle. Because it is very different from the current building. Then screamed, miracle? Really a miracle? I never thought that a building could be built like this. How long did it take you to draw it? When, what? One night. It's a miracle. It's not wrong for me to come to Shanghai Group. Yan Light heard Lee Minutes say it all night. His expression was so exaggerated that he even danced. What kind of stimulation made him become like this? Jiuxiu stared blankly on the side. Is this the master architect? What Lee Minutes drew in one night made him think it was a miracle. So she leaned over and took a look. I was fascinated by the beautiful patterns on the paper. Not only the good-looking patterns. Each floor above has its own floor plan, and each floor is different. That would be awesome. What kind of talent is that? Looking at Lee Minutes, her eyes changed a little. That's fiery. It is admiration. There is probably no one in the whole world who can be as good as Lee Minutes. Each time, he gave himself something different. Mr. Zilly, are these really painted in one night? Why, don't you believe me? Lee Minutes asked Jiuxiu back. No, I'm just surprised. How many things in your heart have not been expressed? I don't know, it's just a random drawing. Yan Lied almost spit out a mouthful of old blood when he heard the words. This is casual, too casual, right? He took advantage of a very beautiful floor plan and copied them down. Also marked on it. Even if he was given 10 days, he wouldn't be able to draw it. Who knows? This is really a copy and draw by Lee Minutes. It was a whole set of plans, and then he added some ideas of his own, and he came up with such a set of plans. I wonder how much time Mr. Zilly is going to spend to build these 30-story buildings? Yan Lied asked at this time. Yan Lied, what do you think? Such a huge project will take at least a year. Yan Lied on the 30th floor believes that this is not a trivial matter, but a huge project. He guessed that for a year, he felt that it was too little. In Lee Minutes' opinion, not so much. Just punch out the frame, and then supplement it with brick walls to stack. It doesn't take that much time at all. So, he said, It's long. What? How long does Mr. Zilli think it will take? Everything Lee Minutes said has constantly refreshed Yan Lide's cognition. He uses ancient thinking, and Lee Minutes used a modern one. Chinese people in modern society have brought a large number of advanced buildings to the world. Known as the infrastructure maniac, Lee Minutes stretched out 3 fingers. Yan Lide was shocked. Finished in 3 months. That's impossible. He directly denied Lee Minutes time. Because that's really impossible. No. 3 days? No. It was built in 3 months. And all the facilities were installed and put into use. Equipment put into use? That's even more impossible. Yan Lide was even more puzzled. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. What other equipment? And it is very difficult to lay a good framework in 3 months. Still want to put all the facilities on it? It was just a dream. With us working together, it's definitely possible. Let's not talk about the time. How many people does Mr. Zilli plan to do and how much does it cost? He considered the key point. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 290 Infrastructure Crazy First Update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time, chapter 291 no one is optimistic about. The first rebellion novel of the Tang dynasty. Find the latest chapter. Yan Lide asked. The key point. Lee Minutes had already made plans. He thought about it all night yesterday. Regarding the staffing of the 30-story building, there are also some facilities. He thought well. Therefore, he replied directly, as for the personnel, I have already asked Zushan to deal with it, and I am preparing to prepare 1,000 people to build at the same time. With 1,000 people, that is quite a lot. Maybe it is possible to build a floor in 3 days. 3 months and 90 days. Exactly 30 floors can be built. How much will it cost? 5 million tals. Lee Minutes said directly. As soon as these words came out, Yan Lide was sluggish again. 5 million? Why? Not enough? Or too much? This ... it's not easy to calculate. If it is a year, it may not be enough. 3 months, at most, will reduce labor costs. Then the construction cost may also have to be added. It may not be enough. Regarding the construction cost, the cement used was his own. And Lee Minutes was really not afraid. That's coming in continuously. You don't have to worry about this. My budget is 5 million tals, and there will be more left over. Lee Minutes said confidently. Such a huge house, the foundation must be built so deeply. At this time, it is not possible to determine how much money is put here. It seems that Yan Lide thinks it is not enough. Yan Lide's calculation was only his conventional algorithm. And the house that Lee Minutes wanted to build was like a pile of logs. Once the frame is out, it's piled up until the house is finished. If it can be built with 5 million tals, it would be a miracle. According to the palaces I have built, it is impossible to build a palace without tens of millions, or even more. That's different. A palace, there are many sculptures, but also a lot of gilding and some log furniture, jade, etc., which will cost a lot of money. And my building is only for the structure. The structure is made of reinforced concrete, and it is also owned by my Shengton group. The 5 million tals is enough. Lee Minutes was still very confident on this point. But at this time, there was a worried voice. Mr. Zilli, 5 million is already 7 or 8 out of 10 of the Shengton group's money. Do you really want to take it out? Jiuxiu said. Because Yan Lide is not an outsider. She doesn't have to worry about being found out by Yan Lide. For them, the 5 million tals of silver was a huge amount, which was too terrifying. Yan Lide may also know that the Shengton Group has obtained a profit of 5 million tals in less than half a year after its establishment. What kind of business empire is that? Yuxiu, do you know that once a building rises, it will do more good than harm to our Shengton Group? In the future, the money that Shengton Group will make will increase tenfold and 100-fold, even 500 times. If you are not willing to spend money, how can you make a big deal? This is called investment, and you must spend more money. Lee Minutes is also a very willing person. If you are unwilling on this point, how can you make a big deal? Mr. Zilli said yes. I've been thinking about it for weeks. Jiuxiu said. Not all, your idea is not wrong, because you can't see the future, and I am full of hope for the future. Lee Minutes said. He can foresee the future. At the same time, there is one more entry about him. Master Architect. And it also built the tallest building in the world at that time, which was commemorated by people. Yan Lied still didn't believe it. Lee Minutes didn't believe him, and he said that there was no way. After all, his experience told him that 5 million tals could not build a 30-story building unless a little extra money was added. But Lee Minutes didn't ask him to believe it either. Everything will be known after the building is completed. When will it start? Yan Lied thought about when to start. Lee Minutes did not speak. Zushan trotted over. Mr. Zilli, things are done. Yan Lied and Jiuxiu were puzzled. What did Lee Minutes ask Zushan to do? How many people are there? There are about 900 cement workers, and there are still 100 people left. Maybe they can be recruited from the Shengton group. Otherwise, they can also be recruited from the Kui family. Jiuxiu said, so feasible. No matter how many people he wants to transfer, she can coordinate. After all, during this period of time, under her leadership, the Kui family had stabilized in size, and vaguely, in Chainan City, it would surpass the Lu family. Very good. Lee Minutes was overjoyed. Yan Lied understood what Lee Minutes asked Zushan to do. Zushan, where did you find so many plasterers? How long has it been? There are so many people. As far as he knew, if 100 people were recruited in a short period of time, it would be very fast, but 900 people would incredible. Anlifang, I just shouted at Anlifang, saying that Mr. Zilli is short of plastering workers and needs 1,000 people. In half the time of the incense stick, more than 900 people signed up. They are here now, waiting outside. This. Yan Lied was shocked again. How did he know that the people in Anlifang respected Lee Minutes very much? And Lee Minutes also said that if there are people in need, priority will be given to Anlifang. At the same time, there are many cement workers in Anlifang. Otherwise no one would go to the East Palace to repair the East Palace for Li Chengqian at that time. Nor will Li Chengqian also get smallpox. What made Lee Minutes unhappy was that Li Chengqian didn't hang up. Okay, you ask them to come over in the afternoon, and we will start directly in the afternoon. Yan Lied was overjoyed when he heard that, saying that the afternoon will begin. That is of course good. Zushan agreed and went out. Then, Lee Minutes turned to Yan Lied and said, then Yan Lied, I will have trouble with you in the future. If you have any doubts, you can come to me directly. At that time, I will also supervise the building with you. Yes, I can't wait. Next, Yan Lied began to guide 1,000 or so plasterers to start building the foundation. For such a tall building, the foundation must be deep. The depth of the foundation depends on the depth of the rock layer. If the foundation is built on the rock layer, it is generally not less than 115% of the height of the outer layer. According to Lee Minutes' prediction, he set the foundation depth at 30 feet deep. Yan Lied has no objection to this. The news about the grand construction of the Shengton group also spread throughout Chainan City, and many aristocratic families also learned about it. No one saw that Lee Minutes could build this building. Even with the blessing of the architect Yan Lied, it is the same. People thought he was playing with fire. 30 stories high and a height of 100 meters, how could it be made? But Lee Minutes didn't care at all about these gossip. Instead, he urged Yan Lied to build faster. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record. Chapter 291 is not favored by any 1-second update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time. Chapter 292 The Lord of the World. The first treble novel of the Tang dynasty found the latest chapter. While the building was being rebuilt, Sun Simiao's medical research was still going on. Lee Minutes provided several plans and let him invest in new research. Although some things are available on the browser, they have not been demonstrated, so this is the important point of Sun Simiao. And he also creates new medicines from time to time. Lee Minutes has also seen the introduction of the future, and the number of new drugs in the future has doubled. In the future, These medicines will be used to cure some terminal illnesses, which can be regarded as a benefit to future generations. Today, as usual, Lee Minutes and Yuan Dangang visited the pharmacy. The pharmacy only sells a dozen kinds of pills, but they are all commonly used drugs, and some are under research. As long as they pass the verification, they will be put into production. At this time, there were already many people in the pharmacy, and everyone came here. And when the two went to the pharmacy, but I saw a woman looking back and forth at the pills on the cabinet. Haven't bought yet. This woman looks 13 or 14 years old, with a figure that seems to be cut, and every step is so charming, and her brows seem to be surrounded by all kinds of amorous feelings. This is a woman you will never forget. Lee Minutes also stared blankly, because this woman is more attractive than Jiuxiu. There is a charm about him. Yuan Dangang also discovered the direction of his gaze. Yuan Dangang said with a smile, "Mr. Zilli, this woman is very beautiful." Halfway through he said, he suddenly settled there. The woman he looked up and down. Lee Minutes smiled at him. "Yuan Dangang, you are not like that. You can't be yourself when you see a good-looking girl." Lee Minutes thought that Yuan Dangang had also fallen. Unexpectedly, Yuan Dangang said, "This woman, I seem to have an affair with her." Lee Minutes didn't care. "You godstick, you see people are beautiful, and you say that people have a face. So do you want to go and see them again? Take a palm mystery with her?" "Mr. Zilli, this is true, bad." Yuan Dangang suddenly screamed badly. This made Lee Minutes even more puzzled, until Yuan Dangang said, "It turned out that the people of the Wu family lied to me. What I showed me was not a boy, but a girl. That girl is her." When it came to the Wu family, Lee Minutes seemed to understand something. Among the Yuan Dangang information he found, there is such an article. It is about Yuan Kaigang showing a picture to a person, and the one who was photographed was Wu Zishan. When Wu Zishan was young, Yuan Dangang went to the Wu family and said to her mother, "But looking at the appearance of the wife, you must have a precious son." So Wu Zishan's father, their warrior Yu, called several sons to let Yuan Dangang see the appearance. Yuan Dangang saw Wu Yuan's Wang and Wu Yuanqing and said, "Both of them are family protectors and can be ranked third." Seeing Mrs. Korea, she said, "This daughter will also be very expensive, but it will not be good for her husband." At that time, he held Wu Zishan and lied that he was a man. Yuan Dangang said, "This gentleman has a refreshing look. It is not easy to know. Try to let him walk around." So the nurse asked Wu Zishan to walk in front of the bed and asked her to raise her head. Yuan Dangang was shocked and said, "This gentleman has long eyes. The phoenix neck is the ultimate noble person." Then he turned to look at her from the side, and exclaimed, "If it is a girl, she is really undetectable, and she will definitely be the master of the world in the future, lord of their world." That was Yuan Dangang's judgment on Wu Zishan's future. But at that time, I thought Wu Zishan was a man, and I didn't care, but now I see Wu Zishan again. He was shocked. After all, he predicted that Wu Zishan would become the ruler of the world in the future. That is the queen. Lee Minutes knew this. Yuan Dangang, did you see that the woman is the ruler of the world? Li Yan asked deliberately. Yuan Dangang panicked. How did Lee Minutes know? Don't talk nonsense about this, it will be decapitated. He was startled. In this way, the charming woman in front of her is Wu Zishan. No wonder Li Shimin called him Niang in the future. It turned out to be a real monster. This woman must be unparalleled. Wu Zishan, his current name is Wuj. Yuan Dangang, your courage is too small. Can't you count your future? Lee Minutes didn't care. If that woman is Wu Zishan. To tell the truth, Lee Minutes was really moved. Well, let's get her done first. If Li Shimin can't marry Wu Zishan, that's not more cool. And this woman is the best. If she doesn't marry, she'll be too sorry for herself. Mr. Zilli, no, it is. Yuan Dangang tried to explain something, was interrupted. Okay, I know, the Lord of the world is in front of me, and he can't be the Lord. As soon as Lee Minutes' words fell, suddenly, a man's voice came from Wu Ju's side. Little lady, What are you looking at? Wu Ji Beifeng Wen. TSK. At such a young age, you can't adjust in that way. Do you want me to help you adjust it? Lee Minutes frowned and looked ahead. A white net man. It looks like a dude. Just don't know which feminist children. But judging from this guy's words, Lee Minutes was very upset. You dare to molest Wu Zishan? Do you want to die? But, who made Wu's born so beautiful? At the same time, the man mentioned Wu Ji Beifeng Wen again. Could it be said that Wu Zishan had problems with gynecology? But looking at her appearance, she probably just had a period, right? Do all ancient women have this problem? In his imagination, Wu Zishan responded sternly. Rude. Go away. There. People are good looking, and the voice is even more pleasant. The white man smiled. I, Zheng Fei Bai, is the most polite young man in Chainan City. How can you say I'm rude? Besides, I'm doing it for your own good. It's much better than eating black chicken and white phoenix pills, which can keep you from 10 months. There will be something in that regard. This guy really didn't hide his words. It's embarrassing to be so straightforward. Zheng F spoke in vernacular. It allowed the people on the side to guess who he was. He is one of the 5 aristocratic families, Zheng Fei Bai, the youngest son of Zheng Guan. These aristocratic families do not have a good thing. Because this guy is a dude, and no one dares to step forward to stop him. Only let him bully Wu Zishan. Shameless. Wu Zishan didn't want to talk to him too much, but he still didn't buy Wu Ji Beifeng pills. If it were an ordinary person, you reading www.uukanzu.com would have bought Wu Ji Beifeng pills and left. How could he let that Zheng Fei Bai bully him there? Lee Minutes looked in his eyes and thought, this woman must have something to hide. Unexpectedly, Zheng Fei Bai said again, little lady, I don't think you brought any money out. Why don't I pay for you? Just stay with me for one night. It turned out that Wu Zishan had no money and wanted to buy it again. Medicine. That's not right. How could Samurai Yu not give her money to buy medicine? After Zheng Fei Bai finished speaking, just as he was about to start, a gust of wind suddenly rang out. Then with a snap, Zheng Fei Bai flew out a few meters away. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 292 Lord of the World 3rd update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 293 See you once and once in Tang's #1 rebel novel. Find the latest chapter. Snap. Zheng flew out a few meters away. Wu Zishan beside him was so frightened that Huarong paled. How is this? Why did a good person fly out like this? But in my heart, it was a sigh of relief. Being entangled with this kind of person made her feel very uncomfortable. When she turned to look, a handsome face appeared in front of her. It was Lee Minutes. At this time, Wu Zishan's whole body was fixed there, like an electric shock. The man in front of him really made me feel happy, especially at this time. Zheng Fei Bai shouted, Who dares to hit Lao Tzu? Are you dying? He got up. At this time, people also saw Li Minshai. He called, It's Mr. Zilli. Mr. Zilli. Zheng Fei Bai stopped talking when he heard that it was Li Minutes, because he knew what the word Zilli represented. Meanwhile, he wants to go, but it was a step late, and the body that had just got up was hit hard again and fell to the ground. His face was directly stepped on by Lee Minutes. Lee Minutes' force was too powerful. So powerful that this dude had no power to resist. Let go of me. Let me go. Zheng Fei Bai shouted. Apologize to this girl. Otherwise, you won't want to leave. Lee Minutes just said, I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? Zheng Fei Bai shouted. It seems that there is no tears without seeing the coffin. Then it's not a question of apology. Lee Minutes will definitely make this guy bleed a lot. Did you think we were blind? Did you do something wrong? It hurts. Lightly. Wu Zishan reacted at this moment. Her two talking eyes stared straight at Lee Minutes. Let Lee Minutes feel that the whole person is comfortable. No wonder Li Shimin will accept Wu Zishan in the later period. She turns out to be so hot. But Lee Minutes is someone who can foresee the future, and his heart is also very qualitative. Just a glance. How can you make yourself messed up? until Wu Zishan spoke again. Mr. Zilli, and you've admired your name for a long time. The little girl's surname is Wu, and she has a single character. She introduced herself, for fear that Lee Minutes would not know her. It turned out to be Miss Wu Q. Polite. Lee Minutes returned the salute, while still stepping on Zheng Fei Bai. The dude was very sad. At the same time, the people he brought with him also came. Mr. Zilli, please speak. They tried to come and save their master, but they could only stand far away and dare not take half a step, because in front of them is a Tang knife, and standing in front of them was Xrengai. They seem to have seen Xrengui's power. Don't even dare to take a step. Thank you, sir, for your help, Wu Zishan said very politely. With a little effort, in my prosperous Tang group, no one dares to molest a woman like this guy in broad daylight. Let me see today. Can't spare him. He expressed his determination. After finishing, Zheng Fei Bai screamed in pain when he exerted force on his foot. This action shocked Wu Zishan, but she still held back. Sir, why don't you just let him go? I believe he did it unintentionally. To persuade people to be kind is to save a life. Wu Zishan was so kind. She was completely different from what was written in history. Maybe people's personalities will change. At least the current Wu Zishan is good. But Lee Minutes was not her. Directly said to Zheng Fei Bai, Zheng Fei Bai, now I have two paths for you to choose. In the entire Chainan city, I am afraid that only Lee Minutes would dare to provoke these noble families, and make trouble in their own territory. Lee Minutes opened his mouth directly. First, go back to your home, Zheng Kai, and ask him to come and redeem you with 10,000 taels of silver. Even apologize to Miss Wu, then it's over. What about the second? Lee Minutes laughed. This guy still wants to know the second? The second is naturally not a good thing. The second is to break your dog's legs and castrate you, so as not to harm the good family. How about it? Which one do you want to choose? Saying this, everyone applauded. People say, this kind of people should be taught a lesson. But even though they said that, why didn't they show up just now? People also thought that the matter was not big enough, and they called out to kill this idiot. Castrated? That life is over. I don't know if others dare to do it, but as far as Lee Minutes is concerned, he can do anything. And even if he hurts someone, he still has a way to get out. This is the genius of Lee Minutes. If you look at Wang Xi before, you will know. In the end it ended in death. Therefore, when Lee Minutes finished speaking, Zheng Fei Bai cried out in fright. Forgive your life. Spare your life. I will ask my father to bring the money. Zheng Fei Bai had long been scared to pee. What else? Miss Wu, I was wrong. I was wrong. I apologize to you, and I hope you forgive me. He kept apologizing, saying that he was wrong. Lee Minutes smiled, but he didn't discuss it with you. Do you dare? In the future, I will see you again and again. Let's see how long you can be proud of this dude. Wu Zishan on the side looked sluggish. She had never seen this kind of treatment. Less than 5 minutes from start to finish. It's finished. Looking at it, it seems to do it often. If he knew that Lee Minutes dared to beat up even the prince, and was seriously injured and bedridden, this Zheng Fei Bai would be considered light by comparison. Come here. Pull him down. Keep an eye on him. He won't be released until his father brings the money. If the money doesn't come, he will be locked up until the money sentence is delivered. He let go. The people in the group rushed up, detained Zheng Fei Bai, and pulled him aside. Zheng Fei Bai's face has been covered with footprints. It seems that in the future, he will have to look at the occasion, at least in Lee Minutes' venue. He doesn't dare to do this. Ms. Wuj, I'm so sorry, I made you laugh. Lee Minutes changed his arrogance just now and turned into another person. Courteous man. It made Wu Zishan unable to react. Girl, what's wrong with you? For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the favorites below to record this time chapter 293. See you once in a while. 4th update reading record. You can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Lee Minutes asked again when she saw that she didn't speak. I'm very sorry. Sir, the little girl was frightened just now. I don't know if I was frightened by Zheng Fei Bai or Lee Minutes. But that doesn't matter anymore. Then Lee Minutes said to the people around him, Is everyone gone? It's all right. There. Crowd dispersed. And when people leave, Lee Minutes then asked, I've seen you for a long time just now, are you going to buy medicine? Wu Zishan said nothing, just stared at the Wuji bathing pills in the medicine cabinet. Hesitant to speak. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Bring 10 boxes of Wuji bathing pills. Lee Minutes said. That clerk. 10 boxes of Wuji bathing pills were made. No. Wu Zishan waved his hands in fright. What? Don't you want this medicine? Think. 10 boxes are not enough. He'll add another 10 boxes. No. Lee Minutes could see that Wu Zishan had something on his mind. Chapter 294 The Trajectory of Life Changes. Miss Wu, what's going on? Lee Minutes asked again. That Wu Zishan was hesitant to say anything. It's very distressing. What's wrong? I don't like people who are so squeamish. If you do this again, I'm not happy. Lee Minutes said, making Wu Zishan directly summon up his courage. I don't have any money with me, so, can you just treat me as a gift for you? 20 boxes of Wuji bathing pills. Take it back. Lee Minutes said. Wu Zishan said that he had no money, which is a bit hard to believe. After all, her father was a high-ranking official. And if you come directly to buy medicine, you will definitely bring money. How can there be no money? The only possible explanation is that something changed when it came. That can't be done. No, I only need 1 box. I can't have more than 1 box. 20 boxes? Just enough to consolidate the treatment and cut off the root. That's the decision. Just remember to take a good rest when you go back. A month is a course of treatment. To consolidate, 3 courses of treatment are required. Lee Minutes' design is exactly 20 boxes. His words were so firm that it was impossible to refuse. Unexpectedly, these words made Wu Zishan's face turn red, become more attractive. She whispered, actually, this medicine was not bought for me. It turned out to be like this. What did Lee Minutes think? How could Wu Zishan suffer from that kind of disease at such a young age? Who is that for? Exclamation mark, comma. Lee Minutes suddenly realized what it was. No wonder. If Wu Zishan at this time also had that kind of disease, it might be too early. Then do you buy things without money? Lee Minutes asked curiously. This question made him a little regretful, because Wu Zishan's eyes were red. Don't get me wrong, that's not what I meant. I'm just curious. Have you encountered any trouble? Wu Zishan said, little girl knows. In fact, I came here with money, but I ran into it on the way. What? I met my 2 older brothers, and they took my money. That's why I don't have any money. Having said this, Lee Minutes probably understood something. Wu Zishan's 2 older brothers, Wu Yuanqing and Wu Yuanzwang. These 2 are the children of her father's house, and they do not like to see Wu Zishan and his mother Yang. When Wu Zishan's father died, the 2 brothers joined their cousins to drive the compensation out of the house. In the end, Wu Zishan entered the palace as a last resort, regarded as a talented person, and then became Li Shiman's concubine. But these are what happened afterward. After Lee Minutes appeared, these things would not happen again, because Wu Zishan will be left here. Unexpectedly, her 2 brothers robbed her of her words. This kind of brother, he really wants to teach a lesson. Let him experience social beatings. So that's the case. Do you need me to get it back for you? Lee Minutes said directly. When Wu Zishan heard this, his eyes were fixed on Lee Minutes. Unexpectedly, he would take the initiative to help himself. But this is his own family business, and it's inconvenient for him to do it, right? So refused. Thank you, sir, for your concern. The little girl can endure these things. It's fine. Lee Minutes was upset. Bear it. People who are good are bullied by others, and bad people will not open up to you because of your kindness. So, if you can resist, don't be polite. If you need help, I can do it for you, and I promise to make your 2 brothers obey you. Exclamation mark. But no one could get Lee Minutes' promise. She was the first. No need. I appreciate the kindness of Mr. Wu. Wu Zishan refused. But Lee Minutes must take care of this matter. If he encounters the 2 brothers of the Wu family, he must teach him a lesson. Okay, let's not talk about this. you can take back the 20 boxes of Wuji bathing pills. If it doesn't work, you can ask your mother to come and have a look, and I will ask Sun Zenran to take a look for her. But Sun Simio's grandson, a real person? Wu Zishan exclaimed. That's right. It's him. So, thank you. Wu Zishan was overjoyed. Can Sun Simio be seen by everyone? It was to salute Li Minutes as a thank you. Welcome. Then take this medicine back. As for the money, you can send it back when you have it. Li Minutes said. So he created a second chance for him to meet. Then, Wu Zishan knew that if he said too much, he would probably make Li Minutes unhappy. If he is unhappy, then, if her mother needs Sun Simio to see a doctor, I am afraid there will be no chance. His appearance made a huge change in the trajectory of some people. So, she said, so, thank you Mr. Zilli. Go back. I will definitely send the money back. She took 20 boxes of Wuji bathing pills. But these medicines are still too much for her. Li Minutes added, this medicine is a bit heavy, you don't have to take it. I can have it delivered to your house. So, thank you. How much do these medicines cost? Wu Zishan asked again. You look at it. Li Minutes said. That's how it works. You helped me so much today, and everything has a price. Then Li Minutes casually gave her a low price. You are reading www.yuukanzu.com. So, that little girl will retire. My mother is still waiting for my medicine. Please, someone, help Miss Wu deliver the medicine to her house. Yes. Then Wu Zishan left. Li Minutes walked to Yuan Tangang's side. Intentionally asked, Yuan Tangang, look again. Is she still the lord of the world? From the beginning to the present, Yuan Tangang has been staring at Li Minutes and Wu Zishan. He didn't wake up until Li Minutes asked this. I don't seem to have it anymore. She can't be the lord of the world. Yuan Tangang could no longer see the face of the lord of the world in Wu Zishan. That's because of Li Minutes' appearance, especially some very famous celebrities. As for her future, the next time you look at it, it will be different. Li Minutes said. Yuan Tangang was shocked. He seemed to understand something. All those who could have a relationship with Li Minutes would undergo some unforeseen changes in the future, and his face would become erratic. About Wu Zishan's future, Li Minutes had already found out. At least when he was alive, Wu Zishan could not be emperor, because the trajectory of her life has changed. Originally it was forced by life, but now it seems that it is trapped by love. After Li Minutes finished speaking, he went into the group. But when he glanced out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Sun Jingting was getting angry while picking up the medicine. Probably because he said a few words to Wu Zishan, right? Regarding this, he is also very helpless. Who makes himself so good? Please remember our website. Novel The First Inverse of the Tang Dynasty has the fastest update speed. Chapter 295 Another Revolution. Da Tang's First Nizixin. Find the latest chapter. Regarding Li Minutes' construction of the building, Li Shiman is also very concerned about it. He also specially ordered people to go down and pay close attention to Li Minutes' every move. In the past, he was kept under surveillance to protect Li Minutes' safety. Now it seems that there is no need, because Li Minutes had Xrengai, along with all the major officials. In particular, Cheng Yojin often went to him. His safety no longer needs to come by himself. In addition, Li Minutes brought him a lot of inspiration during this period of time about governing the country. Therefore, he paid more attention to Li Minutes. At this time, he and Zhang Sun Wuji were listening to the report from the people below about Li Minutes' situation. Li Shi frowned and said, then Yan lied threw himself into the construction of the building after agreeing to Li Minutes. There. Man underneath was a eunuch. He said, yes, Your Majesty. He joined the prosperous Tang group and never came out again. The little one also learned about his situation through abnormal means. Tell me. I heard the sixth prince wants to build a 30-story building within 3 months. The 30-story building covers an area of about 12 acres. As soon as he said these words, the eldest grandson Wuji laughed. The sixth prince is making a fool of himself, and Yan Lide is also making a fool of himself. 12 acres of land and 30 floors may be more difficult to build than the palace. That palace was built in 8 years and has not yet been completed. They actually want to build 3 completed within a month. What a fool's dream. Li Shimin also said, "This is indeed a bit radical. I also thought that I really couldn't make it within 3 months. This kid, he is doing everything in such a hurry." Your Majesty, according to the villain, they have created a layer in 3 days. Once said this, both Li Shimin and Chengsun Wuji were slapped in the face. Just said it was impossible. Now people start to build at the speed of 1 floor in 3 days. Isn't 30 days 90 days? Li Shimin was curious. Zhang Sun Wuji sneered. Then how did he make it? How many people and how much did it cost? Your Majesty, I heard that the 6th prince recruited 1,000 people to build together this time, and also used reinforced concrete to build it together. The total cost is 5 million tals. He didn't talk too much about speed, but focused his thoughts, put it on the money. Does he think that 1 tal can be regarded as 100 tals? At that time, the QIY palace has spent countless amounts of money, and the number of people who have been hired is tens of thousands. And it is still under construction. But all the money spent on the construction of the palace, there is a lot of money. Time is not guaranteed. And the number of people who built it together is naturally a lot. The time span is very long. When Chengsun Wuji said this, he was saying that Li minutes was impossible to achieve. Regarding this point, Li Shimin asked again, what is the attitude of the people towards this matter? There. Previous 1 min umbrella incident made Li minutes stole the limelight. Now what? Wouldn't make him famous again for a huge building? Therefore, Li Shimin wanted to know what the people thought. Knowing the hearts of the people is also an essential aspect of governing a country. Many people in the folk expressed doubts about their behavior, but some people were full of confidence. And some people said, their eunuch did not dare to continue. Maybe this is related to Li Shimin's side. Li Shimin was anxious. Halfway through the words, it made him uncomfortable. So he asked eagerly, what did they say? What did they say? Hurry up, your Majesty forgives your sin. The villain dare not say it. Their eunuch was frightened. How dare he say what happened next? Li Shimin also knew that it might be bad for him, and wanted to know. I grant you innocence, tell me quickly. People also say that if it is built, it will be higher than the imperial palace. The imperial palace is in front of the building, so you can only look up at it. Even your Majesty can only watch from a distance. I sighed because of that building. That is the center of Chainan, not the imperial palace. After Li Shimin heard this, he was sluggish and seemed to be thinking about something. Nonsense. These folks are just making a fool of themselves. Who said it? I'm going to arrest him. How dare these troublemakers say anything? Zhang Sun Wuji said. The temper came right up. Qi Guogong, this is the voice of the people. I don't know who said it. We can't find who said it. There. Eunuch said. Chengsun Wuji was in a hurry. That's just too bold. How can you say that? Your Majesty, this must be properly managed. However, looking at Li Shimin, he was unmoved. He didn't seem to react at all. God knows what he was thinking. Your Majesty, look at what this folk has become. How dare you be so rude? The minister thought that he must be severely punished, and it is best to stop the 6th prince's project and rectify it. What a shocking thing happened. Zhang Sun Wuji said again. He didn't look down on Li minutes, so he could get Li Shimin to stop Li minutes' project. In this way, his loss would be great. And Chengsun Wuji is naturally cool. However, Li Shimin said, this has nothing to do with the people. If he is really allowed to build it, it will be a good thing. In the future, our palace will also build a tall building, which is higher than him. Yan Lied is back. I can directly order him to make it. To be honest, I really hope he can make it. Then it will be a great miracle for the Tang dynasty. It shows that our country is strong and powerful. If it spreads to foreigners in the ear, it will definitely surrender to me. It turned out that Li Shimin was thinking about this. After all, it was an indisputable fact that he had ordered Li minutes to create. Therefore, it is better to have won yourself a higher existence than him. If Li minutes still wanted to approve it, he would definitely not agree again. Even thought so much. This emperor thinks so much. Also a good emperor. The eldest grandson Wuji was speechless. He dared not speak. Li Shimin said so. Must have an idea. Now, I'm afraid I can only let Li Minutes continue to cover it. But your majesty, Wuji, I know that you have a conflict with him. But the conflict is personal. Now it's a major matter of the country. So let's put aside the personal conflict, Li Shimin said earnestly. Zhang Sun Wuji was a little puzzled by what he said. But he still responded, Your Majesty's minister is also out of national considerations. Okay, I know what you're thinking, Your Majesty. Go on. I still have things to deal with. It seemed that Li Shimin was going to protect Li Yan in this matter. Yes. That minister retire. Zhang Sun Wuji had no choice but to withdraw. About everything in the palace, Li Minutes, who was in the prosperous Tang group, didn't know. But it is only temporary. He will know in a short time, because he has Li Yuan in the palace and can collect information for him. At this time, he was fiddling with a round basin-shaped thing in his hand. This thing will be another thing that will change the Tang dynasty. It will bring another layer of revolution to Tang. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 295 Another Revolution, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 296. Something that affects generations of people. Tang's first iniquitous son. Find the latest chapter. Building is under construction. Yan Lai often came to discuss some matters with Li Minutes, and often come when it is dark. Today, the sky has darkened. That Yan Lai was still in Li Yan's room. There were a lot of oil lamps burning in the room. The light is not strong, but it can be seen. In ancient times, it was a very luxurious thing to have an oil lamp. Instead, he asked, what about the second one? Li Minutes, on the other hand, was playing with a round object in his hands and was very attentive. This thing will be a key item to change the future of Tang. It is also the product that makes the group take off. Standing on the side is Yan Lai. He seemed to be here for a long time. Mr. Zilli, I have a few questions about the building. I still don't understand it. As for the building, he did have some problems that had not been resolved since the construction of the building. Some questions can't be figured out. Li Minutes didn't mean to stop. He just asked softly, oh, what's the problem? Tell me. First, regarding lighting, such a huge building has 30 floors, and each floor has a lot of depth. Daytime weather, when the weather is good, the light in the middle is extremely poor. If the weather is bad, or when it is dark, should the lighting be made of oil lamps? The brightness of the oil lamps is limited, so this lighting problem is the first. Yes, the key to a building is lighting. After all, that layer has to be cut off, and the light around the cutoff will not be able to enter. If the lighting problem is not solved, the function of the building will be nothing special. Li Minutes had thought about this for a long time, and he also had his own ideas. First of all, you can use a mirror, but the mirror can only be used in sunny days during the day. If it is cloudy at night, it will not be used at all. He also has to put glass on the wall, so the light must be strong. Therefore, what he is doing is the second method. He was not in a hurry to respond. The second is the problem of toileting. There are thousands of people in such a large building. If you have an emergency, what should you do? You can't go down to the first floor and find another place, right? In that case, some people it may be pulled directly into the pants. There are 3 urgency in life, and when these 3 urgency and 1 rush, it will make people lose their minds. It even became very embarrassing, so that no one might dare to live in the building. After Li Minutes heard it, he still did not reply directly to him, and still fiddling with the objects in his hands. He also has a way. Wait and say. What about the third? This made Yan Lai a little puzzled. Mr. Zilli, you haven't answered the first 2 questions yet. When the time comes, what about the third one? You say. The third one. Such a tall building, in winter, is not something that ordinary people can do. Stay. After all, the higher the building, the stronger the wind, and it's generally colder above. Is there any more? Yan lied, puzzled. Why did Lee Minutes keep asking if there were any, but did not solve these problems? Is he just collecting questions? These are the questions that give me a headache at present. I don't have them for the time being. I'll ask them later. Yan lied said, I can solve these problems for you at one time. Lee Minutes stopped and seemed to be finished. Okay, it's finally done. His stuff is done. What's up? It's okay. I have a solution for your problem. How to solve it? Yan lied asked curiously. Only one key thing. What? Pipeline. Pipeline? What is that? At present, the entire building has just been constructed, and only a few floors have been built, and the pipes have not yet been laid. When it comes to the future society, the importance of pipelines is very great. If a building does not have pipelines, it will be fatal, and it will have a great impact on people's quality of life. But this habit formed later may not apply to Tang. But in Lee Minutes' view, no matter what era, the pipeline is an extremely important part. Come with me. Lee Minutes walked to the front with the round object. Yan lied wondered what was in his hand. Mr. Zilly, what are you holding? He asked curiously. This thing is also the key to your 3 questions. Yan lied wondered. He couldn't guess what Lee Minutes wanted to do. I am afraid that only modern people can understand. Lee Minutes ignored him and ordered Xrengai to go forward with a lantern, while he was behind. At this time, the Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and the sky gradually turns cooler. The temperature is higher in the morning and evening, and it will turn cold after the Mid-Autumn Festival. These days, the wind is strong, so everyone wears an extra coat. The group waited, and after walking a dozen meters, they stopped outside a room. Go inside. It was pitch black inside. Xrengai stepped forward. The oil lamp inside was lit, and the whole room was lit up, but the brightness of the oil lamp was still not enough. But at least you can still see it. Yan lied has seen this room. During the day, he often passes by here, but I don't know what it is for. I didn't pay any special attention. What did Lee Minutes ask him to come with him now? Where is this? Go. Let's take a look inside. Lee Minutes walked to the front. Yan lied followed. This time, there was a gust of wind. He looked around in surprise, but couldn't find where the warm wind came from. The gust of wind made him feel cold at all. It would be great to live here and not be afraid of the winter cold. He seemed to guess something. Mr. Zilly, do you want me to experience the warmth here first? Is there a mechanism in this room? All the keys are in this room? Yan lied is very smart. Just click to break. That's right. I call this room the prototype room. The prototype room? What is that? Lee Minutes used the term of future real estate. A sample room is a room for making samples. This is the meaning of a sample. In the future, the rooms in the building will be arranged as a sample. Do you understand that? So it is. Yan lied looked around, but the problem was not resolved. Then the question. He continued. Lee Minutes was already ready, prepared as early as a month ago. He knew that it all had to be used. In the future, it can also drive the development of the entire Shenzhen group. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Question. I'll reveal the answer for you. Lee Minutes took the object in his hand and walked towards the middle of the room. There are several pipes standing there. It makes me wonder, what is he doing? Don't you want to reveal the answer? How to fiddle with things. This. Yan lied wanted to say, what time is this? And there is still time to play with some strange things. How did he know that the strange things in his heart would affect generations? For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 296 affects several generations, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 297. You are truly a genius. Xrengai, help me. Lee Minutes fiddled with it himself, but still couldn't get it right. So Xrengai was called. After a long time, the two of them finally got it right. The round object was directly hung up. There was nothing but a lampshade. There is also a layer of transparent glass cover below. Where does Yan lied know what this is? It looks more like a handicraft, until Lee Minutes installed it. After an operation, it turned on and light up the whole house. That is 100 times brighter than an oil lamp. Yan light is going crazy on one side. The mouth kept calling, miracles and miracles. This thing looks like a luminous pearl. It can be so bright. What is this? Why does it glow? It's more than 100 times better than an oil lamp. What's the use of the hat-like thing on it? Yan lied said nothing. He said everything he could. But I just can't describe what it is. Lee Minutes looked at him like a native. Really short-sighted. Just a light. Do you need this? In fact, it's not just that Yan lied would do this. I just stared blankly on the side. He said, if there is this thing, then it will no longer be dark at night. The house is bright everywhere. Yan lied said again, yes, then it can work at night, and the efficiency is not low. This thing is really God. Speaking of which, it was good for Sun Simiao. After all, his research of 1,000 or so people is also in the daytime. At night, when the light is insufficient, how will the research be done? If you add nights, you can also work overtime. In this way, the progress will be improved. Nightlife will also be richer. There is more to do at night without having to go to bed at night. Mr. Zilli, what is this thing? With this thing, the problem of insufficient light has been solved. Yan lied said, regarding his first question, it has been perfectly solved. But what about the second question? There is also the pipeline that Lee Minutes mentioned. What is going on? Does it have something to do with being in this room? The warmth of this room made him feel very comfortable. Where is the pipeline? Mr. Zilli, can you explain the second and third questions? Lee Minutes said, you don't have to worry about this, just listen to me. Yan lied was a little excited at this time. Please tell me. This thing is called a biogas lamp. It can make us bright at night. What is biogas? About biogas, it is the gas produced by collecting the excrement of some people. Yan lied sluggish. This is unbelievable. It's amazing that a filthy thing has such an effect. It's amazing. Then Lee Minutes took out a drawing. Come and see. Yes. About the first problem, you have also seen that there are biogas lamps, which is also solved. These fuels come from biogas. And it is your second problem of toil eating. Look here, I drew it on the drawing in advance. Well, these pits can collect excrement, and these excrement will pass through the pipeline and be collected together. You see, it looks like this kind of pipeline. Lee Minutes took out a piece of iron pipe and said, there is no need for people to intervene, as long as toilets are installed on each floor. Enter the biogas digester through pipes. Isn't the toilet only on the ground? Yan lied puzzled. Who said that? In your opinion, modern toilets are too rudimentary. In my building, there are only advanced toilets. There will be ceramic toilets on them, and there will be water to flush them away. Dirt. Everything must be attributed to the pipe. Lee Minutes said mysteriously. At the current level of Yan lied, it is incomprehensible. But Lee Minutes was not in a hurry and continued to explain. In the end, Yan lied understood. So it is. No wonder that the pipeline is the key. So it is. You want to collect all the dirt in the entire building, and then generate biogas, and then the biogas supplies the biogas lamps, so as to solve the first problem. Go. Mr. Zilli, you really are brilliant. Yan lied was shocked by Lee Minutes. This kind of IQ can simply crush him. Lee Minutes also told him that the pipes are also different. For example, the precise pipes are made of copper pipes. The sewers are made of iron. Therefore, the first two problems are solved. But the question goes back to the third. What about the third question? Or plumbing? How do you feel in this room? Very warm. Let's go back to the second question. Biogas can not only ignite biogas lamps, but also heat. Then Lee Minutes led Yan lied to the corner, and he opened the lid. There was a raging fire inside, but there was no firewood in sight. Where did all the firewood go? There. Bottom was very clean and there was nothing. This is a biogas furnace. It can be supplied through biogas, and it can be ignited to supply the temperature of the entire room. In winter, especially when it is cold, it can be opened to give everyone a good environment. Li Yan's words made Yan lied. The cognition was refreshed again. You were reading www yuukanzu.com. This is too strong, right? In this way, it is a perfect solution. But there will always be a day when the biogas digester is full, when it no longer produces biogas. What should I do? Yanlide thought too much about this. Look at the size of the vegetation in my Shengton group. Very lush. When they no longer produce biogas, they will be taken out and used as fertilizer to supply vegetation. Yanlide patted his thigh. Ah, it really is a good method. He was deeply impressed by Lee Minutes. He never thought about that. In his opinion, the house is just built. But I didn't expect that the building of the house is only the first step. It is the best architect to make people live better. Compared with Lee Minutes, he is really nothing. Mr. Zilli, you are truly a genius. Lee Minutes smiled and said nothing. As long as they want, he can invent things at will. As long as it is beneficial to himself, he can. Yan lied, work hard. I have a lot to teach you here. If a teenager said this to Yan lied at ordinary times, he would definitely be scolded to death by him. But this boy is no ordinary boy. A casual sentence made Yan lied gain a lot. That's why he stayed here. Then there is Mr. Lauzili. Yan lied lost his arrogance and became humble. We are all one family, Lee Minutes said. At this moment, someone suddenly broke in from outside the door. Please remember our website. Novel The First Inverse of the Tang Dynasty has the fastest update speed. Chapter 298 The Weird Cheng Yojin. The first rebellion novel of the Tang Dynasty. Find the latest chapter. P.S. Today is New Year's Eve, and a new year is coming. I wish all book lovers a happy new year, a year of good luck and a peaceful year, a year of prosperity and success in your career. And a year of brilliant success in your career. Waiting for Lee Minutes to react. But I saw someone broke in directly. It was too late for Xrengai to stop it. Therefore, he could only protect Lee Minutes, to prevent him from being hurt. At this time, the man shouted in a loud voice, "It's like daytime here. Is Mr. Zilli inside?" Lee Minutes shouted badly. "It's Cheng Yojin." He came. As soon as he came in, he looked at the biogas lamp. As soon as he saw it, he was attracted by the light, and he did not see the three people present at all. Then he said, "Such a big night pearl. It's still so bright. It's a superb product. It's really rare." After that, he went to get the biogas lamp. Lee Minutes felt that it was a bit strange that Cheng Yojin appeared at this time. Did Li Shimin let him come? A thought flashed through his mind. Wait. He seems to be taking it. That can't be done. This guy is too rude. If he gets it, the biogas lamp will probably break. At the same time, Lee Minutes shouted, "Uncle Cheng doesn't want it." "What don't you want?" "I'll just have a look. There's nothing missing." After speaking, he rushed forward. His hand was about to touch the biogas lamp. Yan lied also stared blankly on the side. This Cheng Yojin really doesn't play cards according to the routine. It was too late when Lee Minutes reminded him. Come on. At the same time, I am also curious. Is the relationship between Cheng Yojin and Lee Minutes really that good? Yan lied also covered his nose. Because Cheng Yojin's hand had already touched the biogas lamp, his face was happy, and then it became hideous. And the whole face was twisted together. "Ah, it's so hot!" he exclaimed. The entire Shengton group could hear his screams. Because it was so loud, the sound was no less than the sound of slaughtering a pig. Some had fallen asleep and were woken up frightened. When Jiuxiu, Zushan, Yuan Dangang, Sun Simiao and others heard the sound, they all got up and rushed here, And why Sun Simiao is here? It was this period of time. Because research takes a lot of time, and Sun Simiao had nowhere else to go besides living in the palace in Chainan. So he stayed in the Shengton group. Besides, in the room, the entire biogas lamp was torn down by Cheng Yojin. Both hands were hot at the same time. It is a high temperature thing. Can it not be hot when touched? But his hand didn't mean to let go. At this time, the biogas leaked directly. A very foul smell came out. "It hurts. It stinks." Cheng Yojin cried frantically. It felt so sour. What a miraculous thing, he thought. He didn't expect it to smell the same as the toilet. It turns out that methane smells like this. Lee Minutes gave Cheng Yojin a white look, and then closed the valve. The smell slowly dissipated. I saw Cheng Yo-jin was in pain on the ground. His expression became more and more hideous. But he didn't mean to let go of the light yet, and guarded it with his hands. "Why isn't it lit?" he cried. This guy actually paid attention not to the redness of his hands, but to the lights. "Uncle Cheng, what are you doing?" Lee Minutes asked. "Isn't this a night pearl?" he said, ignoring his reddened hands. "Who told you that this is the night pearl?" "You broke a good lamp," Lee Minutes also blamed. "Then what is this?" "What kind of lamp is this?" Cheng Yo-jin was puzzled. In their perception, shouldn't the lamp be like an oil lamp, or it's a lantern-like existence? Yan Lai took the call and repeated what Lee Minutes said just now. Cheng Yo-jin suddenly realized. It turns out that a toilet can produce such a thing. "It's really shocking," Cheng Yo-jin said, but he was thinking about other things. At this time, Jiuxiu, Yuan Dangang, Sun Semiao and others appeared. Yuan Dangang went outside the room and asked, "What's wrong? What's going on here? How can there be a pig-killing cry?" Until they saw the four people in the room. He looked at Cheng Yo-jin, who was lying on the ground again. "Probably understand what happened." "Mr. Zilli, how are you?" Jiuxiu asked with concern. "What's wrong with you? Let me see." Then he said again. Jiuxiu has become very concerned about herself recently. "It's all right. General Cheng is just hot. You all go back to rest." Lee Minutes waved his hand. "Yeah, it's all right, let's go." Cheng Yo-jin also said. Everyone just left. After everyone left, Lee Minutes felt that Cheng Yo-jin would appear, and felt something was wrong. Normally, at night, Cheng Yo-jin would not come, but today is different. "Must be entrusted." "Want to spy on yourself here?" All he could think of was Lee Shimin. Therefore, he deliberately asked, "Uncle Cheng, why are you here?" Cheng Yo-jin hesitated. Finally said, I happened to pass by here." This place is in the depths of the prosperous Tang group, and it was impossible for him to appear here. Lee Minutes didn't break him. "Your hands are all red. Go and let Sun Zenzan help you to deal with it, otherwise it may be in pain for a few days." Yes, then I'll go now." Cheng Yo-jin got up and directly bring on the biogas lamps. "Uncle Cheng, keep that lamp. Let me play it for a few days, and return it to you in a few days." "No, you can't take it away." "You won't die if you borrow it for a few days. I'll leave." After finishing, he rushed out of the room. Even Lee Minutes couldn't catch up. This old guy. Yan Lai also stared blankly. Is this still the General Cheng he knew? Nothing like it. There is no majesty at all, and he will obey other people's things. It's just a light, so what? Even if he took it away, how could he make it light up without the methane? "Mr. Zilli, then this." Yan Lai wanted to say that the lamp was taken away by Cheng Yo-jin. "So what should we do next?" "Take it and take it away." Yukanzu www.yukanzu.com. That thing needs to be improved. I will let the workers produce it in the past 2 days, as well as the pipeline. You should supervise the construction and complete the framework. The biogas lamp was originally tested by him, and there are some things that need to be improved. Let him take it and take it. He won't need it anyway. Understood. If there is nothing else, then I will go back first. Please. Yan Lai then left the Shengteng group and went to his home. Because of their special status, even if Chenan had a curfew, it would have no effect on them. Unexpectedly, not long after he got home, Lee Shimin's summons came. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 298 Weird Cheng Yo-jin first update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time, chapter 299 The Forced. The first treble novel of the Tang dynasty. Find the latest chapter. In the Taikai Palace, their lights were bright, and Li Shimin held the marsh gas lamp and pondered. He looked left and right, but couldn't see why. This thing is too special to make people feel wonderful. He has never seen such a shape, especially the combination of iron and colored glass, which has never happened before. And it is very light, without the slightest procrastination. Standing beside him were Cheng Yo-jin and Cheng Sun Wuji. Zaiji, What are you talking about? This can really light up the room and make the room look like daylight. Is this something that kid made? Li Shimin's face was full of disbelief. Because this kind of thing is strange, but is it really that magical? Yes, Your Majesty, I saw it with my own eyes. That room is very bright, and this is indeed made by the sixth prince. I dare not lie. It is impossible for Cheng Yojin to lie, because it is not necessary. He is also not a person who is eager for merit. He talks too much and does not benefit himself at all. Li Shimin was dubious. But it doesn't light up now. Why? Li Shimin fiddled with the biogas lamp. There seems to be nothing special about this thing other than being pretty. The eldest grandson Wuji said, Zaiji, you are afraid that you just took something out to fool your majesty, right? This thing looks like a handicraft. How can it look like a day? This kind of thing is enough to deceive children. How can it be? Take it to the palace to fool people? Cheng Yojin said, Gongqi, whether you believe it or not, it's none of my business. Anyway, I saw it. You don't understand a lot of things, and you can't use your ignorance to question what you should have. What? Cheng Yojin was very unhappy with his eldest grandson Wuji. This guy often comes out and says something that makes him angry. So, it's normal to slap it. Cheng Zaiji, what did you say? Cheng-san Wuji was furious. He called out Cheng Yojin's name directly. There are very few people who dare to say that he is ignorant. Cheng Yojin is one of them. This made him very angry. Cheng Yojin said, what? Isn't it? The eldest grandson, Wuji. Don't deny it. Who wouldn't know the name? Cheng Yojin is not a good stubble either. In terms of arrogance, he is not bad at all. Zhang Sun Wuji was speechless. Cheng Zaiji, there's something you can say again. Cheng Sun Wuji was also an outburst. Directly attacked Cheng Yojin. Ignorance is ignorance. Do you want me to say it a second time? You are really interesting. Cheng Sun Wuji scolded directly. Cheng Zaiji, you rascal. What? Are you going to fight? I'm not afraid of you. There. Two were about to fight. Enough. Wuji, don't say a word. Li Shimin was more willing to believe what Cheng Yojin said. Because of what? Because what Li Minutes did was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. And when it's done, it's often shocking. Fortunately, Li Minutes only wanted to develop business. If he put his mind on the military above, then Li Shimin had to think carefully. His throne is feared to be unstable. Your Majesty. Zhang Sun Wuji was very aggrieved. Obviously Cheng Yojin told him first, so why let him say a few words less? It's not good to say anything. Okay, let Zaiji speak. He was so angry. But Li Shimin said it, and he didn't say anything. Li Shimin asked again, Zaiji, you tell me, how is this light on? How could Cheng Yojin know? It was lit at the time. It didn't light up after that. So, he said directly, Yan Lide was there at the time. He witnessed it from the beginning. He may know it. He also had a good talk with the six princes, and what else did he say? Pipes, toilets. Cheng Yojin said everything he had heard. Yan Lide? That's great. Let him come to the palace. Li Shimin was overjoyed when he heard Yan Lide. It seems right to let him go to Shengteng Group. After all, Li Shimin knows what Li Minutes will do next. But if it wasn't for Cheng Yojin to see it today, they wouldn't know. When Li Shimin's order was issued, someone went to invite Yan Lide. Yan Lide was just about to get home, but was frightened by the summons. It's already late at night. Why did Li Shimin let him enter the palace? But don't be lazy. Go straight to the palace in a hurry. Let's say in the Taikai Palace. I burned my hand in order to take this thing. Cheng Yojin said uncomfortable. Li Shimin felt a little guilty. It's hard for you. I know that you shouldn't have been allowed to go, but in the entire palace, I am afraid that you are the only one who is suitable to go to him, and you have benefited today. Isn't it? It turned out that all this was really Li Shimin, he forced. If it wasn't for him, Cheng Yojin wouldn't be so shameless. Also took the biogas lamp. I've lost all my face. Cheng Yojin said. How can you say that? This is a good thing for the descendants of Fuse. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know. So there are such good things in this world. Cheng Yojin said, Your Majesty, what do you need in the future? Wouldn't it be better to just take it with the sixth prince? Why would you do this? After all, you are both father and son, so there is no need to do it like this. That renegade son won't forgive him for a day if he doesn't come back to apologize. Cheng Yaojin was speechless. Is this the case with all emperors? Taking the benefits that Li Minutes gave, but still saying that you won't forgive him? Sometimes, Cheng Yaojin felt sad for Li Minutes. But in Li Minutes' opinion, isn't it bad to be at ease outside? He is not Li Chenqian, who is willing to be trapped in that layer of high walls. Therefore, even if Li Shiman came to beg him, he would not come back. But, Your Majesty. Okay, Zaiji, don't talk about this, and I'm going to be angry. Cheng Yaojin was speechless. Hurry up and ask. Zhang Sun Wuji spoke coldly on the side. The sixth prince has desecrated the majesty of the royal family. Even if he is willing to admit his mistake, he will not come back with such a face. This is equivalent to a death sentence for Li Minutes. So he will never come back in his life? But in Li Minutes' view, it's nothing. One day, the dynasty will change. He will come back in a different way. Zhang Sun Wuji, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb. Cheng Zaiji, are you afraid of itchy skin today? You think I'm afraid of you? Are you going to fight? Cheng Yaojin was even more arrogant. Respond. Cheng Sun Wuji rolled up his sleeves and was about to fight. Li Shimin's face became very ugly at this time. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Did you take me seriously? That frightened the two of them. He quickly took it away. You are all 100 years old together, and you are still like a reckless young man. If you go out and see you fight again, I will not be soft. Your Majesty, I dare not. Cheng Yaojin said immediately. Cheng Sun Wuji was even more afraid. At this time, an eunuch called, Your Majesty, Yan Lide asks to see you. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 299 forced second update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 300 The Revolution of Their Toilet. Let's say that as soon as Yan Lide entered the palace, he saw Cheng Sun Wuji and Cheng Yaojin on the left and right. When he saw Cheng Yaojin, he probably guessed one or two. This just took out the Bioga's lamp from the prosperous Tang group, and it appeared in the palace again. Most of it has something to do with the lamp. He looked at the Bioga's lamp in Li Shimin's hand again. That is completely understood. Cheng Yaojin took the Bioga's lamp into the palace and gave it to Li Shimin. Or Li Shimin instructed Cheng Yaojin to get it. He didn't understand why Li Shimin did this, and what was the benefit to him. Is it fun to take your own son's stuff? Is not fun. Li Shimin let himself into the palace. Maybe because of this. After thinking about it, he had already arrived in front of Li Shimin. Komin pays homage to His Majesty. Now that Yan Lide is no longer an official, he is naturally called a Kumin. Li Shimin quickly stepped forward to help him up. It's even more surprising. Haven't seen Li Shimin treat him so well before? Come on, get up quickly. As soon as the words came out, Zhang Sun Wuji, who was on the side, exploded directly. Such behavior made Yan Lide somewhat unacceptable. How is this? Make him a little apprehensive. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Shimin couldn't wait to call again. Yan Lide, Komin is here. Do you know this? Li Shimin picked up the Bioga's lamp, fiddled around a bit. The lamp was dazzling under the oil lamp. This is a Bioga's lamp. It was made by the sixth prince. It can be as bright as day at night. Li Shimin smiled. Then how to light it up? Yan Lide understood. It turned out that this was what Li Shimin had in mind. Your Majesty, to light this lamp, there is a premise. It's like an oil lamp needs oil. In front of Li Shimin, he didn't dare not say it. I can only say everything I know. Oh, look. I'm listening. Renovate the toilet to collect feces. Put it in a closed space and let it generate gas, which can be used to light this Bioga's lamp. Nonsense. How can you use that filthy thing? It's just smearing people's eyes. Don't you feel flustered when you look at it? Don't you feel uncomfortable? He had never seen the Bioga's light come on. If he had, he probably wouldn't have said that. It was just like daytime. Chi Guogong, you can't say this, it's called recycling. Everything has its useful side. If you can use these things, so that Chainan City and even Datang can use the biogas, then Datang will have one by one. The city that never sleeps. For Datang's economy, it will be a big improvement. Yan Lide's words shocked Li Shimin. Seriously, he hadn't thought of that. I didn't want Yan Lide to think of it, and it was really a loss for him to be an architect. He should be an official. Also to be reused. In this way, the Tang dynasty will only become stronger. But in contrast, let him be the best at Li minutes. How do you say this? Li Shimin asked. Your Majesty, when the night is like the daytime, people will have more time to devote to production, and business activities will continue, and foreigners will also be attracted to watch the power of the Tang dynasty. Let the foreigners come. Look at me. The palace is even lower than the sixth prince's building. Isn't that a joke? Zhang Sunwuji also seemed to feel that Li Minutes could build a 30-story building. Yan Lide said, the building is not high. The dragon energy will not disappear because the building is high. If so, is it necessary to level all the hills? Because they are much higher than the palace? The eldest grandson Wuji was speechless. Cheng Yojin laughed. Yan Lide is right. Some people just like to have nothing to do, but now it's better. Are they despised by others? Cheng Zaiji, you. Okay, don't say it. I agree with Yan Lide's words. If it can make Datang's economy go further, why not do it? Zhang Sunwuji was particularly aggrieved today. He attributed all the faults to Li Minutes. Without him, he wouldn't be like this. Your Majesty, is there anything else? Yan Lide asked. Yes, of course there is. I ordered you to renovate the toilet in the palace, and install this kind of biogas lamp. When Yan Lide heard this, he went crazy. Why is Li Shimin like this? You are supervising the construction of a 30-story building. And this biogas lamp is not my own. In the palace, no one can produce it. He looked at Cheng Yojin. Cheng Yojin didn't dare to look at him, and turned his head directly. However, Zhang Sunwuji said, Your Majesty, no, now the feng shui in the palace has been set. How can it be greatly changed? And we also have some materials. How to make it? At this time, Yan Lide actually thanked the eldest grandson, Wuji, because he didn't want to create either. He wouldn't do such a thankless thing. Li Shimin asked directly when Yan Lide didn't speak. This is paid. Yan Lide, tell me what you want directly. I will definitely satisfy you, and, I think, this can be implemented. Let some people install it first. Of course, if you can't figure it out now, you can go directly. It is also possible to find the Ministry of Housing and let them handle it. Yan Lide was speechless. But the royal order cannot be violated. What? Don't you want to? Exclamation mark. That's right. That night, the entire palace began to break ground, setting off a revolution in toilets. Later, Li Shimin directly used the biogas lamp, so that the entire palace also used it. As a result, this turmoil spread directly to the people, and some wealthy people also began to use biogas lamps. Of course, these things have to be bought with Li Minutes. Regarding these things, Li Minutes would not sell them at a low price, especially Li Shimin. He bought it at a high price. As for other rich people, those who want to follow suit will naturally have to pay a huge price. In the next few years, the most common thing people say when they meet is, come to my house to go to the toilet. My toilet is spacious and bright. Some people took to the streets to pull people to the toilet, saying that it could make the biogas more full. Some people are smart enough to raise pigs directly and fill them with pig feces. This is something. And to say that in the palace, a large amount of soil has been dug out of every place. No one dared to disobey what Li Shimin decided to do. Do it even if you are stubborn. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. And Yan Lide rushed to the Shengteng group in a hurry the next day. He entered the hall. He saw that Li Minutes was playing with a new biogas lamp. Morning, Mr. Zilli. Yan Lide greeted him as soon as he arrived. It's so early today. Li Minutes didn't look up. That, Mr. Zilli, I have something I want to discuss with you. Lee Minutes stopped his work. What's the matter? In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 300 Toilet Revolution chapter 3, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf.